Welcome to True Crime Case Documentaries. In today's episode, we dive deep into a story of betrayal, secrets, and a tragic murder set in the quiet town of Riverdale, Georgia. In April 2015, the life of Tom Whitfield, a successful real estate agent, was violently cut short by someone he trusted most. Tom Whitfield was a 53-year-old man living in Riverdale. He was well known in the community, not just for his success in real estate, but for his larger-than-life personality. Working for Pinecrest Realty, Tom had spent over 25 years building his career, earning a reputation as a top real estate agent. He had a business degree from the University of Georgia and was well-connected, often seen driving around town in his sleek silver Cadillac with the license plate top sell. Tom had everything going for him, or so it seemed. Tom was married to Amanda Whitfield, a 37-year-old accountant at a local firm. Amanda had a hard past. She had been a single mother since she was 19, raising her daughter, Hannah Whitfield. Hannah, now 19 and a freshman at the University of Georgia, was studying psychology. To the outside world, they looked like the perfect family. Tom was the loving stepfather who had embraced Amanda and Hannah into his life when they married 5 years ago. Outside of work, Tom had a passion for boating. He owned a small sailboat named Clear Skies, which he often took out on Clearwater Lake, spending weekends sailing and relaxing. His friends at the local marina would often recall his bright smile and hearty laugh, always willing to help someone out or share a beer. But behind the Whitfield family's idyllic exterior lay dark secrets that would soon unravel. In the days leading up to his death, Tom had been busy closing a massive deal on a commercial property downtown. It was a career-defining moment for him, and he was looking forward to a surprise anniversary trip he had planned for Amanda. He had booked a cabin in the Appalachian Mountains and even picked out a stunning necklace from a local jeweler, Simmons Fine Jewelry, to surprise her. But there was trouble brewing. Amanda had become increasingly suspicious of Tom's late-night work meetings and secretive phone calls. She confided in her sister that something felt wrong. Meanwhile, Hannah had grown distant from her mother, and Amanda couldn't help but notice the tension between Tom and her daughter. Neighbors, too, had heard the raised voices and arguments from the Whitfield home in recent weeks, with one neighbor, Brian Emerson, later recalling, "Something wasn't right in that house. You could feel it." On April 12, 2015, Tom Whitfield's life came to a violent and tragic end. At around 7:30 a.m., Brian Emerson, the 55-year-old retired teacher who lived next door, received a frantic call from Amanda. She was out of town visiting her sister in Atlanta and hadn't heard from Tom since the previous night. She asked Brian to check on Tom as she was worried. When Brian knocked on the Whitfield's door, there was no answer. Concerned, he tried the handle and found the door unlocked. Inside, the house was eerily quiet. Brian walked through the living room and into the kitchen, where he found signs of a violent struggle: chairs overturned, broken glass scattered on the floor. His heart pounded as he made his way to the master bedroom, where he found Tom's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. Tom had been bludgeoned to death with a hammer, which lay on the floor nearby, still covered in blood. Blood spattered the walls, and the room was in disarray. Shaking, Brian backed out of the room and immediately dialed 911. His voice trembled as he explained to the operator what he had found, barely able to process the horror before him. Within minutes, Riverdale police arrived, led by Detective Laura Thompson, a seasoned investigator known for her sharp instincts, and Detective Dan Rogers, her calm and methodical partner. The investigation began immediately. The crime scene was chaotic and disturbing. Detective Thompson noted that Tom had clearly fought for his life. The hammer, likely the murder weapon, was bagged as evidence, and forensic teams began their work. They meticulously collected fingerprints, blood samples, and any fibers that could help lead them to the killer. Neighbors stood outside, whispering in disbelief as the police worked. Local news stations quickly descended upon the scene, with Channel 7 News covering the gruesome discovery as the town buzzed with rumors. The first person detectives interviewed was Amanda Whitfield. She appeared devastated and confused, insisting she had been in Atlanta visiting her sister, who confirmed her story. However, Amanda admitted she and Tom had been arguing in recent weeks, especially about his erratic behavior and late nights. She denied any involvement in his death, saying, "I loved Tom, he was my whole world." Detectives were also interested in Hannah Whitfield, Tom's stepdaughter. Hannah seemed nervous during questioning, avoiding eye contact as she told detectives she had been staying with a friend the night of the murder. When asked about her relationship with her stepfather, she hesitated, then revealed a shocking truth: she and Tom had been having an affair for the past 6 months. This revelation added a dark layer to the investigation. Hannah explained that the affair had started gradually but quickly spiraled out of control. She felt confused and guilty, torn between her mother and her stepfather. She admitted they had argued the night before his death, but she insisted she had nothing to do with his murder. Detectives began piecing together the events leading up to Tom's death, but nothing could prepare them for the complex web of secrets they were about to unravel. As detectives dug deeper into the Whitfield family's secrets, the investigation took a darker and more complicated turn. Hannah's admission about her affair with Tom raised more questions than answers. While her alibi for the night of the murder seemed solid, detectives couldn't ignore the emotional turmoil this affair had likely caused. But was it enough to drive her to murder? Detective Thompson, known for her ability to sense when someone was hiding something, couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this story. She asked Hannah to recount the events of that night once more. This time, Hannah hesitated longer, her voice shaky as she admitted that she and Tom had fought viciously about the affair. He wanted to end it, Hannah said, her eyes darting nervously. He said it was a mistake. But I didn't want to lose him. That one sentence shifted the entire tone of the investigation. Had Hannah's obsession with Tom spiraled into something dangerous? Had she lashed out in a moment of rage when he threatened to end their relationship? Detective Rogers, however, wasn't entirely convinced. He believed there was still someone they were missing. The detectives decided to look into the other family members and acquaintances. One name immediately jumped out: Karen Winslow, Tom's ex-wife. Karen was known around town for her fiery temper and a deeply contentious relationship with Tom, especially after their bitter divorce 5 years earlier. She had never accepted Tom's new marriage to Amanda, and many suspected that Karen still harbored a deep resentment toward her ex-husband. But that resentment had escalated into something far more dangerous. When detectives brought Karen in for questioning, she was defensive from the start. Her voice was sharp as she denied any involvement in Tom's death, but her anger toward him was palpable. "Tom destroyed my life," she spat, her eyes narrowing. "But do you really think I'd murder him? He wasn't worth it." Despite her denials, detectives couldn't ignore the volatile nature of their relationship. Karen had motive her hatred for Tom and his new family, and she was in town the night of the murder. But without concrete evidence, she remained just another suspect in a growing list. Then came a breakthrough. Forensic analysis of the hammer found at the scene revealed partial fingerprints, ones that didn't belong to Tom, Amanda, or Hannah. The prints matched someone unexpected: Brian Emerson, Tom's next-door neighbor and the man who had discovered the body. The discovery sent shockwaves through the investigation. Brian had been Tom's friend for years. Could he have been hiding something all along? Detectives brought Brian in for questioning once again. This time, his demeanor had changed. He seemed nervous, constantly glancing at the clock, as if he wanted to be anywhere but the interrogation room. When confronted with the fingerprint evidence, Brian stammered, offering a weak explanation about how he might have touched the hammer when helping Tom with home repairs a few weeks earlier. But Detective Thompson wasn't buying it. She pressed harder, pushing Brian to explain why his prints were on the murder weapon. The pressure was too much. Brian's calm exterior began to crack. His voice quivered as he finally admitted that he had known about the affair between Tom and Hannah, and it had enraged him. He was using her, Brian said, his hands shaking. "She's just a kid," and he manipulated her. "I couldn't stand by and let it happen anymore." Brian's confession was chilling. He had killed Tom to protect Hannah from what he saw as a toxic and abusive relationship. But was it really about protection? Or had Brian developed his own dangerous obsession with Hannah? The detectives were left grappling with the idea that this entire tragedy had been driven by twisted emotions, secrets, and jealousy. In the end, Brian's confession led to his arrest. The case, which had started as a simple investigation into a brutal murder, had spiraled into a web of betrayal, hidden desires, and deadly consequences. As Brian was led away in handcuffs, Detective Thompson couldn't help but reflect on how this once seemingly perfect family had been torn apart by secrets that no one had seen coming. As the truth about Brian Emerson's involvement in Tom Whitfield's murder unraveled, the small town of Shady Creek was left reeling. But even with Brian's confession, Detective Thompson felt a nagging sensation that not everything had been uncovered. There were still too many loose ends, too many unanswered questions. Could Brian truly have acted alone? And what of the others whose lives had been intertwined in this web of deceit? Karen Winslow's name continued to echo in the back of Detective Rogers' mind. Her bitterness toward Tom had been palpable, and though Brian had confessed, the idea that she might have had a role in this tragic event couldn't be entirely ruled out. Detective Thompson agreed it was time to bring Karen back in for questioning. When Karen arrived at the police station for the second time, her demeanor had shifted. She was still defiant, but there was a noticeable edge of fear in her voice. Detective Thompson didn't waste time. "We know about Brian," Thompson began, her voice calm but firm. "We know he killed Tom, but we also know he wasn't acting alone." Karen's eyes widened ever so slightly, but she remained silent. "Brian told us everything," Rogers added, leaning forward. "He told us how you two planned this together, how you wanted revenge on Tom for everything he'd done to you." For a moment it seemed like Karen might crack, but then she let out a harsh laugh. "You think I teamed up with Brian? That man barely knows how to tie his shoes, let alone plan a murder with me." But as confident as Karen sounded, the detectives weren't convinced. They pressed harder, laying out the evidence they had gathered so far. The messages between her and Brian, the late-night meetings that had been caught on security cameras near her house. It all painted a picture of a dangerous partnership, one rooted in jealousy and years of unresolved anger. Karen's face turned pale. "You don't understand," she whispered, her voice shaking for the first time. Brian came to me after he found out about Tom and Hannah. He was furious. He wanted to protect her, but I never told him to kill Tom. Then what did you tell him? Karen Thompson asked, her voice sharp. Because it sure looks like you pushed him over the edge. Karen's lips trembled, and finally the dam broke. She admitted that she had been involved in the planning, but she claimed it had only been to scare Tom, to make him feel the pain he had inflicted on her for years. She swore she had never intended for things to go this far. I thought if we threatened him, if we scared him enough, he'd back off from Hannah. I didn't know Brian was going to kill him. But despite her tearful confession, the detectives knew better. Karen had played a much larger role than she was willing to admit. They now had enough evidence to arrest her for conspiracy to commit murder. As Karen was led out of the interrogation room in handcuffs, word of her arrest spread quickly through Shady Creek, the once quiet, picturesque town was now the backdrop for a murder case that had rocked its very foundation. Neighbors who had once smiled at each other over garden fences now whispered about the secrets that lay behind closed doors. But even with Karen and Brian behind bars, the case was far from over. Hannah, the young woman whose affair with Tom had set this entire tragedy in motion, was now under the harsh spotlight of public scrutiny. Though she had denied any direct involvement in the murder, her relationship with Tom had made her a key figure in the investigation. Detective Thompson couldn't shake the feeling that Hannah knew more than she was letting on. Was she truly just a victim in all of this, or had she been playing her own dangerous game? The detectives decided to visit Hannah one last time, hoping to get answers. When they arrived at her small apartment, Hannah looked like a shell of the confident young woman she had been. Her eyes were red from crying and her hands shook as she invited them inside. "You're not here to arrest me, are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "We just want to talk," Detective Rogers replied, though his tone was heavy with suspicion. As they sat down, Thompson didn't waste time. "Hannah, we know about your affair with Tom. We know about Brian's obsession with you. But what we don't understand is how this all spiraled into murder. What aren't you telling us?" Hannah's eyes filled with tears. "I never wanted any of this," she sobbed. "I love Tom, but I didn't mean for him to die." "Then why didn't you come forward sooner?" Thompson asked, her voice steady. "Why didn't you tell us about Brian?" Hannah hesitated, wiping her tears with trembling hands. "Because I was scared," she whispered. "Brian was so intense. When he found out about Tom and me, he changed. He became possessive. He kept telling me that Tom didn't deserve me, that I needed someone who really cared about me. I didn't think he'd actually kill him." Hannah shook her head. "No, I swear. I didn't know until after it happened. When Brian told me what he did, I was horrified. But I couldn't go to the police. I didn't want anyone to know about the affair." It started as a chance encounter in a quiet library. A young woman, a foreigner, miles away from home, falling for the wrong man. Viola, a bright-eyed student from Norway, never imagined her love for Frank, the married owner of a small-town library, would turn into something so dark, so deadly. But behind the library's peaceful facade, secrets began to fester. Frank wasn't just any man, he was a husband, a father figure. And one other person was watching their every move. Frank's stepdaughter, Julia. What Viola didn't know was that Julia's love for Frank had grown into a dangerous obsession. The moment she caught them together, everything changed. And in a brutal twist, a love triangle spiraled into murder. A crime so heinous, so carefully concealed, that it would shock an entire town. Tonight, we unravel the chilling truth behind the affair, the obsession, and the brutal crime that left one woman missing, and another fighting for her life. It began as an innocent story of passion, a foreign student in search of a better future, drawn to the mysterious charm of a much older man. But what no one could predict was how quickly that passion would spiral into a nightmare, one that would leave 2 lives shattered and a trail of blood across an unsuspecting town. Viola, a 22-year-old exchange student from Norway, arrived in the United States eager to immerse herself in her studies. A bright future ahead, an exciting new life in a new country. That was the plan. But plans have a way of unraveling, especially when desire takes control. Viola met Frank, a charismatic yet troubled library owner. Their connection was instant, intense, and deadly. Frank was older, married, and on the surface, appeared to live the perfect suburban life. But beneath that, he was a man living a lie, a man who couldn't resist the temptation Viola brought into his life. Their secret meetings in the back room of the library turned into dangerous liaisons. But secrets never stay hidden for long. What neither of them knew was that they were being watched. Julia, Frank's 18-year-old stepdaughter, was obsessed with her stepfather in ways that no one could have imagined. She saw Viola as a threat, a trespasser in her twisted fantasy. One night, Julia caught them in the act. That moment set in motion a chain of events that would lead to murder. The night everything changed, Frank snapped. When Julia confronted him about Viola, her jealousy boiled over into rage. Frank, consumed by fear that his life was about to unravel, made a fatal choice. In a moment of madness, he silenced Julia forever. But the nightmare had only just begun. Viola, unaware of what Frank had done, fled the scene, her heart pounding, her instincts screaming to run. She thought she could escape, warn the police, but Frank had other plans. He found her, dragged her back to his house, and locked her inside. What Viola didn't realize was that she wasn't just running from a man, she was running from a monster. And now there was no turning back. Frank's wife, Sarah, wasn't home that night. But when she returned, she had no idea what had taken place within the walls of their seemingly peaceful home. Frank had already cleaned up the blood, erased the signs of struggle, except for one crucial mistake. Julia's body was never found intact. Frank, in a cold and calculated move, dismembered her and disposed of the pieces in different locations across town. He thought he could hide his crime, but one clue would lead to his undoing. Days after Julia's disappearance, a passerby walking his dog discovered something chilling: the severed hand of a young woman, discarded in a trash bin like garbage. The police were alerted, and suddenly, Julia's missing person case took a deadly turn. Forensics linked the hand to Julia, but there was more. They found DNA under her nails, Frank's DNA. The investigation now pointed toward something far more sinister. But that wasn't the only mistake Frank had made. The library's security cameras had caught everything. The footage showed not only Viola's escape but Julia entering the library just moments before. The puzzle pieces began to fall into place, and the truth was darker than anyone could have imagined. The police stormed Frank's home, and what they found sent shockwaves through the community. The blood-stained clothes, the tools used to dismember Julia's body, and the chilling confession Viola was forced to make. But one question remained unanswered: where was Julia's body? That final answer would come when a local man, walking his dog near the woods, stumbled upon something horrifying: the missing remains. Frank's twisted game was finally over. The truth was out. The man who everyone thought they knew, the family man, the quiet librarian, was a cold-blooded killer. Viola, traumatized but alive, became the key witness in the trial that would send Frank to prison for life. But even now, the scars remain a haunting reminder that love can turn deadly, and secrets always have a way of coming to light. Frank, now a man cornered, realized there was no escape from the walls closing in on him. But his ego, the very thing that had driven him to pursue Viola and murder Julia, also fueled his determination to cover his tracks. The police may have discovered pieces of his crime, but they hadn't seen everything. Frank thought he could still play a game with the truth, twisting the narrative to suit his own survival. Viola, locked in Frank's home, could barely breathe. The weight of what she had witnessed was suffocating her. She had seen Frank kill Julia, seen the lifeless body of the girl crumple to the floor like a broken doll. And now, it was only a matter of time before Frank turned on her. There was a moment, late that night, where Viola's mind raced with thoughts of escape if only she could find a way out of the house, out of Frank's grasp. But her every move was calculated. She had to tread carefully, or else she would become the next victim. Frank's obsession with control didn't stop with the murders. He needed Viola under his thumb. He needed to ensure she wouldn't run to the police or expose the dark truth he was desperately trying to bury. So he devised a new plan to make Viola disappear, just as he had done with Julia. But this time, he wouldn't make the same mistakes. The tension in the house was unbearable, the air thick with the stench of fear. Every creak of the floorboards made Viola jump. Every glance from Frank felt like a death sentence waiting to be carried out. And yet, there was something even more terrifying at play. Frank's wife, Sarah, still had no idea what had happened. Sarah's absence had been the one saving grace, but Frank knew that time was running out. When she returned home, everything would change. He would need to find a way to explain why Viola was there, why Julia had disappeared so suddenly. He rehearsed his lies in his head, crafting a story that might hold up under scrutiny. But as the hours passed, Viola's will to survive only grew stronger. She knew she couldn't wait for Frank to make the next move. She had to act. In the dead of night, as Frank slept, she tiptoed through the house, searching for something, anything that might help her escape. Her heart pounded in her chest as she found herself in Frank's study, her eyes scanning the room for a weapon, a key, a lifeline. And then she saw a blood-stained shirt shoved hastily into the corner of the closet. The evidence of Frank's crime. Viola grabbed the shirt, knowing it could be the key to her freedom. But just as she turned to leave the room, Frank appeared in the doorway. His eyes locked on hers, and in that moment she knew the game was over. The confrontation that followed was one of desperation, fear, and violence. Frank lunged at her, his hands around her throat as he tried to silence her once and for all. But Viola fought back, fought with the strength of someone who knew her life depended on it. Somehow, in the struggle, Viola broke free, stumbling through the house as Frank pursued her, a knife in his hand. She ran toward the front door, her heart pounding in her chest, but the door was locked. In a panic, she bolted for the back of the house, smashing a window and hurling herself through it. Glass shattered around her as she hit the ground, blood trickling from the cuts on her arms and legs. But she didn't stop. She ran through the yard, into the streets, not knowing where she was headed, only that she had to get away. Frank followed, but his pursuit was slow, limping, as his earlier rage had taken a toll on his body. Viola, fueled by adrenaline and terror, managed to escape into the darkness. Meanwhile, the police were closing in on Frank. They had uncovered more evidence, found the bloodied remains of his clothes, seen the surveillance footage of Julia and Viola in the library. The puzzle pieces were starting to fall into place. By the time they arrived at Frank's house, he was nowhere to be found. Viola was safe, hidden in a nearby diner, telling her story to a waitress who had noticed her bleeding and offered to help. But Frank? Frank had gone into hiding. Days passed, and the search for him intensified. The city was on edge, knowing a killer was still on the loose. But the final twist came when Frank's own guilt betrayed him. Desperate and alone, he returned to the river where he had dumped Julia's body parts, hoping to retrieve what remained. But in doing so, he sealed his fate. A jogger, out for an early morning run, saw him near the riverbank, digging frantically in the mud. She called the police, who arrived just in time to catch Frank in the act. There, among the reeds and rocks, they found the last piece of Julia's dismembered body. The trial that followed was swift and brutal. Frank was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison. Viola, forever haunted by the events, returned to Norway, trying to rebuild the pieces of her shattered life. But the scars of what happened in that quiet town would never truly heal. For the residents, the story of Frank, Julia, and Viola would always linger in the shadows, a chilling reminder of the darkness that can hide behind even the most innocent of facades. The town of Briarwood would never be the same after what unfolded. The discovery of Julia's dismembered remains near the river had sent shockwaves through the community, but the real horror wasn't just in the brutality of the murder, it was in the secrets that had been hiding in plain sight. Frank Harrington, well respected, seemingly ordinary, was nothing more than a facade. Beneath the surface, he was a monster who had killed not once but twice. And what made it even more terrifying was the fact that his entire life had been built on lies, deceit, and a desperation to maintain control over the women in his life. For Viola, the nightmare was far from over. She had escaped, but the trauma clung to her like a shadow she could never outrun. Every creak in the floorboards, every dark alleyway reminded her of Frank's hands around her throat, his cold, calculating eyes as he tried to choke the life out of her. The memories of that night haunted her, refusing to let go. But Frank wasn't the only villain in this twisted tale. As the investigation deepened, detectives began uncovering more about the web of lies that had held the Harrington family together. Sarah, Frank's wife, wasn't as innocent as she had seemed. She knew about Frank's affair with Viola, knew about his violent tendencies, and yet she had turned a blind eye, allowing the situation to spiral out of control. She had played her part in the cover-up, a willing accomplice to the horrors that had unfolded within their home. But even more shocking was Julia's obsession with her stepfather. The journals found in her room painted a disturbing picture, a teenage girl deeply in love with the man who would ultimately take her life. Julia had known about Frank's affair with Viola, but her jealousy had driven her to the edge. She had confronted them, believing that if she could expose the truth, Frank would choose her. Instead, it cost her everything. And then there was the final, gut-wrenching twist. Frank had planned it all. Julia's murder wasn't an accident, it was premeditated. He had known that Julia was growing suspicious, that she might expose his affair with Viola. But what no one expected was that Frank had been planning to kill both women, to silence them forever and keep his secrets hidden. Viola's escape had thrown a wrench in his plans, and as detectives pieced together the timeline, they realized just how close she had come to becoming his next victim. Frank's obsession with control was all-consuming. He couldn't stand the idea of losing power over the women in his life. In court, Frank showed no remorse. His calm demeanor, almost chilling in its lack of emotion, was the final straw. The jury didn't take long to convict him. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. But even behind bars, the terror he had inflicted on Viola, Julia, and the rest of Briarwood would never truly be erased. Sarah, left alone to pick up the pieces of her shattered life, would never be able to shake the guilt of what she had allowed to happen. And for Viola, the scars, both physical and emotional, would serve as a constant reminder of the night she barely escaped with her life. This was a tale of love turned deadly, of obsession, betrayal, and a darkness that none of them had seen coming. But even with Frank locked away, one question remained: how many more victims could there have been? In the days following Frank's arrest, authorities began looking into other unsolved disappearances in nearby towns, women who had vanished without a trace, with no leads to follow. And as more details of Frank's past came to light, a chilling realization settled in: this might not have been his first time. The dark truth. We may never know just how many lives Frank Harrington destroyed. But what we do know is this: the town of Briarwood will never forget the horrors hidden behind the walls of that quiet suburban home. Frank Harrington wasn't just a killer, he was a predator hiding in plain sight. Beneath his calm facade as the respected owner of Briarwood's local library, there was a darkness no one could have predicted. Viola, a young Norwegian student, was the latest victim of his twisted manipulations, having unknowingly fallen into a deadly trap. After months of manipulation, Frank's relationship with Viola turned sinister. When his stepdaughter Julia discovered the affair, everything spiraled out of control. Julia, obsessed with Frank and devastated by the betrayal, confronted them both. But instead of addressing the conflict, Frank chose to eliminate the threat. Cold, calculated, and without hesitation, he murdered Julia. But Frank's evil didn't stop there. He couldn't let Viola run to the authorities. As she fled in terror, Frank caught up with her, dragging her back to his home. With his wife Sarah conveniently out of the house, Frank brutally killed Viola, dismembering her body in a horrifying attempt to cover up his crimes. Over the next few days, he disposed of her remains in various dumpsters around the city, each piece a grisly reminder of the monster that lived in their midst. But even Frank couldn't cover all his tracks. Julia's body was found floating in the river, sparking an investigation that slowly unraveled Frank's web of lies. Surveillance footage from the library revealed everything: Viola's secret meetings with Frank, Julia's confrontation with him, and the moments before her death. The final blow came when a man walking his dog stumbled upon Viola's severed hand in a park. The police followed the trail of evidence back to Frank's home, where they uncovered blood-stained clothes and Julia's remains hidden under the floorboards. Frank was arrested, and during the trial, his horrific double life was laid bare. The man who had seemed like a pillar of the community was revealed as a cold-blooded killer. Viola's body was never fully recovered, but her hand, discovered by a local resident, became the key piece of evidence that sealed Frank's fate. In the end, Frank was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. His wife Sarah disappeared from the public eye, too ashamed to face the reality of her husband's actions. Viola's family, shattered by the loss, returned to Norway, where they continue to grieve. Julia's death remains a dark stain on the town of Briarwood, a chilling reminder of the horrors that can hide in plain sight. This wasn't just a story of murder, it was the story of a family torn apart by betrayal, obsession, and the cold-blooded violence of a man who thought he could get away with it. As Frank sat in his cell, awaiting his final sentencing, the once respected librarian now faced the cold reality of his actions. The world he had so carefully constructed, one of secrets, manipulation, and murder, was crumbling around him. What had once been a quiet life, built on lies and betrayals, was now exposed for the monster that he truly was. But the scars he left on Briarwood were far deeper than anyone could have imagined. Viola's family, devastated by the loss of their daughter, fought for justice in every way they could. Her story became a symbol of the dangers that lurked in seemingly safe places. The quiet Norwegian girl, who had come to America to study and pursue her dreams, had met a tragic, horrific end. For her family, the pain of knowing her body had been dismembered and scattered across a city they hardly knew was unbearable. Back in Briarwood, the town reeled from the revelations of Frank's crimes. Neighbors who had once waved hello to him at the library were now questioning everything they thought they knew. How could such evil have lived among them? How could a man who appeared so ordinary, so respectable, have committed such atrocities? The horror that had unfolded in Frank's home left a permanent mark on the community. The police, determined to find the remaining pieces of Viola's body, scoured the city's landfills and parks. But as days turned into weeks, the hope of recovering her fully faded. Frank's cold, emotionless demeanor during questioning only added to the horror of his crimes. He showed no remorse, no guilt, only a chilling calmness that unnerved even the most seasoned investigators. Sarah, Frank's wife, was left to grapple with the reality of her complicity. For years, she had turned a blind eye to her husband's growing darkness. Whether it was out of fear or denial, she had allowed the horrors to escalate to an unimaginable level. Now, the weight of her silence pressed down on her, and she withdrew from public life entirely, too ashamed to face the community that once admired her family. The trial of Frank Harrington became one of the most shocking legal cases in Briarwood's history. The evidence was overwhelming: the security footage from the library, the DNA found on Julia's body, and the grisly remains of Viola, discovered piece by piece across the city. Witnesses testified about Frank's cold, detached behavior, his manipulation of the women in his life, and the chilling control he exerted over those closest to him. As the trial progressed, more dark secrets about Frank's past began to emerge. Investigators linked him to other disappearances in the area, women who had vanished without a trace, with Frank's name quietly surfacing in connection to their last known whereabouts. It became clear that Viola and Julia were not his first victims, and the full extent of his crimes may never be known. In the courtroom, Viola's family sat in silence, their grief palpable as the horrific details of their daughter's final moments were laid bare. They had come seeking justice, but no sentence could ever bring their beloved Viola back. In the end, Frank Harrington was convicted of multiple counts of murder, kidnapping, and dismemberment. The judge, condemning his cruel and calculated actions, sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Frank showed no emotion as the verdict was read, his cold eyes staring straight ahead, as if nothing could touch him anymore. But for the town of Briarwood, the scars would remain. The library, once a hub of knowledge and community, became a symbol of the horror that had unfolded behind its walls. The quiet suburban streets, lined with well-manicured lawns, now felt darker, shadowed by the memory of the predator who had lived among them. Viola's story became a haunting reminder that evil can hide in the most ordinary places. She had come to America with dreams of a bright future, only to fall victim to a man who saw her as nothing more than another pawn in his twisted game. Her family returned to Norway, forever changed by the tragedy that had taken their daughter from them. Julia, too, was mourned by those who had once known her. Her obsession with Frank had led her down a dangerous path, but in the end, she was as much a victim of his manipulation as anyone else. And Frank? He would spend the rest of his life behind bars, a reminder that sometimes the most dangerous monsters are the ones who walk among us, unnoticed, until it's too late. This wasn't just a story of one man's descent into darkness, it was a story of broken lives, shattered families, and the chilling reminder that sometimes evil hides in plain sight. Frank's imprisonment did little to bring true peace to the town of Briarwood. While justice had been served, the weight of his actions continued to hang over the community like a dark cloud. The chilling nature of the case, the way Frank had so carefully and methodically preyed on the women closest to him, left the town reeling with unanswered questions. How could they have missed the signs? How could someone so ordinary be capable of such monstrous acts? Viola's story became a cautionary tale for women across the nation. News outlets followed the case closely, dissecting every gruesome detail of her murder and the horror that followed. Yet, despite the publicity and the widespread coverage, it was clear that Viola's death had been senseless, a result of Frank's insatiable need for control and domination. In Norway, her family tried to rebuild their lives, but the shadow of their daughter's tragic end followed them wherever they went. Viola had been so full of life, her future bright and filled with promise. Now, her parents struggled to understand how their daughter had fallen into the grasp of such an evil man. Her father, in particular, had difficulty reconciling with the fact that they had sent Viola to America believing it was a land of opportunity and safety. In the end, it had only brought them heartbreak. Meanwhile, Sarah Harrington, Frank's wife, lived in her own personal hell. The media had painted her as either a complicit partner or a silent bystander, but the truth was more complex. Deep down, Sarah had always known there was something wrong with Frank. The subtle changes in his behavior, the coldness that seeped into their marriage, it had been there for years. She had chosen to ignore the warning signs, convincing herself that Frank was just stressed from work, or that his long hours at the library were a way to provide for their family. But as more details of his crimes came to light, Sarah's guilt consumed her. She had known about the affair with Viola, had seen how Frank manipulated and used her, and yet she had done nothing to stop it. And Julia, her own stepdaughter, had been obsessed with Frank, an obsession that Sarah had dismissed as harmless teenage infatuation. But now, with both young women gone and Frank in prison for life, Sarah had to face the reality that her silence had cost them their lives. Briarwood, once a quiet town where people left their doors unlocked and trusted their neighbors, was forever changed. The library, where Frank had spent so many years as a respected member of the community, was closed indefinitely, becoming a grim symbol of the darkness that had lurked within. The townspeople could no longer see it as a place of learning or refuge. It was now the site of nightmares, a reminder of the evil that had slipped through the cracks of their seemingly perfect lives. The media attention surrounding the case faded over time, but the wounds remained fresh for those directly affected. The discovery of Julia's body had been a breaking point for many. It was the moment when the full horror of Frank's actions came to light: the dismemberment, the deliberate disposal of her remains, the lengths he had gone to in order to cover up his crimes. But even with Julia's body found and Frank behind bars, there was still the lingering question of how many others had fallen victim to his schemes.
Emily sat by the window, the rain tapping against the glass like a relentless drumbeat. It had been another long day caring for her father, James, whose Alzheimer's was slowly taking over every fragment of his memory. As she watched the droplets race down the pane, she couldn't help but think about how much her life had changed over the past year. Her father, once a strong and independent man, was now lost in the corridors of his own mind, drifting between moments of clarity and confusion. James often talked to people who weren't there, relived events that had happened decades ago, and sometimes called Emily by her mother's name, Margaret. At first, Emily had been devastated by these episodes, but over time she learned to accept them as part of the cruel reality of his illness. But tonight was different. Tonight he seemed agitated, restless, muttering to himself as he paced the room. Emily approached him gently. "Dad, it's okay. You're safe. I'm here." James turned, his eyes glassy yet intense. "Emily," he asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. "Emily, there's something I need to tell you." She nodded, encouraging him. "I'm here, Dad. What is it?" James took a deep breath, his hands trembling. "There was someone I lost. Before you were born," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "A child. I had a child and I never told anyone." Emily's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean, Dad?" she asked, her voice wavering. "What child?" James's eyes welled up with tears, his mind flickering between past and present. "I don't remember much, just flashes. A baby's cry. Margaret never knew. I was young, so scared, but now, I can't forget." Emily felt a chill run down her spine. Was this just another confused memory, or was her father revealing a buried truth? She needed to find out. This was a secret that could change everything she thought she knew about her family. She decided to dig deeper, to look through her father's old belongings, hoping to find clues, anything that could confirm or deny this shocking revelation. That night, after James fell asleep, Emily went to the attic. Dust covered the floor, and the air was thick with age. She found an old chest, one she had never seen before. It was locked, but with a few tries, she managed to open it. Inside, she discovered a bundle of letters, yellowed with age, tied together with a faded ribbon. She opened the first letter cautiously. Her eyes widened as she read the words, "Dear James, I can't keep him anymore. He's your responsibility now. He deserves to know his real father." Emily's hands trembled as she realized these letters were dated 40 years ago, long before she was born. What did this mean? Who was this child? She had to know more, but the answers were hidden in a past her father could barely remember. The next morning, Emily confronted her father, gently showing him the letter. "Dad, do you remember this?" she asked. James stared at the paper, his face a mix of confusion and recognition. I think I do. It's so far away. Like a dream I can't wake from. But there was a woman, Rose. Yes, Rose, she wrote that." Emily felt a jolt. "Who is Rose, Dad? Was she someone important?" James nodded slowly, his gaze distant. "Rose, she was my first love, but it ended badly, very badly. And then, the baby, I never saw him again." Emily's mind raced. A sibling? She had a brother out there, somewhere. How could this be true? Why had her father never told her, never mentioned this before? She knew she had to find out. She needed answers, and she was determined to get them. Over the following days, Emily searched through every piece of her father's past she could find: letters, photos, old journals. She reached out to people who had known James back in those days, digging into archives and public records. The more she uncovered, the more tangled the mystery became. There were vague mentions of a child given up for adoption, whispers of a scandal that had been covered up by Rose's wealthy family. She eventually tracked down an old friend of James's, a man named Robert, who reluctantly agreed to meet her. "Your father. He was young, reckless," Robert began, his voice heavy with years of memories. Rose's family was powerful. They didn't want a scandal. They arranged everything, made sure the baby was taken care of, but far away. They didn't want James involved. He was devastated. Emily listened, her heart aching. "Do you know where the child went? Who adopted him?" Robert shook his head. "No, they kept it all very secret, but there were rumors. He might still be in this state somewhere." Emily returned home, more determined than ever. She couldn't rest until she found her brother, the missing piece of her family's puzzle. And so, she continued her search, knowing that the truth might bring pain, but also understanding that it could bring a chance for healing, for her father and herself. Emily's search intensified as she sifted through every record and clue she could find, her mind filled with questions about her father's past. Days turned into weeks as she contacted adoption agencies, scoured social media, and even visited old neighborhoods in the hopes of uncovering some trace of the brother she never knew existed. One evening, while exhausted from her relentless pursuit, Emily received a phone call from a private investigator she had hired. "I think I've found something," he said cautiously. "A man named Daniel, born around the right time, adopted in the same area you're looking into. He lives just 2 towns over." Emily's heart pounded in her chest. Could this be him? Could this be the brother she had been searching for? She thanked the investigator and, without hesitation, set out on the journey to find Daniel, unsure of what she would say or how he would react. The miles felt like hours, her mind racing with anticipation and fear. What would she find on the other side? As she approached Daniel's home, a modest house on a quiet street, she took a deep breath and knocked on the door. It swung open to reveal a man in his 40s, his face a mirror of their father's, with eyes that seemed both familiar and foreign. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Finally, Emily broke the silence. I think you might be my brother." Daniel's face showed confusion and shock. "I'm sorry, what? Who are you?" he asked, his voice filled with hesitation. Emily explained, revealing the story she had pieced together about their father James and his relationship with Rose. Daniel listened, disbelief and curiosity mixing on his face. "I always knew I was adopted," he said slowly. "But I never knew." Emily took a deep breath, her heart in her throat. "I don't know what this means for us," she whispered. "But I know our father would want to meet you. He doesn't have much time left. He's sick, and he's fading." Daniel seemed to process the information slowly, looking down at his hands before finally nodding. I don't know what to feel, but if he's really my father, I think I should meet him." Emily felt a wave of relief wash over her. She knew this was just the beginning of another journey, one filled with more questions, potential pain, and maybe, just maybe, a chance at healing a family broken by secrets for so long. Emily and Daniel agreed to meet James. The next day, they arrived at the house where James was staying. As they walked in, Emily could see the confusion in her father's eyes. She gently introduced Daniel, explaining he might be the child James lost long ago. James's expression softened, he seemed to grasp some part of the situation. James reached out with a trembling hand, whispering, I remember you." Tears filled Daniel's eyes as he sat by his father's side, holding his hand. Emily watched, her heart full of hope that perhaps this unexpected reunion could bring them all some peace. Over the next few days, James and Daniel spent as much time together as possible. James, in his moments of clarity, shared stories of his past, his regrets, and his love for both his children. Emily felt her own heart healing as she witnessed their bond forming. Daniel, too, began to open up, revealing his feelings about being adopted and the confusion he had always felt about his origins. As father and son grew closer, Emily realized that this journey, though filled with pain, was leading them toward the healing they all desperately needed. One night, James, with tears in his eyes, apologized for the years of silence and the secrets he had kept. Daniel forgave him, understanding the fear and shame his father had carried for so long. Emily, feeling a newfound sense of family, knew that they had been given a rare second chance to rewrite their story. James's health began to decline rapidly, his moments of clarity becoming fewer. Emily and Daniel knew their time was running short. One afternoon, as the sunlight streamed through the window, James mustered his strength to share one last story, a cherished memory from his youth with Rose, filled with love and regret. "I wish I could have been a better father to you both," he whispered. Emily held his hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. "You're here now, Dad. That's what matters." As James slipped away peacefully, Emily felt a mix of sadness and relief. Daniel stayed by her side, comforting her with a newfound bond they had only begun to understand. Over the following weeks, they prepared for James's funeral, reflecting on the time they had shared and the secrets they had uncovered. Despite the pain, there was also a sense of closure, a feeling that they had found each other for a reason. Emily and Daniel decided to keep in touch, knowing that this was just the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. They were determined to honor their father's memory by staying connected, cherishing the family they had discovered, and building a future that celebrated their past. Months passed, and Emily found herself visiting Daniel more often. Together, they shared stories of their childhoods, the things they had missed, and the lives they had led. Their bond grew stronger, turning what started as a chance encounter into a profound connection. One day, while sorting through some of their father's belongings, they found a small box with a note that read, For my children, inside was a collection of letters and photos, memories James had kept over the years, reminders of his love for them both. Emily and Daniel sat together, reading the letters, laughing and crying, feeling a sense of peace. Emily looked at Daniel and smiled. "I think Dad would be happy to know we found each other. Maybe this was his way of bringing us together all along." Daniel nodded, feeling the same sense of comfort. The story of their father had not ended with his passing. It had given them both a new beginning. They knew there would be challenges ahead, but they were ready to face them together, bound by the love of a father they had both come to understand. Emily and Daniel walked out of the house, side by side, ready to start a new chapter, carrying with them the lessons of the past and the hope for the future. As Emily and Daniel continued to explore the contents of their father's box, they found letters addressed to both of them, messages from James written over the years, expressing his regret, his love, and his hopes for the future. Each letter painted a picture of a man who had been deeply flawed, but also deeply loving, someone who had struggled with his choices but never stopped caring for his children. Reading the letters, they realized how much their father had carried with him, how much he had wanted them to find each other. The letters were a final gift, a way for him to be with them even after he was gone. Emily and Daniel felt closer than ever, united by their shared history and their father's legacy. Over time, they decided to honor James by living their lives fully, making up for lost years. They traveled to places he had mentioned in his stories, visited his old haunts, and met people who had known him in his youth. With each step, they felt his presence, guiding them, reminding them of the power of forgiveness and the strength of family. They returned home to New York, determined to build new memories while cherishing the old. Emily opened a small gallery, showcasing some of their father's old photographs and letters, turning them into a tribute that celebrated both his life and the story they had uncovered. Daniel, inspired by their journey, decided to write a memoir capturing the emotional roller coaster they had experienced, the unexpected reunion, and the discovery of a brother he never knew he had. The memoir was both a tribute to their father and a testament to the healing power of family. Through it all, Emily and Daniel grew closer, their bond deepening with every passing day. They realized that despite the years apart, they were truly siblings, connected not just by blood, but by the experiences that had shaped their lives. In the end, they found peace in the knowledge that their father's spirit would always be with them, in every letter, every photograph, and every memory they shared. They had uncovered a hidden chapter in their lives and, in doing so, had found a new beginning, a chance to move forward together, stronger and more united than ever. Emily and Daniel knew they had been given a second chance, a chance to rewrite their family story, filled with love, forgiveness, and the promise of a brighter future. And they were ready to embrace it, with all the hope and courage their father had instilled in them. They stood together at their father's gravesite one last time, placing a bouquet of roses, James's favorite, by the headstone. As they walked away, they felt the warmth of the sun on their backs, a silent reminder that life, even in its most painful moments, always offers a chance for healing and renewal. Emily, Daniel, and Claire began to forge a bond that felt stronger with each passing day. They would meet regularly, sharing stories, memories, and filling in the gaps of their intertwined histories. The community around them, touched by the tale of lost connections and newfound family, became an extended support system, celebrating each gathering like a reunion. One sunny afternoon, Emily decided to host an exhibition dedicated to their family's story, using James's photographs, Rose's letters, and the narratives that had come to light. The event was filled with laughter, tears, and a sense of healing. People from different walks of life attended, each bringing a piece of their own stories to the mix, all inspired by the resilience of Emily, Daniel, and Claire. The exhibit was a huge success, resonating deeply with those who visited. Emily, seeing how the community embraced their story, decided to make the gallery a permanent space for stories of love, loss, and rediscovery. She called it the Second Chances Gallery, a tribute to those who found hope in the face of despair. As time passed, Emily, Daniel, and Claire grew closer, forming a bond that only those who have faced life's most profound losses and discoveries could share. They traveled together, visiting places from their family's past, creating new memories that honored both their parents and their journey. They laughed often, cried occasionally, but most importantly, they learned to live fully. For Emily, the emptiness that once filled her life was replaced by a sense of peace and purpose. She realized that her father's final gift was not just in revealing a hidden past, but in giving her the chance to build a future filled with love and connection. And so, surrounded by friends, family, and the spirit of those who had come before them, Emily, Daniel, and Claire knew they had found something special, a family bound not just by blood, but by choice, by forgiveness, and by a shared commitment to living life to its fullest. They stood together in the gallery one last time, watching the sunset through the windows, knowing that they were exactly where they were meant to be. They understood that while their journey had been marked by secrets and loss, it had led them to a place of healing, hope, and endless possibility. And they were ready to embrace whatever came next, together. As time went on, Emily, Daniel, and Claire continued to grow closer, sharing their pasts and building new memories. But one day, while going through an old family trunk, Emily discovered a hidden diary belonging to Rose. The diary contained entries that painted a different picture, a revelation that James was not the only person who had kept secrets. The entries detailed a forbidden love affair between Rose and a man in the town, and hints of a child born before Daniel, another sibling they had never known about. The entries revealed the child had been given up at birth, kept secret due to societal pressures of the time. Emily and Daniel were stunned. They realized they might have another lost family member out there. Determined to uncover the truth, they began a new journey, filled with fresh hopes and fears, unsure of what they might find. They discovered clues leading to a small town far away, where records hinted at the adoption of a baby boy, born around the same time. After months of searching, they finally found him, a man named Mark, who had no idea about his biological roots. When Emily and Daniel met Mark, there was an uncanny resemblance that made them certain. As they introduced themselves, the recognition in Mark's eyes was immediate, as if he had always felt something was missing in his life. They shared everything they knew, and Mark listened, trying to comprehend the truth of a family he never knew existed. The realization hit him hard, yet he welcomed them into his life with open arms, sensing a connection he couldn't ignore. The three siblings embraced, tears of joy and disbelief flowing freely. They knew they had uncovered not just secrets, but also an opportunity to heal, to grow, and to create a new, expanded family. They decided to meet regularly, to learn from each other, and to celebrate the love that had somehow brought them all together. Through the pain of discovery and the unexpected twists, they found something beautiful, a chance to redefine their family, embracing the unknown and cherishing every moment they had gained. After reading their father's last letter, thinking all secrets have finally been uncovered, Emily receives a mysterious note during the gallery exhibit. The real story isn't over. Call 5550199. There is no information about who sent the note, and its tone feels like a warning. As the siblings exchange anxious glances, the audience is left wondering, who sent this note? Is there still an untold secret in James's past? This story is inspired by real-life events, filled with unanswered questions. Will Emily, Daniel, and Claire uncover the full truth? If you enjoyed this video, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel to make sure you don't miss the next chapter of this incredible journey. Stay tuned for more stories that will keep you thinking long after the video ends.
Willow Creek, Oregon is a small town nestled between towering evergreens and rolling mist. The type of place where everyone knows each other, where the days move slowly and the nights are shrouded in silence. It was here on a seemingly ordinary morning that a grim discovery sent shockwaves through the entire community. Laura Jennings, a beloved local school teacher, had gone missing 3 days earlier. Her car was found abandoned near the edge of Birchwood Forest, a place locals avoided after dark. The discovery was made by a hiker who reported the car's peculiar state. A single shoe was left on the passenger seat, the driver's door slightly ajar, and her phone still lying on the dashboard, buzzing with missed calls. The engine was cold, the headlights still faintly flickering. It was as if she had vanished into thin air. As the local police scrambled to begin their search, the news spread like wildfire through Willow Creek. Speculation ran rampant. Had she run away? Was there foul play? Had the forest claimed another victim? Detective Nathan Cross, a seasoned investigator who had recently moved from Portland, was assigned to the case. He was no stranger to mysterious disappearances, but something about this one felt different. The small town's insular nature, its hidden tensions and whispered secrets seemed to mask something far more sinister. Within hours, the police cordoned off the area and began a grid search of Birchwood Forest. Rumors swirled among the search parties. Some claimed the forest was cursed, that people who entered sometimes never came out. Others said they had seen Laura in the days leading up to her disappearance and that she looked different, distracted, frightened even. Detective Cross, standing at the forest's edge, gazed into the dark, looming pines. He felt a chill run down his spine. "This is no ordinary missing persons case," he murmured as the winds whispered through the branches. "This is just the beginning." As the search continued, Cross began speaking to Laura's friends, colleagues, and family. Her husband, Daniel Jennings, was distraught, his eyes red-rimmed from crying. He had reported her missing 2 days ago, but his story seemed rehearsed, his answers too perfect. Cross's instincts kicked in. Was Daniel hiding something, or was it just the grief talking? Cross decided to dig deeper. Laura had been well-liked, known for her warmth and kindness. She was an active member of the community, volunteering at the local shelter and organizing town events. But in the weeks leading up to her disappearance, things had changed. Friends mentioned she had been distant, her smiles less frequent, her eyes clouded with worry. Some hinted at arguments between Laura and Daniel, hushed voices late at night, and a rumor that Laura had confided in a friend about wanting to escape. The deeper Cross delved, the more tangled the web became. Daniel's alibi seemed airtight. He was with his business partner at a charity gala that evening, with plenty of witnesses to back his story. But why did he hesitate when asked about their marriage? And why was Laura's closest friend, Rebecca Carter, so reluctant to speak? Rebecca, a local florist, had been Laura's confidant for years. But when Cross approached her, she was evasive, nervous, her hands trembling as she arranged a bouquet. "I don't know anything, Detective," she muttered. She was fine." "Fine?" Cross pressed. She was fine, yet she told another friend she wanted to escape? From what, Rebecca? Rebecca's eyes flickered with a mix of fear and uncertainty, but she said nothing. Cross felt the tension in the air. "What aren't you telling me?" he asked softly, his voice almost a whisper. Just as she opened her mouth to answer, a loud crack echoed through the forest. A gunshot. Cross's blood ran cold. Something, or someone, was watching. The gunshot seemed to change everything. The forest, already an eerie backdrop, became even more menacing. Search efforts intensified as the realization dawned. Whoever was responsible might still be close by. But no one was found. The shot remained a mystery. Back in town, Cross began to uncover troubling information. Laura had been visiting a lawyer, making inquiries about divorce. It seemed Daniel was not the only one keeping secrets. Laura had been planning something big, something drastic. But why? Was she afraid for her life? Meanwhile, Cross received an anonymous letter, slipped under his office door late at night. The handwriting was shaky, almost frantic. "The forest knows. Follow the path to where the shadows end." What did it mean? Who sent it? Cross felt the pull of the forest, the sense that the key to this mystery lay deep within its dark, unyielding depths. As Detective Cross pondered the strange letter, he decided to take a calculated risk. He knew he needed to explore the path mentioned in the note. Gathering a small team, he set out into Birchwood Forest, tracing a route that led deeper into the thick, shadowed woodlands. The air was thick with tension. Every crack of a branch underfoot made his heart pound harder. The trees seemed to close in, their branches intertwining like fingers hiding secrets. After what felt like hours, the team stumbled upon a hidden clearing. There they found an old, dilapidated cabin, its windows boarded up and the front door slightly ajar. Cross's instincts screamed danger, but he knew they had to investigate. As they carefully pushed the door open, they saw remnants of a campfire and scattered papers. On the wall, a large, hastily painted message read, "Truth dies in darkness." Inside the cabin, they found something that would turn the investigation upside down. A set of photographs showing Laura with a man who wasn't Daniel. The man's face was blurred, as if deliberately scratched out, but Laura's expression was one of fear. Who was this man? What did he have to do with her disappearance? Back in Willow Creek, Cross began connecting the dots. He discovered that Laura had been seeing this mysterious man for months, secretly meeting him in places outside of town. More questions arose. Was this man a lover, a blackmailer, or something even more sinister? With the investigation now at a critical juncture, Cross turned his attention back to Rebecca Carter, Laura's closest friend. Rebecca had become increasingly nervous, and Cross suspected she knew more than she was letting on. Pushing harder this time, he confronted her again, armed with the new photos. "Who is he, Rebecca?" "You know, don't you?" Cross demanded. Rebecca's face went pale, and her hands shook as she glanced at the photographs. After a long silence, she finally broke down. "I didn't want to say anything because I was scared," she whispered, her voice trembling. "But yes, I know him. His name is Alex Hartman, and he was obsessed with Laura. But she wanted nothing to do with him. He wouldn't leave her alone. kept following her, threatening her. I think he's dangerous. Cross pressed further. Why didn't you tell us this before? Tears filled her eyes. I thought if I stayed quiet, he would go away. I didn't want to be involved, but now I fear it's too late. What did it mean? Who sent it? Cross felt the pull of the forest, the sense that the key to this mystery lay deep within its dark, unyielding depths. As Detective Cross pondered the strange letter, he decided to take a calculated risk. He knew he needed to explore the path mentioned in the note. Gathering a small team, he set out into Birchwood Forest, tracing a route that led deeper into the thick, shadowed woodlands. The air was thick with tension. Every crack of a branch underfoot made his heart pound harder. The trees seemed to close in, their branches intertwining like fingers hiding secrets. After what felt like hours, the team stumbled upon a hidden clearing. There they found an old, dilapidated cabin, its windows boarded up and the front door slightly ajar. Cross's instincts screamed danger, but he knew they had to investigate. As they carefully pushed the door open, they saw remnants of a campfire and scattered papers. On the wall, a large, hastily painted message read, "Truth dies in darkness." Inside the cabin, they found something that would turn the investigation upside down. A set of photographs showing Laura with a man who wasn't Daniel. The man's face was blurred, as if deliberately scratched out, but Laura's expression was one of fear. Who was this man? What did he have to do with her disappearance? Back in Willow Creek, Cross began connecting the dots. He discovered that Laura had been seeing this mysterious man for months, secretly meeting him in places outside of town. More questions arose. Was this man a lover, a blackmailer, or something even more sinister? With the investigation now at a critical juncture, Cross turned his attention back to Rebecca Carter, Laura's closest friend. Rebecca had become increasingly nervous, and Cross suspected she knew more than she was letting on. Pushing harder this time, he confronted her again, armed with the new photos. "Who is he, Rebecca?" "You know, don't you?" Cross demanded. Rebecca's face went pale, and her hands shook as she glanced at the photographs. After a long silence, she finally broke down. "I didn't want to say anything because I was scared," she whispered, her voice trembling. "But yes, I know him. His name is Alex Hartman, and he was obsessed with Laura. But she wanted nothing to do with him. He wouldn't leave her alone, kept following her, threatening her. I think he's dangerous." Cross pressed further. "Why didn't you tell us this before?" Tears filled her eyes. "I thought if I stayed quiet, he would go away. I didn't want to be involved, but now I fear it's too late." Now with a name to go on, Cross immediately ran a background check on Alex Hartman. What he discovered made his blood run cold. Alex had a history of stalking and violence, with multiple restraining orders filed against him in the past. It seemed he was obsessed with women who had spurned him, and Laura was his latest fixation. Detective Cross was overwhelmed with the intricate web of deceit and mystery that had surrounded Laura's disappearance. Yet he knew there were pieces of the puzzle he hadn't uncovered. Cross revisited the investigation files, focusing on Marlene Cooper and the cult known as the Enlightened Path. The rumors about dark rituals, manipulation, and control haunted his thoughts. The cult had dissolved a decade ago, but what if its influence lingered in shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike again? To uncover more, Cross turned to an unexpected source. Deborah Lane, a former cult member who had publicly denounced the group years ago. Deborah was now a reclusive writer known for her cryptic books on secret societies. Convincing Deborah to speak would not be easy, but Cross knew he had to try. When he finally tracked Deborah down to a secluded cabin on the outskirts of a forgotten town, he found a woman haunted by her past. Deborah hesitated, but eventually agreed to talk. "The Enlightened Path was never just a cult," she whispered. "It was a front for something much darker. Laura knew too much, and Marlene, she would do anything to protect her secrets." Cross pressed for more, but Deborah only gave him a cryptic clue. "Follow the money and look for the one who speaks in riddles." Intrigued and somewhat perplexed by Deborah's clue, Detective Cross began tracing the financial transactions that Marlene Cooper had made over the years. A peculiar pattern emerged. Several large payments to an anonymous entity known only as the Raven. The name was odd, enigmatic, and sent chills down Cross's spine. As he dug deeper into this alias, he discovered a series of mysterious online posts and blogs filled with riddles and cryptic messages, each alluding to hidden secrets within Willow Creek. Realizing he needed help, Cross reached out to Agent Kate Miller, a cybercrime specialist with a reputation for tracking elusive online personas. Miller was sharp, efficient, and had a knack for finding needles in digital haystacks. Within hours, she traced the IP address of the Raven's posts back to a rundown internet cafe in a forgotten corner of the city. Cross and Miller decided to visit the cafe together, suspecting it might lead to more clues. When they arrived, they found the cafe deserted, its windows boarded up, and a for sale sign hanging loosely from the door. Inside, the place was dark and musty, with graffiti-covered walls and broken furniture scattered about. In the back, they noticed a single laptop sitting on a rickety old table, the screen still faintly glowing. Cross felt a sense of unease, but knew they had to investigate. As they approached, the laptop screen flickered to life, displaying a message. "You're getting closer, detective. But are you ready to pay the price?" Cross's heart raced. Whoever the Raven was, they were watching him, perhaps even now. Miller quickly started analyzing the laptop, her fingers flying over the keyboard. "This is a trap," she muttered, "but we might be able to turn it to our advantage." As she worked, Cross took in the surroundings, his eyes scanning for anything that might give them a clue. He spotted a crumpled piece of paper under a chair, partially hidden. He picked it up and smoothed it out to reveal a hand-drawn map of Birchwood Forest with an X marked near Hollow Lake, the same location referenced in the mysterious cassette tape. It seemed like all roads were leading back to that place. "Looks like our friend wants us to go to Hollow Lake," Cross murmured, showing the map to Miller. "But why?" Miller frowned. "Could be a trap, or it could be exactly where they want us to go to find the next clue. Either way, we have to be prepared for anything." Determined to uncover the truth, Cross and Miller made plans to head to Hollow Lake the next morning. But as they were leaving the cafe, Cross's phone buzzed with a new message. He looked down to see an anonymous text. "Time is running out. The shadows are closing in." Component placement. Undeterred by the ominous message, Cross and Miller drove to Hollow Lake at dawn, their breaths visible in the cool morning air. The area was eerily quiet, the fog hanging low over the water like a shroud. They parked a distance away and approached the lake cautiously, their senses heightened to every sound. Hartman laughs bitterly. "You'll never know," he sneers, "because they control everything in this town. They see everything. They know everything. And they've been watching you, detective, since the moment you arrived." Cross feels a chill run down his spine. "Who are they, Alex? Tell us. Who's pulling the strings?" Hartman's expression flickers with a mix of fear and defiance. He opens his mouth to speak again, but suddenly there's another sound, a sharp crack from the woods behind him. His eyes widen in shock and he collapses forward, dropping his gun, a dart protruding from his neck. Cross and Miller dive for cover, adrenaline surging through their veins. Miller whispers, "Tranquilizer dart." Someone wants him alive. Cross nods, pulling his gun as he scans the tree line. "Stay low," he mutters. "We're not alone." They hear rustling in the bushes, and a shadowy figure emerges, dressed in tactical gear, face obscured by a mask. Cross takes aim, but the figure moves swiftly, disappearing back into the dense foliage. "They're professionals," he mutters. "Someone doesn't want us getting any closer to the truth." Hartman lies on the ground, unconscious but alive. Miller checks his pulse. "He's out cold, but he'll make it," she reports. "We need to get him back to town and figure out who's behind this." Cross agrees. "Let's go, but keep your eyes peeled. I have a feeling this is far from over." Back in Willow Creek, Cross and Miller bring Hartman to the station and have him placed under protective custody. They know they have to act fast. Whoever is behind this won't stop until Hartman is silenced for good. As they delve further into the investigation, Cross begins to suspect that the shadowy group controlling Willow Creek has ties to powerful people in the town. Marlene Cooper, Laura's secret sister, seems to be at the center of it all. But the deeper they dig, the murkier the waters become. They start to notice things: phones tapping, cars following them, strange figures lingering outside their homes. Cross begins to feel the paranoia creeping in. He knows they're being watched, and every move they make is being tracked. Meanwhile, Isabel's mother, Margaret Stanton, a powerful woman with deep ties to Willow Creek, becomes a person of interest. Cross overhears a suspicious phone call between her and another unknown party. "Don't let them hurt you, not like last time," Margaret warns. Cross decides to bring Margaret in for questioning. She arrives at the station with an air of confidence, but as soon as she sits down, her demeanor shifts. "I don't know what you're talking about," she says coldly, but Cross pushes her, showing her the photographs and the connection between Marlene and Laura. "You knew, didn't you?" he demands. "You knew what happened all those years ago, and you've been hiding it." Margaret's expression falters for a moment, but she regains her composure. "I've done what I needed to protect my family," she says quietly. "You don't understand the forces at play here, Detective. You have no idea what you're up against." But before Cross can press further, Margaret adds, almost whispering, "Isabel wasn't alone in those woods that day. There was another child, a boy, and he's still missing." Margaret's revelation sends shockwaves through Cross and Miller. They now have more questions than ever. Who was the missing boy and what happened to him? Was he connected to the same people controlling the town? Cross delves deeper into the case of the missing boy who was presumed dead but whose body was never found. As he digs into the town's archives, he finds an old newspaper clipping about a political scandal from decades ago involving a young boy who disappeared, the son of Richard Hayes, a powerful local businessman with deep roots in Willow Creek. Cross realizes that Hayes has enough influence to cover up whatever happened back then. The town begins to buzz with rumors. The residents start connecting the dots between the recent events and the long-forgotten scandal. Isabel finds herself increasingly isolated, caught in a web of suspicion and secrets. Meanwhile, Thomas Miller, the town's eccentric, starts receiving threatening messages warning him to stay silent or face the consequences. Cross knows time is running out. He tracks down Richard Hayes, hoping to confront him. But Hayes, a shrewd and calculating man, denies any knowledge of the missing boy. "I don't know what you're talking about, Detective," he sneers. "That was a long time ago, and some things are better left buried." Cross presses on, determined to uncover the truth, but the more he digs, the more he realizes that he's poking a hornet's nest. As Cross's suspicions grow, he discovers that Richard Hayes, the businessman, had been in contact with Margaret Stanton right before Laura's disappearance. Were they working together to hide something? Cross confronts Margaret again, this time with more evidence. She breaks down, admitting that she was threatened by powerful people to keep quiet about what happened in the forest all those years ago. She hands over a cryptic note she found slipped under her door the night before Laura's murder. "Stay silent, or else..." Cross pieces together that there are at least two forces at play, one trying to bring the truth to light and another doing everything to keep it hidden. He begins to suspect that a second murder may be planned, one that would tie up the remaining loose ends. Determined to get to the bottom of it, Cross decides to reenact the events of the past. He takes Isabel back to the woods, hoping to jog her memory of that fateful day. In the dense, dark woods, things begin to take a sinister turn. Strange noises echo through the trees, and shadows seem to dance between the trunks. Isabel becomes increasingly agitated, insisting that someone is watching them. Cross, too, feels the eyes on him, a sense of being hunted. They come across an old abandoned cabin deep in the forest. Inside, they find remnants of children's toys, a torn teddy bear, and faded newspaper clippings about the missing boy. It seems someone has been here recently, revisiting the past. Miller's voice trembles. "We're closer than ever, Nathan, but I don't like this. I feel like we're walking into a trap." Just as she finishes speaking, they hear a noise outside, a branch snapping. Then a low, growling voice mutters, "You shouldn't have come here." Cross pulls out his gun, turning to face the threat. But there's no one in sight. just the trees swaying in the wind and the shadows growing darker. They decide to leave, but as they step outside, Cross receives a call from the station. The news is grim. Their office has been broken into, and key evidence, including Bates's journal, is missing. Cross realizes that they are being watched and manipulated at every turn. Suddenly, a shot rings out from somewhere deep in the woods. They duck for cover, but Isabel is grazed by a bullet. Cross grabs her and pulls her behind a tree. "We need to move now," he shouts. They race through the forest, hearts pounding, knowing they've stepped into something far more dangerous than they could have imagined. Back in town, Cross decides to confront Richard Hayes directly. He barges into Hayes' office, demanding answers. Hayes, surprisingly calm, tells Cross that he's playing a dangerous game. "You're poking around in places you don't understand," he warns. "There are forces at work here that are far beyond you." Cross, undeterred, threatens to expose everything. But Hayes counters with a chilling offer. "You want the truth, detective? Fine, but it comes with a price. Meet me tonight and I'll tell you everything, but you better be ready for what you're about to learn." As Cross reads through the documents, he realizes he's stepped into a much larger game than he had imagined. The files detail a web of corruption that stretches far beyond Willow Creek, involving politicians, business moguls, and even law enforcement. He now understands that Laura's disappearance, the missing boy, and the dark secrets of the town are all connected by a network of people who would do anything to keep their secrets buried. Hayes watches Cross's reaction carefully. "You see, Detective," Hayes begins, his voice calm but edged with menace, "this is not just about a missing woman or a forgotten child. This is about power, who holds it, who loses it, and who is willing to kill for it." Cross, undeterred, stares him down. "You think you can scare me into silence, Richard? You think these files are enough to keep me quiet?" Hayes leans forward, his smile fading. "I don't need to scare you, Detective. You're already in too deep. You know too much now. The only choice you have left is to join us or end up like the rest." Cross knows he can't trust Hayes, but he also knows that these files are the key to blowing the whole conspiracy wide open. "I'm not joining you, and I'm not backing down," Cross declares. "I'm taking these files to the public, no matter the cost." Hayes' expression shifts to one of cold calculation. "Then you leave me no choice," he says, standing up. "But know this, Detective, there are people watching you who are far more dangerous than me." Part 19. The Turning Point. As Cross leaves the meeting, he immediately senses danger. His instincts tell him that Hayes won't let him get far. He decides to take a different route back to his office, carefully checking for tails or surveillance. But just as he reaches his car, he sees a shadowy figure lurking in the alley. Before he can react, the figure lunges at him, slashing his tires and darting away into the night. Cross realizes he is running out of time. He heads to a safe house where Miller is waiting. "They're on to us," he says, breathless. "We need to get these files out now." But as they prepare to make their next move, Cross's phone rings. It's a distorted voice on the other end. "Detective Cross, you've come too far. Stop now, or you and everyone you care about will pay the price." Miller looks at Cross, fear in her eyes. "What do we do, Nathan?" Cross takes a deep breath. "We go public. We expose them all." But before they can leave, there's a loud crash. The windows shatter as smoke fills the room. An explosion rocks the building, knocking them off their feet. As Cross scrambles to his feet, he realizes they've been targeted. "We're out of time," he yells. "We need to move now." Part 20. The Final Confrontation. Determined to bring everything to light, Cross decides to set a trap of his own. He organizes a fake press conference inviting all the key players, the town's elite, the business moguls, and even Richard Hayes. He knows it's risky, but he also knows it's the only way to force their hand. The day of the press conference arrives. The room is filled with reporters, cameras, and the people of Willow Creek, all buzzing with anticipation. Cross steps up to the podium, his face stern and resolved. "Today," he begins, "we are here to uncover the truth." He presents the files, the evidence of corruption, the confessions, and the connections between Laura's disappearance, the missing boy, and the powerful figures who have been manipulating the town for years. The room erupts into chaos as the crowd gasps and murmurs. But just as he finishes his presentation, a figure steps forward from the shadows, a man no one expected. It's Michael Crane, a high-ranking local businessman who had kept a low profile throughout the investigation. He pulls out a gun and aims it at Cross. "Enough!" Crane shouts. "You think you can destroy everything we've built here? You think you can just expose us and walk away?" Cross, prepared for this, calmly holds up his hands. "Michael, it's over. We have everything we need to bring you down." Crane's hand shakes, his face contorted with rage, but before he can pull the trigger, there's a gunshot from the back of the room. Crane collapses, shot in the shoulder. The shooter steps forward. It's Thomas Miller, the town's eccentric, now holding a smoking gun. "Not today," Thomas says, his voice steady. "Not anymore." The police swarm in, arresting Crane and the others implicated in the files. Cross watches as the network of corruption finally unravels before his eyes. He feels a weight lift from his shoulders. The truth, as twisted and dark as it was, has finally come to light. With the corrupt officials behind bars and the conspiracy exposed, Willow Creek begins to heal. The town is shaken, but there is a sense of relief that justice has been served. Cross stands at the edge of Birchwood Forest, looking out at the place where it all began. He knows that some scars will never fade, but at least now the shadows have been chased away by the light of truth. And as the winds rustle through the trees, he hears the faintest whisper, as if the forest itself is thanking him for setting things right.
Have you ever wondered what goes on behind closed doors? Secrets, lies, and the hidden truths that some people would do anything to keep buried. Well, today we're diving into one of the most shocking and twisted cases of betrayal and murder to ever hit the headlines, the story of Chris Watts.
County Communications, this is Stacey. Hi, Stacey. My name's Nicole, and I'm calling because I'm concerned about a friend of mine. She's 15 weeks pregnant, and she wasn't feeling well over the weekend, and I have called and texted. I've come to her house. She's not answering the door. She's not responding to text messages, phone calls. I've had other friends reach out to her. None of us can get her to respond to us, and her car is here.
What's her name?
Shanann Watts.
And her husband's name is?
His name is Chris Watts. I just want to know if she's okay.
The story starts off like any other picturesque American family. Chris and Shanann Watts were living what appeared to be the dream life. A beautiful home in Frederick, Colorado, 2 adorable daughters, Bella and Celeste, and another baby on the way. To everyone who knew them, the Watts family seemed to have it all: perfect smiles, perfect photos on social media, and a future filled with promise. But beneath the surface, behind the closed doors of their suburban home, things were far from perfect. As Shanann's belly grew with their third child, so too did the cracks in their marriage. The once happy couple now found themselves drifting apart, and Chris's behavior began to change in ways that no one could have anticipated. While Shanann traveled for work, Chris, the seemingly doting husband and father, was slipping into a dark, secret life, one that would soon have devastating consequences. By August of 2018, the facade was crumbling fast. Shanann had just returned home from a work trip when she and her 2 daughters, Bella and Celeste, suddenly disappeared. At first, Chris played the part of the worried husband and father, pleading on local news channels for his family's safe return. But the truth was much darker. You see, Chris had been having an affair with a co-worker, a woman named Nicole Kessinger. What Shanann didn't know, and what Chris was desperate to keep hidden, was that he had been living a double life, one filled with lies, deceit, and a growing obsession with his new lover.
She came home from the airport, 2 a.m., and I left around 5:15. She was still here. And like about 12:10 in that afternoon, her friend Nicole showed up at the door. Like, I had texted Shanann a few times that day, called her, say, but she never got back to me, but she wasn't getting back to any of her people as well.
But it wasn't just the affair that was the problem. Chris wanted out of his marriage, out of his responsibilities as a father, and he was willing to do the unthinkable to get there. The investigation into Shanann and her daughter's disappearance quickly intensified. Friends, family, and neighbors were desperate for answers. Why would a pregnant mother and her 2 little girls suddenly vanish without a trace? Police began to dig deeper into Chris's story, and the more they dug, the more suspicious they became. His calm demeanor and lack of emotion set off alarm bells. The timeline didn't add up. His story didn't add up. Then came the breaking point. When confronted with the mounting evidence against him, his cell phone records, his strange behavior, and the fact that he had failed a lie detector test, Chris's cool exterior finally cracked. And what he confessed was beyond anyone's darkest imaginations. Chris Watts didn't just snap. This wasn't a crime of passion in the heat of the moment. No, he strangled Shanann in their own bed while their daughters slept just down the hall. Then he drove their lifeless bodies, along with his 2 terrified daughters, to an oil field where he worked. What came next is something that will haunt anyone who hears it. Bella and Celeste watched as their father wrapped their mother's body in a sheet and stuffed her into a shallow grave. Then he turned on his own children. First, Celeste, his youngest, and when Bella, his eldest daughter, watched in horror and pleaded for her life, "Daddy, no," were her last words before he ended her life too. Chris dumped their bodies in oil tanks, disposing of his daughters like they were nothing more than garbage. His actions were calculated, emotionless, and utterly monstrous. And what for? To be with another woman? To avoid the responsibilities of fatherhood? The motives behind Chris's actions still leave many shaking their heads in disbelief. But one thing became clear: Chris Watts was no longer the mild-mannered, soft-spoken husband and father that his neighbors thought he was. He was a killer, hiding behind a mask of normalcy. As the trial approached, the gruesome details of Chris's crime came to light. The prosecution painted a chilling portrait of a man willing to sacrifice his own flesh and blood to escape a life he no longer wanted. They presented damning evidence: the GPS data from Chris's truck, the surveillance footage of him leaving the house in the early hours of the morning, and the texts between him and Nickel, showing just how far gone he was. But in a shocking twist, Chris pled guilty to the murders, avoiding a lengthy trial. And while his guilty plea spared him from the death penalty, it did nothing to spare the agony of Shanann's family, who were left to pick up the pieces after the brutal loss of their daughter, their grandchildren, and their unborn grandson. Chris Watts is now serving 5 life sentences without the possibility of parole, a fitting punishment for a man who tore apart not just one family, but an entire community. But the question that lingers for many is, how could this happen? How could a seemingly normal man commit such horrific acts? Was it his affair, his desire for a new life, or was there something darker lurking beneath the surface all along? One thing is for certain: the Watts family tragedy serves as a grim reminder that not everything is as it seems. Behind the smiles, behind the closed doors, secrets can fester, and sometimes those secrets can kill. The aftermath of the murders left a gaping wound in the town of Frederick, Colorado. Shanann's family, the Razucheks, were devastated. Not only had they lost their daughter, but their granddaughters and unborn grandson as well. The community mourned the loss of the Watts family, but the pain ran deeper for those closest to them. The question of why haunted them, as they struggled to come to terms with the unimaginable. Chris Watts' behavior during the investigation became a focal point of the case. The surveillance footage from his neighbor's home revealed Chris backing his truck into the garage early in the morning and loading what appeared to be large objects. This was the moment he was preparing to dispose of his wife and daughters, and this footage was critical in unraveling his web of lies. As more details emerged, it became clear just how far Chris had fallen. His affair with Nickel Kessinger, which he had tried to keep hidden, was at the heart of his motivation. Nickel, who initially cooperated with investigators, claimed she had no idea Chris was still married. She believed he was in the process of separating from Shanann and was unaware of the depth of his deception until after the murders. Text messages between Chris and Nickel painted a different picture: a man desperate to start a new life, free from the responsibilities of family. But the most disturbing revelations came from Chris himself, during his final confession. In a chilling interview from prison, Chris admitted to everything. He described how he killed Shanann after an argument about their future. He claimed that Shanann confronted him about the affair, and in a fit of rage, he strangled her. But what came next was even more disturbing. Chris admitted that he did not spare his daughters in the aftermath of Shanann's death. Instead, he made the horrifying decision to take their lives as well. Chris's confession was gut-wrenching, not only for the details of the crime but for the coldness with which he recounted it. He showed little emotion as he described how he smothered his daughters, how Bella had fought back, and how Celeste had been too young to understand what was happening. The horror of those final moments was incomprehensible, and it left many wondering how a father could do such a thing to his own children. The case quickly became a media spectacle, with news outlets from around the world covering every detail. True crime enthusiasts analyzed every aspect of the case, from Chris's psychology to the timeline of events leading up to the murders. Documentaries were made, podcasts dissected the evidence, and social media buzzed with theories about what really drove Chris to commit such heinous acts. But as much as the public was fascinated by the case, for those involved, it was a nightmare they couldn't escape. Nicole Kessinger, though not implicated in the murders, was vilified by the public. Many saw her as the catalyst for Chris's actions. Despite her claims of ignorance about his marriage, she eventually went into hiding, changing her name and attempting to disappear from public life, but the stigma of her connection to the case followed her. For Shanann's family, the Erzusiks, the pain was unbearable. They had lost everything: their daughter, their grandchildren, and their future with them. At the sentencing hearing, Shanann's father, Frank Erzuk, gave an emotional statement, addressing Chris directly. "You heartlessly took away my whole family," he said. "I trusted you to take care of them, not kill them. And they trusted you. The only thing that matters to me now is justice for them." Shanann's brother, Frankie, also spoke, expressing his disbelief and anger at what Chris had done. He described how Chris had not only betrayed their family but had destroyed lives in the most brutal way possible. The Erzusiks called for Chris to receive the maximum sentence, and the judge granted their wish. Chris Watts will never see the outside of a prison again. He is currently serving 5 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole, a fate that many believe is not punishment enough for the horror he inflicted on his family. In his quiet, solitary cell, Chris is left to reflect on the choices he made, the lies, the betrayal, and the unimaginable cruelty of his actions. Even now, years later, the Chris Watts case remains a chilling reminder of how far a person can fall. The man who once seemed like the perfect husband and father turned out to be hiding a darkness that no one could have anticipated. And for those left behind, the scars of that fateful night will never fully heal. Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and baby Nico were taken too soon, victims of a man who put his own selfish desires above the lives of his family. Their memory, however, lives on in the hearts of those who loved them, and their tragic story serves as a stark warning of the dangers of unchecked lies, secrets, and betrayal. As the months turned into years, the Watts family murders evolved from a chilling news story into a permanent scar on the fabric of American true crime history. Chris Watts, once the image of a loving father and husband, became infamous as the man who annihilated his entire family, leaving behind a nation grappling with how such evil could emerge from someone who appeared so ordinary. Shanann Watts, a vibrant woman full of life, became the heart-wrenching symbol of trust betrayed in the worst possible way. She had shared so much of her life on social media: pictures of happy moments, posts about love, her pregnancy with their son, and the life she was building with Chris and their 2 daughters, Bella and Celeste. But none of those photos, none of the happy captions, could have foretold the horrific end that awaited her and her children. What haunted people the most wasn't just the brutality of the murders, but the fact that Chris Watts had been living a double life. It wasn't just the affair with Nicole Kessinger, though that alone was damning. It was the way he had coldly and methodically planned the destruction of his family. While outwardly playing the role of the loving father, Chris had been quietly crafting an escape from his responsibilities. The Watts home, which should have been a place of safety and love, had become a breeding ground for deceit, lies, and ultimately murder. Chris's affair with Nicole Kessinger wasn't a casual fling, it was the catalyst for the murders. From the outside, Chris appeared like any other family man, but behind closed doors, he was preparing to abandon his life with Shanann and their children, chasing a fantasy future with Nicole. This wasn't just about infidelity, it was about power and control. In Chris's mind, killing his family was the only way to escape the life he no longer wanted. The investigation into Chris's actions revealed a man who was far more calculating than anyone had imagined. As authorities delved deeper into his behavior in the days leading up to the murders, a terrifying picture began to emerge. He had been searching online for information about divorce settlements and child custody, suggesting that he had, at one point, considered a more legal route to ending his marriage. But something changed. At some point, Chris made the horrifying decision that divorce wasn't enough. He wanted his wife and children gone, permanently. In the weeks before the murders, Shanann had begun to suspect that something was wrong. Text messages between Shanann and her friends revealed her growing unease about Chris's distant behavior. He had become cold, detached, and uninterested in their marriage. She confided in her friends that she feared Chris no longer loved her, that something had shifted between them. Little did she know just how deep those changes ran, or how dangerous Chris had become. On August 13, 2018, the world changed for Shanann Watts and her 2 daughters. After returning from a work trip, Shanann likely had no idea that her husband was already planning her death. Chris's actions that night were not a crime of passion. They were cold, calculated, and premeditated. And he killed Shanann in their bedroom, smothering her in their bed while she was likely unaware of the monstrous thoughts running through his mind. What makes this story even more tragic, if that's even possible, is what came next. After killing Shanann, Chris went to his daughters' rooms. Bella and Celeste, just 4 and 3 years old, were still alive, unaware that their mother was dead and that they were about to suffer the same fate. Chris loaded his wife's body into his truck, then placed his 2 daughters in the back seat with her lifeless body. It's a detail so horrifying, it's difficult to even imagine. As Chris drove to a remote oil field where he worked, Bella and Celeste must have been confused, maybe even frightened. But Chris showed no mercy. Once they arrived at the oil site, Chris did the unthinkable. He smothered both of his daughters, one after the other, before disposing of their tiny bodies in separate oil tanks. The level of cruelty Chris displayed that day defies understanding. How could a father, someone meant to protect and love his children, commit such an atrocity? And how could he do it with such calm and calculated precision? For investigators and the public alike, it was a question that had no clear answer. As Chris Watts's lies began to unravel, it became clear that he had never intended to get away with the perfect crime. His stories were inconsistent, and his behavior grew more erratic. From the moment he reported Shanann and the girls missing, something about his demeanor didn't sit right with those closest to him. He was too calm, too composed, and when police brought him in for questioning, it didn't take long for his carefully constructed facade to crack. At first, Chris claimed that he had no idea where Shanann and the girls were, suggesting that maybe she had taken the kids and left in the middle of the night. But when the surveillance footage from a neighbor's camera showed Chris loading something into his truck in the early hours of the morning, the walls began to close in on him. Investigators pressed harder, and Chris eventually broke. In a desperate attempt to save himself, he concocted a story that Shanann had killed the girls, and that he, in a fit of rage, had killed her in retaliation. It was a story so absurd that even the investigators could hardly believe he was trying to pass it off as the truth. But it didn't matter. Chris had already sealed his fate. The forensic evidence, combined with Chris's confession, painted a picture of a man who had meticulously planned the deaths of his family, all for the sake of starting a new life with his mistress. But what about Nicole Kessinger, the woman Chris had risked everything for? Her involvement in the case became a subject of endless debate. While she maintained that she knew nothing of Chris's plans and only found out about the murders after they had happened, some people weren't convinced. Could she really have been that oblivious? Or had she turned a blind eye to the warning signs? Public opinion was harsh. Nicole's life was forever changed by her association with Chris Watts. She went into hiding, changed her name, and tried to disappear from the public eye. But the shadow of the Watts case followed her wherever she went, a reminder that sometimes being close to a monster can ruin more than just one life. For the families of Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and baby Nico, the loss was immeasurable. The Razusek family, Shanann's parents, dedicated themselves to preserving her memory and raising awareness about domestic violence. They were thrust into a nightmare they couldn't wake from, forced to relive the horror of their daughter and grandchildren's deaths every time Chris's name came up in the media. And what of Chris Watts? His trial was brief, as he eventually pleaded guilty to all charges to avoid the death penalty. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, a fate that many believed was too lenient for the horrors he committed. Now, Chris spends his days in a maximum security prison, far from the life he once lived. He is haunted by the memory of what he did, forever branded as one of the most cold-blooded killers in modern American history. As Chris Watts languished in prison, the world outside continued to grapple with the aftermath of his actions. The Watts family murders had become a symbol of the hidden dangers that could lurk within any home, within any seemingly perfect family. Chris, now a man stripped of everything: his freedom, his family, and even his humanity, was left with only the haunting memories of what he had done. Behind bars, Chris attempted to navigate a new reality where his infamy preceded him. Other inmates viewed him with a mix of disdain and fascination. To them, he wasn't just another convict, he was the man who killed his own children, a crime so heinous that even hardened criminals found it difficult to comprehend. Isolated in his cell, Chris had nothing but time to reflect on the choices he had made, the lives he had destroyed, and the fact that he would never again walk free. Meanwhile, outside the prison walls, the world moved on, but not without leaving scars. The story of Chris Watts was still fresh in the minds of the public. True crime enthusiasts continued to pore over every detail of the case, trying to piece together the why behind such unimaginable evil. Documentaries were made, podcasts dissected the timeline, and discussions about domestic violence and mental health gained new urgency. For Shanann Watts's family, the pain of losing their daughter and grandchildren never dulled. Each day was a battle against the overwhelming grief that consumed them. Shanann's parents, Frank and Sandra Zukic, became vocal advocates for victims of domestic abuse, using their platform to educate others about the warning signs of a controlling and abusive partner, something Shanann had likely begun to recognize too late. The legacy of Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and baby Nico became one of both tragedy and resilience. Shanann's social media presence, which once documented the joy and love she had for her family, became a heartbreaking archive of a life cut too short. But for her parents, those posts served as a reminder of who Shanann really was: a loving mother, a devoted wife, and someone who was full of hope for the future. They worked tirelessly to ensure that their daughter's memory wasn't overshadowed by the horror of her death. The Watts case, however, wasn't just about one family's tragedy. It opened up a broader conversation about the masks people wear and the hidden lives they lead. Chris Watts wasn't the only man hiding a dark secret behind the facade of a perfect life. His actions forced many to confront the uncomfortable reality that even the people closest to us can harbor dangerous secrets. Criminologists, psychologists, and legal experts examined the case from every angle. What led Chris Watts to commit such an unthinkable act? Was it a combination of factors: financial stress, the pressure of his affair, and the impending arrival of a third child? Or was it something deeper, something that had been festering inside him long before he ever met Nicole Kessinger? Many pointed to Chris's need for control as a key factor. He couldn't control his marriage, his finances, or his life, so he sought control in the most extreme way possible by eliminating the very people he was supposed to protect. Nicole Kessinger's role in the case continued to be a point of contention. While there was no evidence to suggest she had any involvement in the murders, public opinion wasn't so forgiving. To many, she was the woman who had unknowingly, or perhaps knowingly, triggered the chain of events that led to the deaths of Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and Nico. Her name became synonymous with scandal and infamy, and despite her efforts to escape the spotlight, she would never fully rid herself of her connection to Chris Watts. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of the case was the fact that Chris showed no outward signs of violence or instability before the murders. He wasn't someone who had a history of abusive behavior or a criminal record. He was, by all appearances, an average man living an average life. And that's what made his crimes all the more terrifying: the idea that anyone, no matter how ordinary they seemed, could be capable of such profound evil. As the years passed, Chris Watts's story faded from the headlines, replaced by new scandals, new tragedies, and new crimes. But for the families involved, the pain remained as fresh as ever. Shanann's family, while grateful for the justice that had been served, knew that no prison sentence could ever bring back their loved ones. The hole left in their lives by Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and Nico could never be filled. For Chris, life behind bars was a far cry from the future he had envisioned with Nicole Kessinger. In the end, his desperate bid for control had left him with nothing. He had traded his family, his freedom, and his very soul for a fleeting fantasy of a new life, only to find himself trapped in a nightmare of his own making. The Chris Watts case serves as a stark reminder that evil doesn't always present itself in the ways we expect. Sometimes it hides behind the most unsuspecting faces, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. And when it does, the devastation it leaves in its wake can be unimaginable. In the end, Chris Watts became the embodiment of betrayal, cruelty, and deception, a man who will be remembered not for the life he lived, but for the lives he took. His story will forever be a cautionary tale about the dangers that can lurk behind the mask of a seemingly perfect life. And for those left behind, the memory of Shanann, Bella, Celeste, and Nico will continue to serve as a reminder of the fragility of life and the devastating consequences of unchecked evil.
It was a rainy night in Michigan, and in that small town lined with old oak trees that seemed to bend over the houses as if whispering secrets, the body of Lucy Price was found lying in her own kitchen, a drizzle of blood leading from the front door down to where she lay, cold on the tile floor. But that wasn't all. This was a murder that had everyone from the local news to the state police talking. It wasn't because Lucy was dead, but rather because no one could figure out who had done it or why. Lucy Price was a 32-year-old schoolteacher who had gained respect from everyone because of her outstanding personal kindness, warmth, and smile that could lighten up even the gloomiest of rooms. She had what should have been a perfect life. Married to Jerry Wilder, a local respected contractor, they lived in a nice home, had friends, and a reputation for throwing the best barbecues on the block. But behind the curtains of this idyllic life, things were far from perfect. The police initially suspected Jerry, as many times they do, the spouse. Jerry had been away that night, or so he said, visiting a client in another town. His alibi seemed really solid. Multiple people had seen him at the client's home. But as the detectives dug deeper, they found cracks in Jerry's story. Whispers came up about the marriage between Jerry and Lucy not being as happy as it seemed. The neighbors reported screams in the middle of the night and seeing Jerry coming out of the house, fuming many times. And then there was this mysterious woman who was seen leaving their house just a week before the murder, her face hidden under a hood, quickly getting into a car and speeding away. Who was she? Enter Richard Page, Jerry's business partner and closest friend. Richard had been seen at their home often, sometimes with Jerry, sometimes alone. Lucy's friends had remarked on how she was ill at ease around him, that her laughter when he was near was forced, her manner stiff. The night that Lucy was murdered, Richard was seen at a bar just down the road from her house, drinking alone, looking agitated. When the police questioned him, he was defensive and nervous, his hands trembling as he spoke of the deceased. "I was there, yes, but I had nothing to do with it," he swore. "Lucy was my friend. Jerry is my friend. I couldn't." But the longer the detectives questioned him, the more they could sense that Richard knew things he shouldn't. He mentioned a fight between Lucy and Jerry that nobody else seemed to know from, a fight that had presumably happened the day before she died. Something didn't quite add up for Richard's story, and he didn't really have a decent alibi for the time of the murder. There was Maria Anderson, too, who was Lucy's best friend. Maria was devastated by Lucy's death, but there was something strange about her grief. She seemed almost relieved. It emerged that Maria had been going through a tough divorce, leaning heavily on Lucy for support. But Lucy, it seemed, was not just a friend to Maria, she was also a confidant to Maria's soon-to-be ex-husband, Andrew Carlos. And Andrew had been seen leaving Lucy's house more than once, many times late at night when Jerry would be out of town. Andrew Carlos, by contrast, was a slick, cutting-edge, driven attorney known for his affable yet cutthroat courtroom style. Questioned by police, he allowed that he had been seeing Lucy, but merely as a friend. "We were just talking," he said, "helping each other through difficult moments." There were whispers, though, and rumors that threw a different light on the story. Some said they were having an affair. Andrew had been in love with Lucy for months, maybe even longer. And then there was the fact that Andrew's divorce from Maria had turned ugly. Very ugly. Had Lucy become a pawn in their battle? Or had Andrew made a decision not to let her go? But the plot thickened when the detectives came upon a secret email account which she had been using. Deep in her computer files, it was full of emails, some sent, others unsent, to whom it was directed. The name on the emails, Susan Michael. Nobody knew a Susan Michael in or around town. The emails were passionate, desperate, some filled with love, others filled with anger and frustration. They spoke of secrets, of betrayals, of a plan to leave Jerry, to start over, to run away with her. Was Susan Michael the woman who had been seen leaving Lucy's house a week before the murder? And who was she to Lucy? The emails suggested they were more than friends, much more. Was Susan in love with Lucy? Did Jerry find out? Did Richard? Or maybe Andrew? The detectives were baffled. Every turn in the investigation brought a new twist, a new suspect, a new motive. Theories were abundant. Each person had their own idea of what was occurring. Some stated Jerry knew of Lucy's affair with Susan and murdered her because he was so infuriated. Then there were those who did not like Richard, claiming he was jealous because he was in love with Lucy himself and just snapped when he realized she would never be his. Then, of course, were those who felt that Andrew was the brains behind the whole thing and that he had manipulated them all, pulling the strings from behind the scenes. But one did seem to know more than she was letting on. Anna Jackson was Lucy's neighbor, and she had always kept to herself, a quiet woman with a sad smile. But in the days since the murder, neighbors had seen her pacing in her yard, talking to herself, looking anxious. When police finally approached her, she seemed reluctant to talk. "I don't want to get involved," she said initially, but when they pressed her, she finally broke down. "I saw something that night," she whispered, her voice shaking. "I saw a man leaving Lucy's house, but it wasn't Jerry or Richard or Andrew. It was someone else, someone I didn't recognize." So, this mystery man, who was he? Why was he in Lucy's house that night? The detectives had become even more baffled now than before. The further they dug, the blacker the secrets they got. And as they pieced clues together, they began to realize that Lucy's death was only the tip of an iceberg. There was something far more sinister lurking beneath the surface, something that threatened to tear the very fabric of the whole town asunder. The investigation continued, each day revealing new revelations, new suspects, new questions. And the deeper the detectives went into the lives of those closest to Lucy, they began to wonder if this was truly a crime of passion, or something so much more calculated. Could it be that the death of Lucy was part of some big, greater conspiracy, one reaching far beyond the small town of Willow Creek? Only time would tell. The investigation was heating up. New evidence coming to light and old secrets unraveling made the detectives feel the heat rise. Anna Jackson's mysterious statement of having seen a mystery man leave Lucy's house on the night of the murder was like a bombshell. The snag was, she couldn't describe him. All that she could remember was the dark silhouette of a man in hasty strides, leaving through the back gate under the cover of darkness. The detectives wanted to reenact Anna's movements that night, hoping something, any little thing, might have been missed on the first search. They combed over Lucy's property, inch by inch, making sure everything was searched. And then in the bushes beside the back gate, they found something, a torn piece of fabric. It was small but distinctive, part of a man's coat, dark blue with a strange silver lining. Could this have belonged to Anna's mystery man? They immediately sent the fabric to the forensics lab for analysis. Meanwhile, they decided to bring Anna back in for further questioning. This time she seemed more composed, much more willing to cooperate. She told the detectives that she had often heard voices from Lucy's house at odd hours, arguments and raised voices, but also whispers, like secrets being shared in the dead of night. And one name was to keep cropping up in those heated exchanges: Susan. Detectives wondered once more. Who was Susan Michael? They started delving deeper into Lucy's emails, her phone records, her social media, and then they found her, a woman living in a small town only over an hour away. Susan Michael wasn't a stranger. She was Lucy's childhood friend, someone she had reconnected with just a few months ago. But why had their friendship become so secretive? Why had Lucy hidden this relationship from everyone, even Jerry? They decided to pay Susan a visit. Her modest home upon arrival saw her act in a fidgety manner, almost panicked. Her hands gave away the manner of shaking as she invited them inside. "I knew you would come," she almost whispered. "I've been waiting, praying this day would never arrive." Susan began to weave a story that just added another layer of complication onto the case. She admitted to having been more than just friends with Lucy. They were lovers, having rekindled an old flame that appeared never to burn out. Lucy was unhappy in her marriage, torn between the life she had and lived and the life that she wanted. Susan was her escape, her secret, her refuge from the growing pressure of a failing marriage to Jerry. Yet Susan insisted that she hadn't seen Lucy that night either. As a matter of fact, she was out of state visiting relatives. At least for now, her alibi checked out. But something in the way she acted, by almost being too ready to tell all, made the detectives a little nervous. Was she hiding something? Meanwhile, in Willow Creek, the rumors marched on unabated. Every day was a new story, a new suspect whispered over the steaming cups and foamy mugs. Richard Page, Jerry's business partner, was overheard having an argument with Jerry, just days before Lucy's death. Then there was Andrew Carlos, Maria's ex, who had been seen near Lucy's house on the day of her death. The list of suspects was getting longer with each passing day. Then the forensic report came in on the fabric at Lucy's house. It was a piece of material from a custom-made coat, but more importantly, it belonged to a very specific line sold only by an upscale boutique downtown. Only a few dozen of those coats had been sold in the area, and among those customers on that list was none other than Richard Page himself. Confronted with this new evidence, Richard's demeanor changed. He turned defensive, agitated. "Yes, it's mine," he admitted, "but I lost that coat months ago. Someone must have stolen it." His story was not quite sure on its feet, and the detectives felt his panic rising. Was Richard simply lying, or was he telling the truth in that someone had, in fact, stolen the coat? Then there was the final twist. As they continued putting together the pieces on Lucy's life, they found a set of bank transfers, large sums of money, just days before she died. Those transfers were to an offshore account, and you're going to guess who had access to that account: Jerry Wilder. But Jerry swore he knew nothing about it. "I don't have any offshore accounts," he insisted, actually sounding bewildered. His finances seemed above board, straightforward enough. So why was Lucy moving money around in secret? Was she planning to run away with Susan? Or trying to pay someone off? The more they dug, the more the detectives knew there must be more than just a love triangle. There must be something more dangerous lurking below the apparent surface. They began to wonder if it had all been over love and betrayal, or about something far darker. It came out of the blue. A local informant connected with the underworld got in touch with the detectives, purporting to have information about Lucy. The informant claimed she had contacted a man known to do dirty work, or a fixer who made problems disappear. He didn't have a name, just a nickname: the Ghost. As it would seem, the Ghost was a phantom-like figure linked to a number of unsolved area crimes, a man who didn't leave any trace. The detectives knew immediately that this was a professional they were dealing with. If the Ghost was involved, this was no ordinary crime of passion. But why would Lucy, a school teacher, have any dealings with such a person? Was she being blackmailed or threatened, or was this an escape from something much worse? It was as if the answers always lay just a little beyond their grasp, hanging in the shadows, tauntingly out of reach of the detectives. Tensions boiled over in Willow Creek. The townspeople, once united in their grief, accused, whispered, and pointed fingers at each other. Friends turned into enemies, and trust was in short supply. As the detectives dug deeper, they began to realize that Lucy's death might have been only the beginning. There was a layer built upon layer of secrets, and each one they uncovered merely took them deeper down some dark, twisting path. Was Jerry a truly bereaving husband, really as innocent as he had made himself out to be? Was Richard's coat story true, or was he concealing something far more sinister? And Andrew Carlos. Was he just another jilted lover, or did he have a much darker motive? And then, of course, there was Susan. Was she truly just a lover, or did she play a more complicated role in Lucy's demise? But one thing was quite certain. Time was of the essence, and they had to find out what was going on before more blood was spilt, before the town went into a coma of fear and paranoia. As the detectives prepared themselves for the next round of questionings, they couldn't rid themselves of the nagging feeling that out there someone was watching, waiting, gunning for the next kill. The detectives sensed that they were on the edge of uncovering something big, something that could explain all the strange connections, the hidden affairs, the money transfers, and the mystery of the Ghost. But every new piece of evidence seemed to raise more questions than it answered. They needed a breakthrough, and they needed it fast. They decided to turn their attention back to Jerry Wilder. His reaction to the offshore accounts had been genuine, perhaps too genuine. They began to wonder if Jerry might have been a pawn in a larger game, unaware of the true dangers surrounding him. They decided to put a tail on him, discreetly monitoring his movements. And it paid off. Late one evening, they saw Jerry slipping out of his house, looking over his shoulder nervously. He drove to a remote part of town where he entered an old, abandoned warehouse. The detectives waited for a moment before following him inside. The place was dark, the air thick with dust and the scent of mildew. Inside, they found Jerry talking to a tall, shadowy figure, a man whose face was obscured by a hood. They strained to hear the conversation, catching snippets about payment, the deal, and keeping quiet. The detectives moved closer, their hands hovering near their holsters. They heard Jerry say, "You promised me this would end. I can't keep living like this." The hooded figure replied, "It's not over until I say it's over." At that moment, Jerry noticed the detectives and panicked. He shouted, "Run!" and bolted for the exit. The hooded man turned to follow, but one of the detectives fired a warning shot into the air. "Stop! Police!" The hooded figure hesitated for a split second, then turned and sprinted toward a side door. The detectives chased after him, but he vanished into the darkness outside as if swallowed by the night itself. Jerry, cornered and terrified, fell to his knees. "I didn't kill her," he cried. "I swear I didn't kill her." His voice was frantic, filled with fear. They handcuffed him, but something in his eyes told them he was more afraid of the man who had just escaped than of anything they might do to him. Back at the station, Jerry started to talk. He explained that he had met the hooded man a few weeks before Lucy's death. Lucy had been receiving threats, anonymous letters left in their mailbox, strange phone calls late at night. She became paranoid, convinced that someone was watching her every move. Jerry admitted he was afraid for her and afraid of what she might do. Then one day she told him she was going to meet with someone who could help make it all go away. Someone called the Ghost. Jerry had no idea who the ghost was, but Lucy was desperate. She told him she was going to handle it to make everything right. Then just a few days later, she was dead. Jerry had been trying to track down the ghost ever since, but he was always one step behind. And now he realized he was in over his head. The detectives began to see a clearer picture. Lucy had been trapped, caught between her failing marriage, her secret affair, and a growing sense of paranoia that had pushed her into the arms of someone dangerous, someone who promised to fix her problems but instead had become her biggest nightmare. The next step was to identify the ghost. They started digging into every shady character who had crossed paths with Lucy in the past few months. They tracked down her movements, her phone calls, every single person she had interacted with. And then a name surfaced. Steve Moses. Steve was a private investigator with a dubious reputation. Known for his ability to find people who didn't want to be found, he had a history of working on the edges of the law. He had no official record, no known address, but there were whispers about him in certain circles. Whispers that he was the man you called when you needed something done quietly or when you wanted to disappear. They knew they needed to find Steve. If he was the ghost, he might be the key to unraveling everything. But Steve was a ghost in more ways than one. He had no fixed location, no phone number that wasn't a burner. Finding him would be like chasing a shadow. Then came a break. A small-time informant reached out, claiming he had seen Steve near an old safe house on the outskirts of town. The detectives moved quickly, hoping to catch him off guard. As they approached the building, they could feel the tension mounting. The windows were boarded up, the paint peeling off the walls. It looked like the kind of place where secrets went to die. Inside, they found signs of recent activity, a half-eaten sandwich, a map spread out over a table, and a notebook filled with cryptic notes. But no Steve. As they searched the place, they heard a sound, a faint creak from above like footsteps on the floorboards. They moved cautiously, guns drawn, and then, without warning, a figure leaped from the shadows. A struggle ensued, and the figure, Steve Moses, made a desperate attempt to escape. They managed to tackle him to the ground, handcuffing him before he could reach the door. Back at the station, Steve was defiant. "I don't know what you think I did, but I didn't kill her," he sneered. "I was just hired to keep an eye on things. That's all." "Hired by whom?" one detective demanded. Steve's expression flickered with uncertainty. "I can't tell you that. They'll kill me." The detectives leaned in. "Who? Who will kill you?" Steve hesitated, then muttered, "I don't know their real names." "I never do." But this time was different. The woman who hired me, she was scared. I don't think she meant for any of this to happen. "Who was she, Steve?" He looked up, his eyes filled with fear. "Her name was Maria Anderson." The room went cold. Maria Anderson, Lucy's best friend and confidant, the woman who had seemed so devastated by her friend's death, who had been at every vigil, every interview, every tear-filled plea for justice. Could it be true? The detectives knew they needed to bring Maria in, but they had to play it smart. They decided to approach her carefully, watching her for a few days to see if she did anything suspicious. And it didn't take long. One night, she left her house and drove out to the very same warehouse where Jerry had met the hooded man. They watched as she nervously looked around as if expecting someone. After a few minutes, a figure emerged from the shadows. Richard Page. The two talked in hushed tones, their faces tense. The detectives moved in closer, catching snippets of their conversation. "You said this would be over by now," Maria was saying. "I can't take this anymore." "Calm down," Richard replied. "It's almost done. Just keep quiet and we'll both walk away clean." The detectives had heard enough. They moved in, surprising Maria and Richard, who tried to flee but were quickly apprehended. Back at the station, they began to unravel a conspiracy that was even deeper than they had imagined. Maria and Richard had been in on it together. They had orchestrated the whole thing, manipulating Jerry, using Lucy's desperation to their advantage. They had hired Steve Moses to watch Lucy, to ensure she stayed in line, but things had spiraled out of control. Lucy had become a liability, and they had decided to eliminate her before she could ruin their plans. Maria broke down in tears, confessing that she had loved Lucy, but she had been desperate. She found out about the money, the offshore accounts. She was going to ruin everything. I didn't want her dead. I just wanted her gone. Richard, however, was less repentant. "She was weak," he said coldly. "She was going to expose us all. We did what we had to do." The detectives finally had their answers, but it came at a cost. The people of Willow Creek had lost more than just a beloved teacher. They had lost their sense of safety, their trust in one another, and as the dust settled, they realized that some wounds would never fully heal. The case was closed, but the echoes of what had happened would linger in the town for years to come. And as the detectives drove away, they couldn't help but wonder how many more secrets were buried in the shadows of Willow Creek, waiting to be uncovered. As the investigation continued, the detectives knew they had only scratched the surface of a much larger conspiracy. The confessions of Maria and Richard had exposed part of the scheme, but there were still too many unanswered questions. Who had sent the anonymous threats to Lucy? And what role had the ghost, Steve Moses, really played in all this? Determined to get to the bottom of it, the detectives decided to put pressure on Steve. After hours of relentless questioning, Steve finally broke. "Look, I was just supposed to keep an eye on Lucy," he admitted. "But then I got another call from someone I didn't recognize. They wanted me to find out what she knew about the offshore accounts. They promised a big payout if I kept quiet and did as they asked. I don't know who they were, but they seemed to have connections, powerful ones." The detectives knew they were dealing with more than just a simple murder. There were powerful forces at play, people who were willing to kill to protect their secrets. They decided to dig deeper into the offshore accounts, looking for any clues that might reveal who was really behind this. It wasn't long before they found a new lead. Hidden among the transactions was a name they hadn't seen before, Andrew Carlos, a wealthy businessman with ties to the local government. Carlos had a reputation for being ruthless in business, and there were rumors that he had been involved in some shady dealings over the years. But so far, nothing had ever been proven. The detectives knew they needed to confront Carlos, but they had to be careful. If he was as powerful as they suspected, he would have friends in high places. They decided to approach him indirectly, digging into his background, his business deals, his connections. They soon discovered that Carlos had been involved in a number of questionable ventures, including a development project near Willow Creek that had been mired in controversy. It turned out that Lucy had been researching this very project before her death. She had found evidence that suggested Carlos was using the development as a front for money laundering, funneling dirty money through a series of shell companies. She had been planning to go public with the information, which would have ruined Carlos and his partners. The detectives realized that Lucy had been silenced because she was getting too close to the truth. But who else was involved? Who had given the order to kill her? They decided to confront Carlos directly. They tracked him down to his office, a sleek, modern building in the heart of downtown. As they entered, Carlos greeted them with a cold smile. "Detectives," he said smoothly, "what can I do for you today?" "We have some questions for you," one of the detectives replied, "about your dealings with Lucy Price." Carlos's smile faded. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of fear. "I barely knew the woman." "Really?" the detective pressed. "Because we have evidence that suggests otherwise. We know she was investigating your development project, and we know she was planning to go public with what she found." Carlos's expression hardened. "If you have any proof of these so-called allegations, I'd like to see it," he challenged, but the detectives could tell he was rattled. "We also know that you've been making payments to a private investigator named Steve Moses," the detective continued. "Payments that started just a few weeks before Lucy was killed." Carlos's face paled slightly. "I have nothing to say," he muttered, turning away. The detectives knew they had struck a nerve. "This is far from over, Mr. Carlos," they warned. "We're going to find out the truth, one way or another." Carlos remained silent, but as they left, they could feel his eyes burning into their backs. They knew he was scared, and that gave them hope. If they could keep up the pressure, he might slip up and reveal something they could use. Over the next few days, the detectives worked tirelessly, piecing together every fragment of evidence they could find. They interviewed Lucy's friends, re-examined her phone records, and scrutinized every financial document they could get their hands on. And slowly a picture began to emerge, one that was more twisted and sinister than they had imagined. Lucy had been caught in a deadly game where money, power, and betrayal intertwined. The more the detectives uncovered, the clearer it became that multiple players were involved, each with their own motives and each with their own secrets to hide. Then a break came. One of the detectives found an email hidden deep within Lucy's computer files, an email she had never sent. It was addressed to an unknown recipient and read, "I have the evidence. If anything happens to me, look to Andrew Carlos. He is not who he seems." The detectives knew they now had the leverage they needed. They took the email to a judge and secured a warrant to search Carlos's office and his private residences. When they raided his penthouse, they found documents linking him directly to the offshore accounts, and more damning, a series of emails suggesting that he had been in direct communication with Richard Page. When confronted with this evidence, Carlos tried to lawyer up, but the walls were closing in. The detectives knew they had to move fast. They needed more than just circumstantial evidence. They needed a confession. They decided to play their final card. They brought Maria Anderson back into the room, and in a surprising twist, she revealed a piece of information that changed everything. "Carlos isn't the only one," she said, her voice shaking. "There's someone else, someone more powerful who's pulling the strings." The detectives leaned in. "Who?" they demanded. Maria hesitated, looking around nervously. "I don't know his real name," she whispered. "They just call him the broker." The detectives felt a chill run down their spines. They had heard whispers of the broker, a shadowy figure who operated in the darkest corners of the financial world, known for brokering deals that were always off the books, always secret. No one knew who he was or what he looked like, but everyone feared him. "How do we find him?" the detective asked. Maria shook her head. "You don't," she said. "He finds you." The detectives knew they were now deep into uncharted territory. If the broker was involved, they were dealing with forces beyond their understanding, but they also knew they couldn't back down. Lucy Price deserved justice, and they were the only ones who could deliver it. They decided to take a risk. They leaked the story to the press, revealing everything they knew about Carlos, Richard Page, and the mysterious broker. They hoped the exposure would force someone's hand, make them panic and make a mistake. The gamble paid off. Within hours, Carlos was on the move, trying to board a private plane to leave the country. The detectives intercepted him at the airport, arresting him before he could flee. Back at the station, Carlos finally broke. "You don't understand," he said desperately. "I was just doing what I was told. The broker, he's the one in charge. He's the one you want." With Carlos in custody, the detectives knew they were getting closer, but they also knew they were now playing a very dangerous game. They had stirred up a hornet's nest, and whoever the broker was, he would not go down without a fight. And as they prepared for what was to come, they realized that the true mastermind behind Lucy Price's death was still out there, lurking in the shadows, watching their every move, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The detectives knew they were running out of time. The arrest of Andrew Carlos had sent shockwaves through the hidden network they were now entangled in, and it was only a matter of time before the broker made his next move. They decided to use Carlos as bait, setting up a controlled environment where he could communicate with his mysterious handler under their watchful eyes. Carlos, terrified and desperate, agreed to cooperate. He sent a message to the broker pretending to negotiate his escape. They chose a location for a supposed drop, an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town, a place where deals had been made and broken before. The detectives set up surveillance, positioning themselves to capture the broker or at least identify who he might be. Hours passed in tense silence as they waited. Just when they began to think it had all been a dead end, a car pulled up to the warehouse. A figure stepped out, a tall, imposing man dressed in a dark suit, his face partially concealed by the shadows of the dimly lit building. He moved with a calm confidence, as if he knew he controlled the situation. Carlos stepped forward, nervously glancing back at the detectives hidden nearby. "I did what you asked," he said, his voice trembling. "Now help me get out of this mess." The broker chuckled softly, his voice deep and unyielding. "You've been careless, Carlos," he replied, stepping closer. "You brought them right to me." At that moment, the detectives sprang into action, lights flashing and voices shouting commands. "Freeze! Hands in the air!" But the broker was ready. He reached into his coat and pulled out a gun, aiming it directly at Carlos. Before anyone could react, a shot rang out. Carlos fell to the ground, a look of shock frozen on his face. Chaos erupted as the detectives returned fire, bullets ricocheting off the walls of the warehouse. The broker moved with precision and skill, weaving through the shadows, taking out one of the lights, creating more confusion. But Detective Hayes had anticipated this. She had a backup team waiting, and they quickly surrounded the building. "There's no way out, broker," Hayes shouted into the darkness. "Give yourself up now." Silence fell. For a moment it seemed like the broker had vanished into thin air. Then a calm voice echoed back. "You think you've won, detective, but this is just the beginning." Hayes felt a shiver run down her spine. The broker's words were chilling, but she held her ground. "You're surrounded. There's nowhere to go." Then, with a sudden burst of movement, the broker dashed towards a side exit. Hayes's team moved in quickly, but he was fast. Too fast. Just as he reached the door, a shot rang out. The broker staggered, clutching his side. Hayes saw her chance. She rushed forward, gun drawn, shouting, "Stop! Don't move!" But the broker, even injured, managed to slip through the door and disappear into the night. The detectives chased after him, but the darkness swallowed him whole. They searched the area for hours, but he was gone. They found his car abandoned a few blocks away with nothing inside that could identify him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. The only clue they had was a small piece of paper found in his car, a handwritten note that read, "Until next time." Carlos was dead, and the broker was still at large, but the evidence they had gathered was enough to dismantle his operation. Over the next few weeks, the detectives worked tirelessly to bring down his network, arresting several of his associates and exposing the dark underbelly of corruption that had led to Lucy Price's death. but the case remained unsolved in the way that mattered most. Lucy's family and friends were left with questions that might never be answered, haunted by the shadow of a man who had slipped through their fingers. Detective Hayes knew they had come close, closer than anyone else had ever gotten. But in the end, the broker was still out there, a ghost in the shadows, watching, waiting. And as long as he was free, no one in Willow Creek, Oregon could ever truly feel safe again. The detectives closed the case, but the story didn't end there. For weeks, rumors circulated about sightings of the broker, about mysterious men who asked too many questions and disappeared before dawn. Hayes kept the note on her desk, a reminder that the past was never really over, that some secrets refused to stay buried. And somewhere, far away, a phone rang in the dead of night. A voice answered, calm and composed. "Yes," it said, "I'm listening." The game was not over. Not yet.
In the quiet, picturesque town of Silver Valley, the brutal murder of Lily Thompson sent shockwaves through the community. What seemed like a peaceful, close-knit suburban neighborhood was shattered by a crime of passion and betrayal, revealing the dark underbelly of seemingly idyllic lives. The lives of two couples, Jack and Sarah Miller, and Tom and Lily Thompson, were intertwined in ways that would lead to obsession, deceit, and ultimately murder. Jack Miller was a well-respected architect known for his charming demeanor and seemingly perfect marriage to Sarah, a dedicated school teacher. Tom Thompson, a successful financial advisor, and his wife Lily were the Millers' closest friends. The two couples shared more than just neighborhood barbecues and weekend getaways. They also engaged in a consensual partner-swapping arrangement that initially brought excitement and novelty to their lives. However, beneath the surface of this unconventional lifestyle, dangerous emotions were brewing. Jack's fascination with Lily grew into an all-consuming obsession, one that Sarah, his wife, was painfully aware of. Lily, sensing the intensity of Jack's feelings, decided to end the arrangement, not realizing the deadly consequences her decision would provoke. Jack and Sarah Miller had been married for 10 years, and from the outside, their marriage appeared to be a model of stability and happiness. Jack was a successful architect known for his innovative designs and charismatic personality. Sarah, a third-grade teacher, was beloved by her students and respected by her colleagues. They lived in a charming house on Elm Street, surrounded by a well-tended garden that Sarah took great pride in. Tom and Lily Thompson moved to Silver Valley 5 years ago and quickly became friends with the Millers. Tom, outgoing and affable, was always the life of the party. Lily, with her striking beauty and magnetic personality, was equally popular. The Thompsons brought a new dynamic to the neighborhood, and their friendship with the Millers blossomed over shared interests and mutual respect. The idea of partner swapping first came up during a dinner party at the Millers' home. Fueled by wine and a sense of adventure, the conversation turned to the topic of open relationships. To everyone's surprise, the concept was met with curiosity rather than shock. Over the next few weeks, the idea was discussed more seriously, with all parties agreeing to boundaries and rules to ensure their primary relationships remained intact. The first encounter was awkward but exciting. Jack and Lily and Tom and Sarah exchanged partners for the night. It was a thrilling yet nerve-wracking experience, but one that left them eager for more. What started as an occasional experiment soon became a regular part of their lives, adding a spark to both marriages. Initially, the arrangement seemed to work well. Both couples appeared happier and more connected. They frequently hosted joint parties and went on vacations together. Their secret was carefully guarded, discussed only within the confines of their homes or during private gatherings. The novelty of the arrangement brought a sense of exhilaration, and for a while it seemed like they had found the perfect balance. However, as the months passed, subtle changes began to surface, particularly in Jack's behavior. He started to show an unusual amount of interest in Lily, often finding reasons to spend time alone with her. Sarah noticed his increasing preoccupation but chose to ignore it, hoping it was just a phase. Tom, too, seemed oblivious to the growing tension. Unbeknownst to the others, Jack's fascination with Lily was turning into something deeper and more troubling. He found himself thinking about her constantly, replaying their encounters in his mind, and craving more time with her. What had started as a harmless adventure was slowly morphing into an obsession that would have devastating consequences for all involved. Jack's fascination with Lily was no longer just a thrill, it had evolved into an all-consuming obsession. He thought about her incessantly, his mind wandering to their encounters during work meetings and family dinners. His architectural projects, once his passion, now seemed secondary to his desire for Lily. He started to find ways to be near her, volunteering to help with tasks Tom usually handled, or inviting the Thompsons over more frequently. Sarah began to notice the change in her husband. At first, she attributed it to the excitement of their new lifestyle, but soon it became clear that Jack's interest in Lily went beyond their agreement. He became irritable and distant when they weren't with the Thompsons, and his conversations often veered towards Lily's likes and dislikes, her quirks and habits. One evening, while cleaning up after a dinner party, Sarah confronted Jack. His reaction was defensive, dismissing her concerns as jealousy. Sarah, not wanting to disrupt the delicate balance they had established, let it go but kept a closer eye on him. Her suspicions grew when she found him staring at Lily during gatherings, his gaze lingering longer than necessary. Lily, too, began to sense Jack's growing obsession. Initially flattered by his attention, she soon found it uncomfortable. His touches became more possessive, his words more intimate than appropriate. She discussed her discomfort with Tom, who brushed it off, believing Jack was just more expressive in his affections. Tom's nonchalance left Lily feeling isolated in her concerns. The turning point came during a weekend trip to a lakeside cabin. The couples had planned the getaway to reconnect and enjoy some time away from their routine. However, the trip only served to highlight Jack's fixation. He monopolized Lily's time, insisting on taking her out on the lake alone, leaving Tom and Sarah behind. The tension was palpable, and Lily's attempts to distance herself were met with subtle resistance from Jack. One night, while sitting by the fire, Jack made a comment that crossed the line. He spoke about leaving everything behind and starting fresh, just the two of them. Lily, shocked and unsettled, excused herself and went to bed early. Sarah, who had overheard the conversation, confronted Jack again. This time he was less dismissive but still refused to acknowledge the depth of his feelings. Sarah's frustration grew as she realized the extent of Jack's obsession. She loved her husband but was increasingly aware that his infatuation with Lily could destroy their marriage and their friendship with the Thompsons. Despite her efforts to intervene, Jack's behavior only became more erratic. He started to follow Lily outside of their arranged meetings, showing up at her yoga classes and even appearing at her workplace under the guise of casual visits. Lily's unease turned to fear. She confided in a close friend who advised her to distance herself from Jack as much as possible. Determined to take control, Lily decided to end the arrangement altogether. She hoped that by doing so, Jack would return to his senses, and they could all move on from this chapter without causing further harm. One evening, while Tom was away on a business trip, Jack showed up at the Thompsons' house unannounced. Lily was taken aback, but let him in, hoping to avoid a scene. They sat in the living room, the air thick with unspoken tension. Jack confessed his feelings for her, speaking of a future where they could be together openly. Lily, horrified, tried to reason with him, explaining that their arrangement was never meant to be more than a temporary excitement. As Jack's declarations became more intense, Lily's fear turned to anger. She realized she needed to put an end to this before it destroyed her marriage and her friendship with Sarah. She told Jack firmly that their arrangement was over and that he needed to respect her boundaries in her marriage. Jack, visibly shaken, tried to persuade her to reconsider, but Lily stood her ground. Over the next few days, Lily avoided Jack, hoping he would come to his senses. She confided in Sarah, who listened with a heavy heart. Sarah knew her husband's obsession had gone too far, and while she wanted to support Lily, she also felt a twisted loyalty to Jack. She promised Lily she would talk to him, hoping to diffuse the situation. However, Jack's obsession only deepened. He started showing up at Lily's work, waiting for her after hours and leaving her messages expressing his undying love. Lily, feeling increasingly unsafe, decided to confront him one last time, hoping to make him understand the gravity of his actions. They met at a secluded park, away from prying eyes. Lily reiterated that their arrangement was over and that his behavior was unacceptable. She pleaded with him to let go and move on. Jack, unable to accept her rejection, grew desperate. He accused her of leading him on and playing with his emotions. Lily, maintaining her composure, insisted that they part ways and return to their respective marriages. Unbeknownst to them, Sarah had followed Jack to the park. She watched from a distance, her heart pounding as she saw the confrontation unfold. She could see the anguish on Jack's face and the determination on Lily's. Sarah knew that this confrontation was inevitable, but she also feared what might happen next. As the argument escalated, Jack's desperation turned to anger. Lily's refusal to entertain his fantasies felt like a personal betrayal. He lashed out verbally, calling her names and accusing her of ruining his life. Lily, holding back tears, stood her ground, refusing to be intimidated. Sarah, watching from the shadows, felt a surge of panic. She knew she had to intervene before things got out of hand. She stepped out of her hiding place and approached the two, her voice shaking as she called out to Jack. The sight of Sarah seemed to snap Jack out of his rage, and he turned to her, his expression a mix of confusion and relief. Lily, taking advantage of the distraction, walked away, determined to put as much distance between herself and Jack as possible. Sarah, now alone with her husband, tried to calm him down. She reassured him that they would find a way to move past this, but inside she knew that their lives had been irreversibly changed. The affair had reached its breaking point, and Lily's decision to end the arrangement had set off a chain of events that could not be undone. As the dust settled, the true extent of Jack's obsession and the depths of Sarah's complicity would soon come to light, leading to a tragic and violent conclusion. The confrontation at the park had left Jack in a state of turmoil. Lily's firm rejection and Sarah's unexpected appearance had shaken him to his core. He returned home that night, his mind a whirlwind of anger, betrayal, and despair. Sarah, sensing the storm brewing within him, tried to soothe his troubled thoughts, but Jack remained inconsolable. Over the next few days, Jack's behavior became increasingly erratic. He vacillated between bouts of intense anger and deep despondency. He stopped going to work, spending his days obsessing over Lily's rejection and the perceived injustices he had suffered. Sarah, unable to reach him, felt her own frustration and fear growing. She knew something had to give, but she wasn't prepared for the drastic turn of events that would soon unfold. Lily, on the other hand, was determined to move forward. She avoided all contact with Jack, focusing on her work and her relationship with Tom. She hadn't told her husband the full extent of Jack's obsession, fearing his reaction and the potential fallout. She hoped that by cutting ties, Jack would eventually come to terms with the end of their arrangement and leave her alone. One evening, Lily returned home from work to find Jack waiting for her outside her house. Her heart sank at the sight of him, and she steeled herself for another confrontation. She approached him cautiously, her voice steady but firm as she told him to leave. Jack, his eyes wild with desperation, begged her for one last chance to explain himself. Lily, sensing the futility of the conversation, tried to walk past him, but Jack grabbed her arm. His grip was tight and painful, and Lily could see the madness in his eyes. She struggled to break free, her voice rising as she demanded he let go. The commotion attracted the attention of a neighbor who stepped outside to see what was happening. Seeing the neighbor, Jack released Lily and fled. Lily, shaken and frightened, thanked the neighbor and hurried inside. She called Sarah, hoping to find some way to resolve the situation without involving the police. Sarah, hearing the fear in Lily's voice, agreed to meet with her the next day to discuss how to handle Jack's increasingly unstable behavior. The next day, Sarah met Lily at a local cafe. Lily, looking exhausted and tense, explained the encounter with Jack and her growing fear for her safety. Sarah listened intently, her mind racing as she tried to formulate a plan. She promised Lily that she would talk to Jack and make him understand that their relationship was over. After the meeting, Sarah returned home to find Jack in a state of agitation. She confronted him about the incident with Lily, her voice a mix of anger and concern. Jack, feeling cornered, lashed out at her, accusing her of taking Lily's side and betraying him. The argument escalated, and Sarah, fearing for her own safety, retreated to their bedroom. That night, Jack's thoughts turned darker. He couldn't accept that Lily had rejected him and that his own wife was against him. In his twisted mind, he believed that the only way to resolve the situation was to eliminate the source of his pain. He decided that if he couldn't have Lily, no one could. On a cold, clear night, Jack made his way to the Thompsons' house. He knew Tom was out of town, leaving Lily alone. He broke in through a side window and made his way to the bedroom where Lily lay sleeping. The sight of her, peaceful and unaware, fueled his rage and desperation. He grabbed a kitchen knife and approached her, his mind filled with a chaotic mix of love and hatred. Lily awoke to the sight of Jack standing over her, the knife gleaming in the dim light. She tried to scream, but Jack covered her mouth, his grip strong and unyielding. In a fit of rage, he plunged the knife into her chest, silencing her cries. As Lily's life slipped away, Jack stood over her, his mind a haze of conflicting emotions. In the aftermath of the murder, Jack fled the scene, his hands stained with Lily's blood. He returned home where Sarah found him trembling and incoherent. She realized immediately what he had done, and in a moment of twisted loyalty, she decided to help him cover up the crime. The life they had built, the secrets they had kept, were all at stake. Sarah knew that if they were to survive, they needed to act quickly and decisively. Sarah, driven by a twisted sense of loyalty and self-preservation, quickly took control of the situation. She led Jack to the bathroom, instructing him to remove his clothes and wash off the blood. Her mind raced with the urgency of their predicament. She knew they had to act fast to cover up the crime and protect their secret life. As Jack stood under the hot shower, the water turning pink around his feet, Sarah gathered his clothes and placed them in a plastic bag. She scrubbed the floor where he had walked, making sure to eliminate any trace of blood. Once Jack was cleaned up, she sat him down and forced him to recount every detail of what had happened. Despite his emotional state, Jack managed to provide a coherent account, his voice shaking with the weight of his actions. Sarah devised a plan. They needed to create an alibi and dispose of any evidence linking them to the crime. She called a trusted friend, claiming that Jack had been with her all evening, ensuring their alibi was backed up. Then she drove to a secluded area outside of town where she burned Jack's blood-stained clothes and the murder weapon, praying that the fire would consume any remaining evidence. The police questioned everyone in the neighborhood, including the Millers. Sarah's carefully crafted alibi held up under scrutiny, and Jack, although visibly distressed, managed to avoid raising suspicion. The investigation seemed to stall, with no concrete leads pointing to the Millers. Despite their initial success in evading the authorities, the psychological toll of the murder weighed heavily on both Jack and Sarah. Jack became increasingly paranoid, convinced that the police were closing in on him. He withdrew from friends and colleagues, isolating himself in a web of fear and regret. Sarah, while outwardly composed, felt the strain of their secret pressing down on her. She became hyper-vigilant, scrutinizing every interaction and behavior for signs of suspicion from those around them. The weeks following Lily's murder were a blur of tension and deception for the Millers. Sarah took on the role of the stabilizer, managing Jack's paranoia while ensuring their public facade remained intact. She monitored the news for any updates on the investigation, relieved that the police seemed to have no solid leads. However, Sarah knew that maintaining their cover required more than just an alibi. They needed to create a narrative that would divert attention away from Jack. She suggested to Jack that he should appear more distraught over Lily's death to align with the community's grief, and to throw off any suspicion. At social gatherings and community meetings, Jack played the part of the grieving friend. He spoke of Lily with a mix of fondness and sorrow, his eyes often welling up with tears. Tom, devastated and desperate for answers, seemed to appreciate Jack's empathy, never suspecting his friend's involvement in his wife's death. However, Jack's mental state deteriorated further, his guilt manifesting in nightmares and hallucinations. He started drinking heavily, seeking solace in alcohol but finding only a temporary escape. Sarah, fearing he might confess in a drunken stupor, kept a close eye on him, often staying up late to ensure he didn't leave the house. One evening, as Jack sat slumped over a glass of whiskey, he broke down. He confessed to Sarah that he couldn't live with the guilt any longer, that he needed to come clean. Sarah, panicked, tried to calm him down, reminding him of what was at stake. She told him that they had come too far to turn back now, and that they needed to stay strong. To help maintain their composure, Sarah suggested they take a short trip out of town. They traveled to a secluded cabin in the mountains, hoping the change of scenery would help Jack regain some semblance of peace. The isolation provided a temporary respite, allowing them to plan their next steps without the constant pressure of the investigation looming over them. During their time at the cabin, Sarah reinforced the importance of their secrecy. She coached Jack on how to handle police questioning and public interactions, drilling him until he could respond without hesitation. Sarah's determination to protect their lifestyle and avoid imprisonment fueled her relentless drive to keep their story straight. Upon returning to Silver Valley, the Millers resumed their lives with a renewed sense of purpose. Jack, though still haunted by his actions, managed to present a more stable front. Sarah continued to manage their interactions with the community, ensuring they remained above suspicion. However, the cracks in their facade were beginning to show. Friends and neighbors noticed as Jack's increased drinking and erratic behavior, and whispers of his possible involvement in Lily's death began to circulate. Sarah, ever vigilant, worked to quash the rumors, but she knew their time was running out. As the police investigation continued, new evidence came to light, pointing towards inconsistencies in Jack's alibi. The Millers' carefully constructed world was on the brink of collapse, and the truth was closer to being revealed than ever before. Detective Mitchell interviewed the Millers separately, noting any discrepancies in their stories. Sarah's carefully crafted alibi held up under scrutiny, and Jack's emotional state seemed consistent with that of a grieving friend. However, Mitchell's instincts told her there was more to the story. As the weeks passed, new evidence emerged. Forensic analysis of Lily's phone records revealed a series of increasingly desperate text messages from Jack, indicating his obsession with her. Mitchell brought Jack in for further questioning, pressing him on the inconsistencies in his alibi and the nature of his relationship with Lily. Jack, struggling to maintain his composure, stuck to the story Sarah had coached him on, but his nervousness and evasive answers only heightened the detective's suspicions. The turning point came when a neighbor came forward with crucial information. They had seen Jack's car parked near the Thompsons' house on the night of the murder, and remembered the strange behavior he had exhibited. This testimony, combined with the forensic evidence and Jack's erratic behavior, was enough for the police to obtain a search warrant for the Millers' home. During the search, the police found remnants of the burned clothing and traces of blood that had seeped into the floorboards despite Sarah's thorough storing. This damning evidence, coupled with the witness testimony and phone records, painted a clear picture of Jack's guilt. The net was closing in on the Millers, and Sarah realized that their carefully constructed facade was about to crumble. She knew that their only chance of escaping a lengthy prison sentence was to come up with a new plan, one that would shift the blame away from them and onto someone else. As the police closed in, Sarah and Jack faced the harsh reality of their situation. The lies and deceit that had once protected them were now threatening to unravel completely, and the truth was about to be revealed in a way they could never have anticipated. As the evidence against Jack mounted, Detective Mitchell prepared to make her move. She brought Jack in for another round of questioning, this time with a different approach. She laid out all the evidence they had gathered, the phone records, the witness testimonies, and the forensic findings. Jack, cornered and overwhelmed, began to crack under the pressure. Mitchell pressed harder, suggesting that if Jack came clean, he might receive a more lenient sentence. Jack, unable to handle the weight of his guilt and the relentless questioning, finally broke down. He confessed to killing Lily, describing his obsession, the confrontation, and the moment he lost control. However, in his confession, Jack also implicated Sarah, revealing her role in covering up the crime. He described how she had helped him clean up, dispose of evidence, and craft an alibi. Mitchell, sensing the opportunity to get the full story, had Sarah brought in for questioning as well. Confronted with Jack's confession, Sarah initially denied any involvement, but as Mitchell detailed the evidence in Jack's account, Sarah realized there was no way out. Her carefully constructed lies had finally unraveled. Sarah, confronted with the overwhelming evidence in Jack's confession, knew she could no longer maintain her facade. Her voice shook as she began to admit her involvement, explaining that she had acted out of a misguided sense of loyalty and fear of losing everything they had built. She detailed how she had helped Jack clean up after the murder, destroy evidence, and create a false alibi to cover their tracks. The trial of Jack and Sarah Miller captivated Silver Valley and the surrounding region. The courtroom was packed with reporters and curious onlookers, all eager to see the conclusion of the tragic tale. Jack, charged with first-degree murder, and Sarah, charged with being an accessory to murder and obstruction of justice, both pled guilty to their respective charges. Jack was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Sarah, despite her role in the cover-up, received a lighter sentence due to her cooperation with the investigation and her previously clean record. She was sentenced to 15 years in prison, with the possibility of parole after 10. Tom Thompson, left to pick up the pieces of his shattered life, found some solace in the justice served but continued to mourn the loss of his beloved wife, Lily. The community, deeply shaken by the events, struggled to reconcile the dark secrets that had been exposed within what they had always considered a quiet, idyllic town. Inside the prison walls, Sarah was consumed by guilt for her complicity in the crime. Her twisted loyalty to Jack and her efforts to cover up his monstrous actions weighed heavily on her conscience, leaving her tormented by what could have been if she had made different choices earlier on. Meanwhile, Jack spent his days behind bars grappling with the consequences of his obsession. He was haunted by the memories of Lily and the crime he had committed, knowing that his actions had destroyed not only his own life, but the lives of everyone around him. His once coveted life had turned into a long, unending sentence marked by regret and remorse. As the years went by, Silver Valley tried to move on from the horrifying ordeal, but the scars of what had happened remained. The quaint town's facade of peace and serenity would never be quite the same. The memory of the dark passions and secrets revealed forever etched into its collective memory. Sarah, reflecting on her actions while in prison, began to understand the full weight of her choices. She realized that her desire to protect Jack and herself had only led them down a path of destruction. Every day she thought about the moments when she could have done something differently, wondering if things could have turned out another way. Meanwhile, Jack continued to struggle with his inner demons. His obsession had once seemed like a forbidden thrill, an exciting adventure that would never end, but it had turned into a nightmare. He often found himself staring at the prison walls, lost in thought, reliving the fateful moments that led him to this place. Tom, on the other hand, focused on rebuilding his life without Lily. He found solace in the support of friends and family, but the pain of losing his wife in such a brutal way never truly went away. He was determined to keep her memory alive, and to ensure that her death would not be in vain. As time passed, Silver Valley slowly regained its sense of normalcy, but the story of Jack, Sarah, Tom, and Lily remained a somber reminder of how easily the veneer of civility could crack, revealing the chaos that lurked beneath the surface. The once peaceful town would forever carry the weight of what had transpired, a tale of love, obsession, betrayal, and murder that had changed the lives of everyone involved. Detective Mitchell, who had led the investigation, moved on to other cases, but the events of Silver Valley stayed with her. She knew that, while justice had been served, the story was far from a happy ending. It was a cautionary tale about the dangers of unchecked desire and the fragile nature of trust and loyalty. And so, in the quiet corners of Silver Valley, The whispers continued. The townspeople would forever speak of the Millers and the Thompsons and Arthur. The lesson remained, beneath the surface of any serene and orderly community, there could always be secrets waiting to be uncovered, shadows lurking just out of sight. But for now, Silver Valley appeared calm once more, its secrets buried in the past yet never forgotten.
The story you are about to hear is true, a tale of love, betrayal, and revenge. Could a sister ever wish for her sibling's death? Or could a woman desire to be with her own sister's husband? Prepare to be shocked by what you're about to hear. But be ready for anything in this story, because nothing is as it seems. On a quiet suburban street in Atlanta, Georgia, the lives of two neighboring families were about to become intertwined in the most devastating way. Rachel Moore, a 32-year-old woman with sharp features and a deep sense of responsibility, had always prided herself on keeping a clean and stable household. She had been married to Henry Moore for 6 years, a hard-working, blue-collar man who spent most of his days at the factory. Their life seemed perfect from the outside, but beneath the surface, Rachel was growing increasingly dissatisfied with her marriage. Henry, though a good man, lacked the passion she craved. Next door, a strikingly handsome Terrence Walker, an African-American man in his mid-30s with a mysterious aura, had recently moved into the neighborhood. Unbeknownst to the quiet street, Terrence was the head of a powerful criminal organization, though he maintained the guise of a wealthy, self-made businessman. His charm and air of danger drew people to him, and Rachel was no exception. She found herself irresistibly attracted to him, despite knowing the dangers. It started with casual encounters, passing each other at the mailbox, exchanging small talk. Soon enough, those brief moments became stolen glances and lingering conversations. Eventually, it evolved into a full-blown affair, one that Rachel both hated and craved. She knew it was wrong, but Terrence awakened something in her that had long been dormant. What Rachel didn't know was that her younger sister, Laura Jenkins, had been watching closely. Laura, 29, was the polar opposite of her sister, adventurous, bold, and more than a little reckless. She had always resented Rachel for marrying Henry, the man Laura had secretly loved since they were teenagers. For years, Laura had buried those feelings, but now, with the affair unfolding in front of her, she saw an opportunity. Laura's mind whirled with jealousy and anger, but she was cunning. She approached Henry one evening, subtly planting seeds of doubt about Rachel's faithfulness. "I don't know, Henry. Rachel's been acting strange lately, hasn't she? Always out late, always busy. Don't you ever wonder where she's going?" she'd say, her words laced with feigned concern. Henry, a man of few words, brushed it off at first, but the doubt lingered. One night, Laura confronted Rachel. She had followed her sister to a motel where she met Terrence. Laura watched from a distance, her heart pounding with rage and envy. When Rachel returned home, Laura cornered her. "I know what you've been doing," Laura hissed, her eyes gleaming with fury. "With Terrence. You think I don't see the way you sneak around? You think I won't tell Henry?" Rachel's face paled. "You can't," she whispered, her mind racing with panic. But Laura wasn't done. "Oh, I won't. If you do something for me," Laura said, her lips curling into a sinister smile. "You see, I've been in love with Henry for years. You don't deserve him. If you don't step aside, if you don't leave him, I'll tell him everything. I'll destroy your marriage, Rachel." Rachel, trembling, realized the depth of her sister's hatred. But more than that, she feared losing everything: her marriage, her life, her reputation. She didn't want to be with Henry, but she couldn't bear the thought of the scandal. Terrence, though, was a man of action. When Rachel confided in him, he saw an opportunity. "We can make this go away," he said smoothly. "Laura's a threat, but she doesn't have to be." Rachel was horrified. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying," Terrence replied, his voice low and dangerous, "that sometimes you have to eliminate the problem." At first, Rachel balked at the idea, but the more she thought about it, the more she realized Terrence was right. Laura was a loose cannon, unpredictable and vindictive. She knew too much, and now she was blackmailing Rachel with her own marriage. A plan was set in motion. On a cold November night, Laura was lured to Rachel's house under the guise of a family dinner. Henry had been called to work late, leaving the two sisters alone. Laura arrived with a smug look on her face, confident that she had the upper hand. But as the evening wore on, Rachel became increasingly anxious. Her hands trembled, her mind spinning with thoughts of betrayal and fear. Then, without warning, Terrence appeared from the shadows. He moved swiftly, his imposing figure casting a long shadow over the two women. Laura's eyes widened in horror as she realized what was happening, but it was too late. Terrence's hand was around her throat before she could scream. "Rachel, please!" Laura gasped, clawing at her sister's arm. But Rachel stood frozen, her heart pounding in her chest. Terrence's grip tightened, and within moments Laura's body went limp. The room was silent except for the sound of Rachel's ragged breathing. She had done it. She had gotten rid of her sister, but at what cost? As Laura's lifeless body lay on the floor, Rachel's mind reeled. She had never wanted this. She had never wanted her sister dead. But Terrence had made it seem like the only option. He assured her that everything would be fine, that they would pin the murder on Henry. After all, who would believe anything else? In the days that followed, the plan unfolded perfectly. Henry returned home that night to find his wife in tears, the body of his sister-in-law lying cold in their living room. Rachel, distraught and sobbing, told the police that Henry had come home in a drunken rage, accusing Laura of betrayal and attacking her in a fit of jealousy. Henry, stunned and confused, was arrested on the spot. The evidence was stacked against him. The murder weapon was his own kitchen knife, and Rachel's testimony was airtight. The trial was swift. Henry was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison, his pleas of innocence falling on deaf ears. But the nightmare didn't end there. Terrence had played his cards perfectly. With Henry out of the way and Rachel in his debt, he moved in to claim everything, their home, their savings, their entire life. Slowly, he began to siphon off the couple's assets, transferring money to offshore accounts and using his criminal connections to cover his tracks. Rachel, devastated by guilt and fear, found herself trapped in a web of deceit she could never escape. She had lost everything, her husband, her sister, and now her soul. In the end, Terrence left Rachel with nothing. He vanished into the night, leaving her alone in the empty shell of the life they had destroyed together. And as the years passed, Rachel realized that the true cost of her betrayal was not just her sister's life, but her own. Rachel's life had become an endless void, filled with shadows of guilt and regret. Each morning she would wake in her cold, empty bed, the echo of her sister Laura's last moments reverberating in her mind. The house that once felt warm and comforting now felt suffocating, its walls a constant reminder of everything that had gone wrong. No matter how much time passed, Rachel couldn't forget Terrence's cold manipulation, Laura's pleading eyes, or the overwhelming weight of her own actions. Her choices had led her here, to a life of isolation and despair. The town of Atlanta had long moved on, or at least that's how it seemed. The Moore family tragedy was once the topic of every whispered conversation, but now those whispers had faded. Rachel was left alone in the wreckage of her life, a prisoner of her own guilt. The town may have forgotten, but Rachel hadn't. Every step in the quiet house reminded her of the moments leading up to Laura's death. Every sound, a ghost of what used to be. Terrence had disappeared, along with all her money and assets. He had walked away without a trace, leaving her to deal with the aftermath. Rachel turned to alcohol to numb the pain. Each sip brought a fleeting escape, a brief moment where the guilt wasn't as loud, where Laura's face wasn't at the forefront of her mind. But when the alcohol wore off, the memories would crash back, even harder than before. She'd see Laura's lifeless body on the floor, the blood pooling around her, the look of terror frozen in her eyes. Rachel would relive the final moments over and over, trapped in a nightmare that had no end. Meanwhile, Henry sat in his cell, his life irrevocably destroyed. He hadn't seen this coming, not from the woman he loved and trusted. His marriage had its challenges, but he never believed Rachel was capable of framing him for murder. Henry spent countless sleepless nights thinking about what had gone wrong, how everything had fallen apart so quickly. The evidence against him had been damning, Rachel's own testimony sealing his fate. The world believed he was guilty. Even his family had turned their backs, unable to reconcile the man they knew with the cold-blooded killer the world now saw him as. he was left with nothing but the cold, hard reality that his wife had betrayed him in the worst possible way. But Terrence, the puppet master pulling the strings, was still out there watching from the shadows. He had played everyone perfectly, Rachel, Henry, even Laura. From the beginning, he had known exactly how to manipulate Rachel, how to turn her insecurities and desires into weapons against herself. Terrence had always been looking for a way in, a way to dismantle the Moore family and take what he wanted. Rachel's vulnerability had made her an easy target, but his plan had been far more extensive than just her. The Moore family's wealth, their assets, their connections, it had all been part of his grander scheme. Rachel, in her broken state, had been nothing more than a pawn, discarded when she had served her purpose. But what Terrence hadn't anticipated was the fire that would begin to burn inside her. Anger, raw and consuming, started to replace the guilt that had weighed Rachel down for so long. She had lost everything, her sister, her husband, her dignity. But now she wanted revenge, and she wasn't going to stop until Terrence paid for everything he had done. As the days passed, Rachel grew more determined. She began to piece together the puzzle of Terrence's empire, recalling every small detail she had learned during their affair. Terrence had been careless with her, thinking she was too broken to ever fight back. But Rachel had been paying attention. She knew where the money was, how he had hidden his tracks, and where his weaknesses lay. Quietly, Rachel began siphoning small amounts of money from Terrence's accounts, just enough to keep herself afloat while she planned her next move. She needed time, and time was something she now had in abundance. But she couldn't do this alone. Rachel knew she needed an ally, someone who hated Terrence as much as she did. That's when she reached out to Marcus Greer, a man who had once been a trusted associate of Terrence's before Terrence had double-crossed him in a business deal. Marcus had been ruined by Terrence, his life left in shambles, and he had been waiting for an opportunity to get back at him. Together, Marcus and Rachel formed a partnership, united by their shared hatred for the man who had destroyed their lives. Marcus had connections that Rachel didn't, people in law enforcement who could help them gather the evidence they needed to bring Terrence down. But Rachel wasn't just interested in taking Terrence down legally. No, she wanted him to suffer, to feel the same pain and betrayal that she had felt. She needed to lure him in, to trap him, and for that she needed to play the role of the broken woman one last time. Rachel reached out to Terrence, pretending to be desperate and lost without him. She fed him the lies he wanted to hear, that she couldn't live without him, that she was willing to do anything to get him back. Terrence, always the narcissist, believed her. He agreed to meet her, convinced that he still had control over her. But when Terrence arrived at Rachel's house, he didn't find the broken woman he expected. Instead, he found Marcus waiting for him, armed and ready to end Terrence's reign once and for all. The confrontation was explosive. Rachel, finally face-to-face with the man who had ruined her life, felt a surge of emotions: anger, fear, hatred, and a twisted sense of satisfaction. She showed Terrence everything she had: evidence of his crimes, the names of his associates, the locations of his hidden assets. Terrence's confidence faltered as he realized just how deep Rachel's betrayal had gone. In the heat of the moment, Terrence lunged at Rachel, his face contorted with rage, but Marcus was faster. A single gunshot rang out, and Terrence fell to the ground, his reign of terror finally over. Rachel stood over his body, her heart pounding in her chest. The man who had taken everything from her was dead, but the victory felt hollow. She had won, but at what cost? Rachel turned to Marcus, their eyes meeting in a silent understanding. They had both lost so much, and now they were left standing in the aftermath, wondering if it had all been worth it. Rachel's hands were shaking, the weight of what had just happened pressing down on her. She had gotten her revenge, but the person she had once been was gone, replaced by someone she barely recognized. As Rachel walked out of the house, leaving Terrence's body behind, she realized there was no going back. The world outside felt different, colder, emptier. The life she had once known was gone, and now she had to face the consequences of the choices she had made. Rachel stood in the cold night air, her breath forming misty clouds as she stared back at the house that had been the center of so much pain. The house where everything had unraveled, where secrets had come to light, and where Terrence's life had ended. She felt no triumph, no satisfaction, just an emptiness that seemed to stretch for miles. Marcus stood beside her, silent, his face hard and unreadable. Together they had dismantled a criminal empire, brought a monster to justice, and yet the victory felt incomplete. Rachel's mind raced with conflicting emotions. She had been through so much, betrayal, guilt, anger, but as she stood there she realized the hardest part was just beginning. She had won the battle, but now she had to live with what she had done. The blood on her hands felt permanent, a stain she couldn't wash away, no matter how hard she tried. She had lost everything she once held dear, her sister, her marriage, her innocence, and the future felt uncertain, filled with shadows of her past choices. Marcus watched Rachel in silence, sensing the weight of her emotions. He had his own demons to face. This wasn't his first time taking a life, but there was something different about this one. Terrence had been a dangerous man, a manipulator, and a criminal mastermind, but killing him hadn't brought the sense of closure Marcus had hoped for. They were both survivors now, but at what cost? "What's next for you?" Marcus finally asked, breaking the silence. Rachel shrugged, her eyes still fixed on the house. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice hollow. "I've spent so long chasing revenge, I don't even know who I am anymore." Marcus nodded, understanding all too well the feeling of being lost in the aftermath of violence. "You're not the same person you were before," he said quietly. "None of us are." Rachel sighed, running a hand through her tangled hair. "And now? Now that Terrence is dead, what do I have left?" It was a question neither of them had an answer to. The money Terrence had stolen, the assets he had hidden, none of it mattered anymore. Rachel had been consumed by her quest for revenge, and now that it was over, she realized there was nothing left to fill the void. She had sacrificed everything, her morality, her identity, even her sanity, to bring down Terrence, and now all that remained was a broken woman standing in the cold night, wondering if any of it had been worth it. Marcus, sensing her inner turmoil, turned to face her. "You've been through hell, Rachel, but you're still here. That counts for something." She scoffed, shaking her head. "Yeah? And what now? I can't go back to my old life. I can't face Henry, can't rebuild what's been destroyed. I have nothing left." Marcus didn't push her. He knew all too well the kind of emotional wreckage that followed after something like this. "Maybe it's not about going back," he suggested. "Maybe it's about figuring out what's next." Rachel shot him a look, but there was no malice in her gaze. She understood that Marcus had his own battles to fight. "And what about you? You think you'll just walk away from this?" He shrugged. "I've been walking away from things my whole life. This won't be any different." They stood in silence for a while longer, both lost in their own thoughts. The wind picked up, howling through the trees, carrying with it the ghosts of everything that had happened. Rachel felt a shiver run down her spine, and for the first time in a long time, she realized how utterly alone she was. Terrence had been the catalyst for so much destruction, but in the end, it was her own choices that had led her here. "You're right," she said finally, her voice barely audible over the wind. "I'm not the same person I was before." Marcus didn't respond. He didn't need to. The truth was, they were both irrevocably changed, shaped by the violence they had seen and the decisions they had made. Rachel took a deep breath and turned away from the house. "I need to disappear for a while," she said, her voice steadier than before. "Figure out who I am, what's left of me." Marcus nodded, understanding. "Do what you have to do, but don't lose yourself in the process." With that, Rachel walked away, leaving the house and everything it represented behind. Marcus watched her go, knowing that their paths would likely never cross again. They had shared a common enemy, but now that Terrence was gone, there was nothing left to bind them. Rachel didn't look back as she disappeared into the night, her footsteps growing fainter with each passing second. She had no idea where she was going, no idea what the future held. All she knew was that she had survived, and for now that would have to be enough. As she walked, the weight of the past began to lift, if only slightly. The memories would never leave her, the guilt would never fully fade, but somewhere deep inside, Rachel knew she had the strength to keep going. She had lost everything, but she was still alive, and that meant there was still a chance, no matter how small, to rebuild. to find something new. For now, that was all she could ask for. Rachel had disappeared into the night, but the chaos and destruction she left behind would not fade so easily. Months passed, and the small town that had once been consumed by whispers of her affair, her sister's death, and Henry's wrongful imprisonment began to move on. The media had reported Terrence's death as an unsolved murder, though no one in the town cared much about the demise of a man who had been so deeply feared and loathed. To the outside world, the story of Rachel and her betrayal had faded like a distant memory. But Rachel had not vanished completely. After months of lying low, moving from one small town to the next, Rachel had learned how to disappear. She had left behind the life she knew, but the bitterness and betrayal continued to haunt her. It was in her final days of running that she realized something important. She wasn't going to live out the rest of her life in fear and regret. She had one more move left, one final piece of her plan to play out. She wasn't done. Not yet. In the weeks leading up to her disappearance, she had learned more about Terrence's empire than she had let on to Marcus. The criminal underworld he had controlled stretched further than anyone knew, and while Rachel had helped dismantle parts of it, there was one final secret she had kept for herself. A bank account. Buried deep within Terrence's hidden assets was a fortune, one that could either destroy everything or give Rachel a new start. Rachel had no intention of fading away like a ghost. She wanted her revenge to last. She wanted to control what was left of the empire Terrence had tried to build and destroy it from within. But to do that, she needed to go back to the very heart of the chaos, back to the man who had unwittingly helped her escape, Marcus. One night, without warning, Marcus returned to his rundown apartment to find Rachel sitting in the shadows, waiting. She looked different, more hardened, more calculating, but her eyes held the same fire he had seen when they took down Terrence together. "I need your help again," Rachel said coldly, her voice steady. "But this time it's going to cost you." Marcus was not surprised. He knew Rachel too well by now. "I'm not interested in your games anymore," he replied. "Terrence is dead. It's over." Rachel smiled, but it was a smile devoid of warmth. "You think it's over? Terrence was just the start. I want everything he left behind, and I'm going to take it. But I need you to get me in." Marcus raised an eyebrow. "And what's in it for me?" Rachel leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Enough money to get you out of this life for good. I know where Terrence stashed the rest of his fortune." There was a long silence as Marcus considered her offer. He had been in the game too long to be swayed easily, but there was something different about Rachel now. She wasn't the broken woman he had saved months ago. She was dangerous, determined, and in her eyes, he saw a reflection of his own hunger for power. "All right," Marcus finally said, leaning back in his chair. "But this time, you're not calling the shots. We do this my way." Rachel nodded. "As long as it gets me what I want, I don't care how we do it." And so together, they set their plan in motion. Rachel knew the key players in Terrence's old empire, the ones still loyal to his memory, the ones who were hungry for power now that he was gone. She began making contact with them, pretending to be the grieving widow, trying to rebuild what was lost. But all the while, she was playing them against each other, feeding them just enough lies to make them suspicious of one another. One by one, the remaining pieces of Terrence's empire began to fall. The criminal underworld that had once thrived in the shadows started to collapse, and Rachel was at the center of it all, pulling the strings. But Rachel's thirst for power came with a price. As she rose to control what was left of Terrence's empire, she found herself consumed by the same darkness that had destroyed her life in the first place. She was no longer just seeking revenge. She wanted control. She wanted to be feared. She wanted the kind of power that Terrence had wielded over her. And then, in a final twist of fate, Rachel made her move against Marcus. He had always thought he could control her, but he had underestimated how far she was willing to go. One night, just as they were about to secure the last of Terrence's fortune, Rachel turned on him. They met in an abandoned warehouse, the final location where Terrence's hidden funds had been stored, but instead of splitting the money, Rachel shot Marcus in cold blood, leaving him to die alone on the cold concrete floor. With Marcus gone and the last of Terrence's enemies dealt with, Rachel stood victorious. She had everything: Terrence's money, his power, his connections. But in the end, as she looked down at Marcus's lifeless body, she realized that the victory felt hollow. Rachel had lost herself along the way. She had become the very thing she had once despised. She was alone, powerful but isolated, haunted by the ghosts of her past. The revenge she had sought had consumed her, and now she was left standing at the top of an empire built on lies and blood. In the end, Rachel walked away from the warehouse with a heavy heart, knowing that there was no going back. The world she had known was gone, replaced by one she had created, a world of shadows and betrayal. But as she disappeared into the night once more, this time there was no looking back. Rachel had won, but the cost of her victory was everything she had once held dear. And now, with nothing left but the empire of lies she had inherited, she would rule it, cold and alone, knowing that in the end, she had become the monster she had fought so hard to destroy. The last vestiges of her old life were gone, and Rachel Moore, the woman who had once been, was no more.
On a scorching August afternoon in 2020, the serene image of Cedar Creek's suburban life was shattered in a way that would haunt the town for years. At the center of this tragedy were the Wilkersons. Benjamin, a 46-year-old corporate lawyer known for his relentless work ethic and involvement in local charities, and his wife, Olivia, a 44-year-old part-time art instructor with a radiant personality and a contagious smile. They had been integral members of the Cedar Creek community for over 10 years, their seemingly perfect marriage the envy of many. Next door lived the Myers family, Alice, a widowed librarian, and her 20-year-old son Eric, a college junior back home for the summer. The Myers had moved to Cedar Creek 5 years earlier. While they were somewhat reserved, they were generally well regarded by their neighbors. No one could have foreseen how these seemingly ordinary lives would collide in such a catastrophic way. Benjamin Wilkerson had always been driven by ambition. Born to middle-class parents in a small town in Kansas, he had climbed the social ladder through sheer determination and an almost obsessive work ethic. By his early 30s, he was a rising star at a prominent law firm, admired by his colleagues for his sharp legal mind and by his clients for his straightforward approach. Olivia Bennett, as she was known before marriage, had a different trajectory. The daughter of a university professor and a painter, she grew up in a home that valued creativity and self-expression. She initially pursued a career in contemporary dance, but a knee injury in her final year of college led her to pivot toward art instruction and wellness coaching. The early years of their marriage were marked by happiness and prosperity. Benjamin's career continued to soar, and he took great pride in providing Olivia with the life he believed she deserved. Olivia, in turn, threw herself into the role of the perfect corporate spouse, hosting dinner parties and attending social events that were crucial for Benjamin's memory. She also began teaching part-time art classes at an upscale gallery, finding fulfillment in helping others explore their creativity. However, as the years went by, cracks began to appear in their meticulously crafted life. Benjamin's work hours grew longer, his ambition driving him to pursue ever more significant cases and clients. He was rarely home before 9 p.m., and even when he was physically present, his mind seemed elsewhere, constantly checking his phone for emails or legal updates. Olivia, now approaching her mid-40s, found herself feeling increasingly restless. The art classes and community events that once filled her days now felt hollow and unfulfilling. She began to question the choices that had led her to this point, wondering if she had traded her dreams for a life that had become a gilded cage. The couple's inability to have children, despite years of trying, added another layer of strain to their relationship. By the summer of 2020, the Wilkersons' marriage was a carefully maintained facade. To the outside world, they still appeared to be the golden couple. Benjamin continued to excel at work, recently winning a major case that positioned him for a partnership at his firm. Olivia's art classes were more popular than ever, her students drawn to her warmth and apparent serenity. But behind closed doors, they were virtually strangers. Conversations, when they happened, were perfunctory and centered around schedules and obligations. Physical intimacy had become a rare occurrence, each touch laden with unspoken resentments, unmet expectations. The Myers had moved into the house next to the Wilkersons in 2015, following the death of Alice Myers' husband, Dr. Gregory Myers, a well-respected cardiologist. Gregory had succumbed to the very illness he had spent his career treating, leaving Alice to raise their son, Eric, alone. Alice, a soft-spoken librarian, initially struggled to adjust to life in the new community. Moving from their modest home in Toledo had been a necessary escape from the memories that haunted every corner of their old house. However, Cedar Creek, with its affluent suburbia, felt alien to her. She found solace in her books and in tending to the garden, which quickly became the envy of the neighborhood. Eric Myers was 15 when they moved in, a lanky, introverted teenager who was more comfortable with computers than people. The transition to a new school had been tough. He often found himself the target of bullies who mocked his second-hand clothes and quiet demeanor. It was during this challenging period that Benjamin Wilkerson had taken an interest in Eric, offering him a job mowing lawns and doing odd jobs around the neighborhood. Over the next 5 years, Eric blossomed into a confident young man, excelling in his computer science studies at university. Despite his growing confidence, Eric remained devoted to his mother, worrying about her isolation and loneliness. He made a point of coming home most weekends, even when his friends had plans for parties or road trips. It was on one of these weekend visits in early July that he first saw Olivia Wilkerson in a new light. Alice had always been grateful for the Wilkersons' kindness, particularly Olivia's efforts to include her in neighborhood activities. She often spoke of Olivia's generosity, unaware of the complex emotions brewing beneath the surface of her son's polite nods. The spark that ignited the affair between Olivia Wilkerson and Eric Myers was as unexpected as it was intense. It happened on a warm evening in early July during one of the Wilkersons' famous summer barbecues. Benjamin, as usual, was holding court near the grill, entertaining his colleagues with stories of his latest legal victories. Olivia, feeling particularly isolated amid the crowd, had retreated to the quiet of the pool house to refill the ice bucket. Eric, who had reluctantly accompanied his mother to the party, chose that moment to escape the noise and force socializing. He entered the pool house, not realizing it was occupied, and found Olivia struggling with a heavy bag of ice. Their eyes met, and in that instant, something shifted. Eric moved to help her with the ice, their hands brushing briefly. They stood there momentarily, the cold of the ice contrasting sharply with the unexpected heat building between them. It was Olivia who broke the silence, her voice husky as she thanked him. Eric, usually articulate, found himself stammering in response. That brief encounter set the stage for what was to come. Over the next few weeks, Olivia and Eric began to find reasons to be in each other's company. It started innocently enough, Olivia asking Eric for help with her computer, Eric offering to assist with her garden. Each interaction was charged with an undercurrent of attraction that they both tried to ignore. Their first kiss happened almost a month after the barbecue. Eric had been helping Olivia set up for one of her art classes in the local park. As they finished, a sudden summer storm broke out. They ran for shelter under a nearby gazebo, laughing and breathless as the rain poured down around them. Olivia looked at Eric and felt a surge of desire she hadn't experienced in years. Before she could think better of it, she leaned in and kissed him. From that point, their affair escalated quickly. They were reckless, driven by a mix of Eric's youthful passion and Olivia's desperation to feel alive again. They met in secluded spots around Cedar Creek, in the back row of the local movie theater, a quiet corner of the public library, and most dangerously, in the Wilkerson home when Benjamin was at work. Each encounter left them craving more, their age gap forgotten in the intensity of their stolen moments. Olivia felt rejuvenated, rediscovering parts of herself she thought were long gone. Eric, for his part, was intoxicated by Olivia's experience and the forbidden nature of their relationship. But as the summer wore on, the strain of maintaining their secret began to show. Close calls became more frequent, a neighbor almost catching them in an embrace, a suspicious glance from Alice when Olivia's name came up too often in conversation. The guilt, too, began to weigh on them. Eric struggled with the knowledge that he was betraying Benjamin, a man who had been nothing but kind to him. Olivia found herself lying more and more to her husband, each deception another crack in the foundation of her marriage. On August 12, 2020, the day dawned hot and humid, with an ominous air hinting at an impending storm. It was a Tuesday, and Cedar Creek was waking up to another day of routines and responsibilities. For Benjamin Wilkerson, it started like any other. He woke up early, put on one of his finely tailored suits, and left for the office before Olivia had even stirred from her sleep. Olivia awoke later, her mind already buzzing with plans for the day. Benjamin had informed her the night before that he would be working late an important client dinner that could solidify his partnership deal. For Olivia, this presented an opportunity. She texted Eric, her heart racing as she suggested he come over in the afternoon. Eric, who had been agonizing over the affair for days, saw the message as a chance to end things face to face. He replied with a simple okay, resolving to break it off before the situation spiraled any further out of control. The day crawled by slowly for both of them. Olivia went to her morning art class with a nervous energy that her students couldn't help but notice. Meanwhile, at his summer job, Eric struggled to focus on the lines of code on his screen, his mind constantly drifting to thoughts of Olivia and the difficult conversation ahead. At 3:00 p.m., Eric made his way to the Wilkerson home, glancing around cautiously to ensure none of the neighbors were watching. Olivia quickly ushered him inside, her face flushed with a mix of excitement and anxiety. Eric was the first to speak, trying to say they needed to talk, but Olivia, misinterpreting his intention and driven by a desperate need to feel desired, cut him off with a passionate kiss. Despite his reservations, Eric found himself responding, his resolve weakening in the face of Olivia's intensity. What happened next was a blur of discarded clothes and tangled limbs as they made their way to the master bedroom. All thoughts of ending the affair were momentarily forgotten as they lost themselves in each other. Meanwhile, across town, Benjamin sat in his office, frowning at his computer screen. The figures for his client presentation were not adding up, and he realized he would have to redo a significant portion of his work. Frustration mounting, he made a snap decision. He would go home to regroup and return to the office later to finish up before the dinner. At 4:15 p.m., Benjamin's car pulled into the driveway. He noticed Eric's old Toyota parked a little way down the street but thought nothing of it, probably helping Alice with something. He mused as he unlocked the front door. The house was quiet as Benjamin entered, but something felt off. A half-empty glass of wine sat on the coffee table, unusual for Olivia at this hour. Then he heard it. A muffled sound coming from upstairs. Frowning, he climbed the stairs, the noise growing louder as he approached the master bedroom. What Benjamin saw when he opened the door would be seared into his memory forever. His wife, the woman he had loved for 15 years, was in their bed with Eric Mears, the 20-year-old young man he had mentored and trusted. With a roar of rage and pain, Benjamin lunged forward, his hands so accustomed to manipulating legal documents and shaking hands on business deals now clenched into fists. He grabbed Eric, yanking him off the bed. Olivia screamed, scrambling to cover herself and separate the two men, but her efforts were in vain. Benjamin's first punch caught Eric squarely in the jaw, sending the younger man stumbling backward. Fueled by adrenaline and fear, Eric tried to fight back. The two men grappled, crashing into the dresser, sending framed photos and knickknacks scattering across the floor. In the chaos, no one noticed the heavy crystal bookend that fell from the dresser's top. No one saw it until Benjamin, in a blind fit of rage, grabbed it and brought it down on Eric's head with a sickening thud. The sound echoed in the sudden silence that followed. Eric crumpled to the floor, blood pooling rapidly around his motionless form. Olivia's scream pierced the air as the full horror of what had just happened struck them. As storm clouds gathered outside and sirens wailed in the distance, the lives of everyone involved changed irrevocably. The idyllic facade of Cedar Creek had been shattered, and nothing would ever be the same again. The piercing wail of police sirens shattered the usual tranquility of the neighborhood. Curious neighbors peeked out from behind their curtains, their expressions a mixture of concern and curiosity. As police cars and an ambulance screeched to a halt in front of the Wilkerson residence, the first officers on the scene were met with a tableau of horror they would never forget. Benjamin Wilkerson, covered in blood, sitting on the edge of the bed with his head in his hands, looking shell-shocked. Olivia, barely clothed and hysterical, stood in the corner of the room. The room bore all the signs of a violent struggle: overturned furniture, shattered glass, and blood smears on the hardwood floor. Detective Claire Reynolds, a seasoned veteran of the Cedar Creek Police Department's homicide unit, took charge of the scene. Her first priority was to get medical attention for Eric Myers. As paramedics worked feverishly to stabilize him, Reynolds began piecing together the chaotic series of events that had led to this moment. Benjamin, still in shock, was taken into custody without resistance. Olivia was questioned separately, her fragmented and emotional story painting a picture of a long-simmering marital discord that had erupted into violence. As the news spread throughout the neighborhood, a crowd began to gather outside the police cordon. Among them was Alice Myers, who collapsed in grief upon being informed of her son's critical condition. She was quickly taken to the hospital, where Eric was fighting for his life in the intensive care unit. The investigation moved swiftly. Forensics teams combed through the Wilkerson home, collecting evidence and taking photographs. The crystal book, and now a potential murder weapon, was carefully bagged and tagged. Neighbors were interviewed, and their statements added context to the relationships between the Wilkersons and the Myers family. One neighbor recalled hearing raised voices from the Wilkerson house earlier that afternoon but dismissed it as the television being too loud. Another mentioned seeing Eric enter the Wilkerson home around 3:00 p.m., finding it odd given Benjamin's typical work schedule. As night fell, the gravity of the situation became clear. Eric Myers was pronounced dead at 10:02 p.m., never having regained consciousness. The charge against Benjamin Wilkerson was elevated from assault to second-degree murder. In the days that followed, more details emerged. Olivia, racked with guilt and facing intense scrutiny, admitted to the affair with Eric. Her statement, given through tears at the police station, provided a timeline of their relationship and the events leading up to that fateful afternoon. Benjamin, advised by his hastily retained attorney, remained silent. His colleagues at the law firm described a man under immense pressure, working long hours to secure a partnership that had seemed just within reach. None, however, had suspected the depth of his marital troubles or his capacity for violence. The case against Benjamin Wilkerson was building, but Detective Reynolds knew that in the court of public opinion, there would be no clear villains or heroes in this story, only victims, each in their own way, of the secrets and lies that had finally come to light in the most devastating manner possible. The trial of Benjamin Wilkerson began on a crisp winter morning 6 months after the tragic events that had rocked Cedar Grove. The county courthouse, An imposing structure of red brick and white columns was surrounded by reporters and onlookers eager to witness the proceedings. Inside, the tension was palpable as the judge called the court to order. Prosecuting attorney Margaret Blake, known for her tenacity and sharp intellect, laid out the state's case in her opening statement. She painted a vivid picture of Benjamin Wilkerson as a man consumed by rage and jealousy, who had brutally murdered a young man in the prime of his life. Blake's words were precise and impactful, her gaze sweeping across the jury as she promised to prove Benjamin's guilt beyond any reasonable doubt. Defense attorney Robert Sterling countered with a narrative of his own, portraying Benjamin as a devoted husband and a respected community member pushed to the brink by a profound betrayal. Sterling suggested that the death was a tragic accident, the result of a confrontation that had spiraled out of control. As the trial progressed, a parade of witnesses took the stand. Forensic experts testified about blood spatter patterns and the force required to cause Eric Myers' fatal injury. Neighbors recounted the events of that fateful day, and character witnesses spoke to the personalities and reputations of both Benjamin and Eric. But it was Olivia Wilkerson's testimony that captivated the courtroom. Over 2 grueling days on the stand, she laid bare the disintegration of her marriage and the evolution of her relationship with Eric. Her voice trembled as she described the moment Benjamin walked in on them, and the horror of watching the confrontation unfold. Under cross-examination, Sterling tried to paint her as an unfaithful wife whose actions had driven her husband to temporary insanity, but Olivia held firm, accepting her part in the tragedy while insisting that nothing justified Eric's death. Alice Myers' testimony was brief but powerful. Still grief-stricken, she spoke of her son's kindness and dreams for the future, all cut short in an act of senseless violence. Her quiet dignity in the face of unimaginable loss moved many in the courtroom to tears. As the trial neared its conclusion, all eyes turned to Benjamin Wilkerson. Against his lawyer's advice, he chose to take the stand. His testimony was a study in contrast, moments of apparent remorse interspersed with flashes of the anger that had led to Eric's death. He spoke of the pressure he had been under at work, the growing distance in his marriage, and the shock of discovering his wife's infidelity. When describing the fight with Eric, Benjamin claimed he had never intended to cause serious harm, that he had simply lost control. Expert witnesses in the field of psychology were called to provide insight into the minds of those involved in the tragic events. Dr. Laura Cho, a clinical psychologist, explained that Benjamin's actions could be understood through the lens of what psychologists call intermittent explosive disorder, characterized by episodes of violent, aggressive behavior disproportionate to the situation. She pointed to Benjamin's high-stress job, unexpressed marital dissatisfaction, and the shock of discovering his wife's infidelity as contributing factors to his violent outburst. However, under cross-examination, Dr. Cho conceded that while these factors could explain Benjamin's behavior, they did not excuse it. She emphasized that many individuals face similar stressors without resorting to violence. The defense called a specialist in marriage and family therapy to testify about the psychological impact of infidelity. Dr. Michael Friedman described the profound sense of betrayal and loss of identity that a person may experience upon discovering a spouse's affair, likening it to a form of psychological trauma capable of triggering extreme emotional responses. The psychological analyses presented during the trial offered a complex picture of human behavior and motivation, highlighting how a combination of personal history, societal expectations, and immediate circumstances can collide to create a perfect storm of tragedy. After 7 exhausting weeks of testimony, evidence presentation, and legal arguments, the fate of Benjamin Wilkerson rested in the hands of the jury. As Judge Blackwell sent the 12 jurors to deliberate, a tense silence fell over the courtroom. Following a few hours of deliberation, the jury returned with their verdict. Benjamin Wilkerson was found guilty of second-degree murder, but with mitigating circumstances. In her sentencing remarks, Judge Blackwell cited the violent nature of the crime, balanced against Benjamin's lack of prior criminal history and the unique circumstances of the case. She sentenced him to 18 years in state prison, with the possibility of parole after 12 years. As Benjamin was led away in handcuffs, the full weight of the tragedy seemed to descend upon the courtroom. There were no victors here, only lives irrevocably altered by a moment of passion and a split second of violence.
Eleanor's day began with the quiet hum of the countryside seeping through the open window. At 64, her life was woven deeply with her son Michael's needs, whose world had been confined to a wheelchair since a devastating accident 23 years ago. Formed her morning rituals with a precision born of years of repetition. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled the kitchen as she meticulously prepared a nutritious breakfast. "Good morning, son," she greeted warmly as she entered Michael's room. He responded with a smile, though fainter than usual, which Eleanor noticed but chose to attribute to morning fatigue. Their breakfast conversation was simple yet filled with the warmth of unspoken love. They discussed their plans for the day, including their favorite soap operas, which offered Michael a brief escape into stories of drama and intrigue, far from the physical limitations that defined his reality. Later, while tidying up, Eleanor's mind wandered to the subtle changes she had recently noticed in Michael. His once vibrant spirit seemed overshadowed by a hint of something she couldn't quite place, perhaps a secret worry or a hidden pain. Determined to understand, she decided to keep a closer watch, hoping it was just her overprotective instincts. Eleanor couldn't shake off the feeling that something was different about Michael. She noticed it again while they were watching their usual soap opera in the evening. Michael seemed distracted, his eyes lingering on the TV screen without truly absorbing what was happening. His hand rested on the blanket, and then, there it was again, a slight, almost imperceptible twitch in his toes. A movement that should have been impossible given his condition. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be a muscle spasm? An involuntary reflex? Eleanor didn't want to jump to conclusions, but the possibility gnawed at her. Over the next few days, she observed Michael even more closely. She noticed him occasionally glancing down at his legs, as if testing something. At first, she dismissed it, but the pattern was too consistent to ignore. One night, as the blanket subtly shifted again around Michael's feet, Eleanor's suspicions peaked. Her mind raced with questions, doubt, and a flicker of hope she hadn't felt in years. What if Michael was experiencing something new, something better? But why hadn't he said anything? Was he hiding it out of fear, or did he simply not want to get her hopes up? Determined to uncover the truth, Eleanor made a decision she never thought she would consider. She needed to know what was happening, even if it meant crossing boundaries she had never dared to cross. Eleanor struggled with her thoughts, torn between trust and curiosity. The changes in Michael were undeniable, but the uncertainty of what they meant was unbearable. Could he be regaining some movement, or was it all in her mind, a desperate wish for a miracle? One morning, while preparing Michael's breakfast, Eleanor decided she needed to find out. Not out of distrust, but out of concern and love. She wanted to help, and if something was happening, she needed to know. She thought of installing hidden cameras in the house, an idea that filled her with guilt, but seemed necessary to uncover the truth. Later that day, while taking Michael to his usual medical checkup and physiotherapy, she told him she needed to run a few errands and would return soon. Michael nodded, unaware of her inner turmoil. Eleanor drove to a security agency, where she was met by a young technician named Peter. She hesitated before explaining her need for hidden cameras in her home. Peter, sensing her urgency, reassured her that the installation could be done within an hour. With a heavy heart, Eleanor agreed, hoping to uncover what Michael might be hiding. By the time she returned to the clinic, the cameras were discreetly installed, and she felt a strange mix of anxiety and anticipation. That night, Eleanor waited for the moment to review the footage, her heart racing as she wondered what the cameras might reveal. Late that night, Eleanor sat in her dimly lit living room, nervously clutching her phone as she opened the camera feed. Her breath caught in her throat when she saw Michael's room on the screen. At first, everything seemed normal. He lay in bed, his face calm, breathing steady. But then, slowly, she saw it survey. Michael, with great effort, attempted to sit up. Eleanor watched, her heart pounding as he tried to lift himself, his legs trembling slightly under the strain. Eleanor's eyes widened with a mix of shock and hope. Could it be possible that he was regaining control over his legs? Why hadn't he told her? Was he hiding this progress to avoid disappointing her if it turned out to be nothing? Determined to find out more, Eleanor decided to stay quiet and observe. She needed to be sure before she confronted him. The next day, she carried on as usual, carefully monitoring every little movement. She noticed Michael was tense, perhaps sensing her watchful eyes. Over the next few days, Eleanor kept a close eye on the footage. Every time she checked, she saw Michael making small attempts to move, lifting a leg slightly, flexing his toes, or shifting his weight. Each effort seemed more deliberate, more controlled. Her heart raced with a blend of joy and one evening during their usual soap opera, Eleanor couldn't hold back any longer. "Michael," she began softly, trying to steady her voice. "I've noticed your legs. Can you feel something?" Michael's face went pale. After a moment, he finally confessed, "Yes, Mom, I felt small improvements. I was afraid to tell you, afraid of what it might mean." Eleanor's eyes filled with tears of both shock and relief. "Why didn't you tell me, my son?" she asked gently. "I didn't want to get our hopes up." "Just in case," Michael whispered. Eleanor, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions, took his hands. "We'll face this together, Michael, every step of the way." With the truth out in the open, Eleanor felt a surge of determination. She decided it was time to support Michael fully in his journey toward recovery. The next morning, she called Dr. Lewis, a renowned neurologist, and arranged an appointment to assess Michael's condition. Dr. Lewis had a reputation for working wonders with patients who were told they would never walk again. Eleanor felt hope, fragile but real, beginning to stir in her chest. At the consultation, Dr. Lewis conducted a series of thorough tests. Michael described the slight sensations he had been feeling in his legs and the small movements he'd managed. Dr. Lewis listened intently, his face thoughtful. "There is potential here," he finally said, "but it will require intensive therapy, patience, and a lot of effort from both of you." Eleanor nodded. "Resolute. We're ready for whatever it takes," she replied. Dr. Lewis recommended an intensive rehabilitation program with a highly skilled physiotherapist named Julia, who was known for her innovative and rigorous methods. Eleanor and Michael left the clinic with renewed hope, ready to embrace this new chapter. The following week, Michael started his sessions with Julia. She was warm and encouraging, but also firm, pushing Michael beyond his comfort zone. The exercises were challenging. Every muscle ached and every small movement felt like a monumental task. Yet Julia's encouraging words kept Michael motivated, and Eleanor's unwavering support. Days turned into weeks, and Michael began to make small but significant progress. He could now lift his leg a few inches off the bed, flex his toes with a bit more control, and even balance himself while sitting. These moments, though minor in the grand scheme, felt like victories. Eleanor created a positive, nurturing environment at home. She cheered on every small success, celebrated each tiny improvement, and provided comfort during the tough times. Their home became a place of optimism and strength, filled with hope. As weeks turned into months, the rehabilitation continued to test Michael's limits. The exercises became more demanding, and progress was often painfully slow. There were days when frustration threatened to overwhelm him, and he felt tempted to give up. Yet, Julia's persistence and Eleanor's encouragement pushed him to keep going. She introduced new exercises to strengthen Michael's muscles and improve his mobility, always finding creative ways to keep him engaged and motivated. Julia and Michael began to form a deeper bond during these intense sessions. They would talk during breaks, sharing stories and finding comfort in each other's company. Julia shared her own struggles and challenges, which inspired Michael to push himself further. Eleanor noticed the growing connection between them. but her focus remained solely on her son's recovery.
One sunny morning, during a particularly grueling session, something extraordinary happened. With Julia's steady support, Michael managed to stand on his feet without any help for the first time in over 2 decades. Tears filled Julia's eyes as she held his hands, steadying him. "You're doing it, Michael." "Keep going," she whispered. Michael took a deep breath and, with a trembling effort, took a small step forward. His voice shook with emotion as he exclaimed, "I did it. I really did it." Eleanor, who was anxiously watching from across the room, felt tears stream down her face. She rushed over and hugged her son, overcome with joy. It was a miraculous moment that marked the beginning of a new chapter for their family. Following the breakthrough, Michael's recovery gathered momentum. His sessions with Julia became more rigorous, and each day brought new achievements. The clinic buzzed with news of Michael's progress, inspiring other patients and staff. Michael felt more motivated than ever, not just because of the physical milestones but also due to the deepening bond he shared with Julia. Their friendship had evolved into something more profound, though unspoken. Michael found himself looking forward to each session, not only for the therapy but also for the moments of connection. Eleanor noticed the spark in her son's eyes and felt a mixture of happiness and worry. She didn't want anything to jeopardize his progress. One afternoon, after an exceptionally successful session, Michael found himself alone with Julia in the therapy room. Emboldened by his recent achievements, he decided to speak from his heart. "Julia," he began, his voice hesitant but steady, "I need to tell you something. I think I've fallen for you." Julia looked at him, taken aback. Her face softened, and she responded, "Michael, I care deeply about you too. But this is complicated." They both knew their feelings were mutual, yet they were acutely aware of the complexities of their situation. After a pause, Julia said, "Let's not let this interfere with your recovery. Let's focus on getting you back on your feet, and then we'll see where this takes us." Michael nodded, appreciating her honesty and commitment to his well-being. With their feelings now in the open, Michael and Julia agreed to keep their emotions in check, focusing solely on his recovery. The physiotherapy sessions continued with renewed vigor. Michael's determination grew stronger as he saw the possibilities ahead of him, both for his physical recovery and his future with Julia. However, the emotional tension between them was palpable, adding an undercurrent of excitement and uncertainty to each session. Eleanor, sensing something unspoken between Michael and Julia, remained cautiously optimistic. She was thrilled with Michael's progress but worried about potential distractions. She decided not to interfere, trusting in their maturity to handle their feelings while focusing on what truly mattered: Michael's recovery. Michael's progress was undeniable. He could now take several steps with minimal assistance. Each day he pushed himself harder, driven by the dream of walking again and the desire to prove to himself and Julia that he could overcome the odds. Julia continued to guide him with patience and encouragement, never allowing him to settle for anything less than his best. One day, during a session, Michael managed to walk the entire length of the therapy room without any support. Eleanor and Julia watched with bated breath as he moved, step by shaky step, toward them. When he finally reached the end, they burst into applause, tears of joy streaming down their faces. For Michael, it felt like a victory, not just over his physical limitations, but over the fear and doubt that had plagued him for years. With each step, Michael felt more alive than he had in years. Eleanor watched with pride as her son moved closer to reclaiming his independence. Yet, beneath her joy lay a quiet fear that this progress might be temporary, that setbacks could still come. She masked her worries with a smile, focusing on Michael's victories. Meanwhile, Michael's bond with Julia grew stronger. They began to spend time together outside therapy sessions, short walks in the park, quiet talks about their dreams. Each moment deepened their connection, and they cherished their time together while keeping it hidden from others. One evening, while having dinner with Eleanor, Michael decided it was time to tell his mother about his feelings for Julia. "Mom, there's something I need to share with you," he began cautiously. Eleanor looked up, sensing the seriousness in his tone. "I've fallen in love with Julia," he confessed, bracing for her reaction. Eleanor's face softened, her eyes filling with tears not of sadness, but of joy. "Oh, Michael," she whispered, "I've seen how happy she makes you. You deserve every bit of this happiness." Michael felt a weight lift from his shoulders, relieved by her support. The next day, with renewed confidence, he shared his feelings with Julia, expressing his desire for a future together. Julia, moved by his honesty, agreed that they should embrace their connection, but also continue focusing on his recovery journey. Michael and Julia's relationship blossomed, giving Michael a newfound purpose. With Eleanor's support, they began planning small outings that tested Michael's mobility: a trip to a local park, a family dinner at a nearby restaurant. Each outing was a celebration of his progress and a step toward reclaiming a normal life. During one such outing, while Julia guided him through a crowded street, Michael felt a surge of confidence. For the first time in years, he felt less like a patient and more like a man rediscovering his independence. He glanced at Julia, their hands interlocked, and felt immense gratitude for this second chance at life. Encouraged by his progress and the strength of their relationship, Michael decided it was time to take a significant step forward. On a quiet evening, he invited Julia and Eleanor for a simple dinner at home. After the meal, he took Julia's hand, leading her to the living room. "Julia," he began, his voice filled with emotion, "you've brought light back into my life. Will you marry me?" Julia's eyes welled with tears. "Yes, Michael," she whispered. "Yes," 1,000 times Eleanor watched, her heart full, feeling that all their years of struggle had led to this beautiful moment of love and hope. With Julia's acceptance of Michael's proposal, their life together took on a new meaning. Preparations for the wedding became a joyful distraction from the intensity of his rehabilitation. Michael continued his exercises with determination, pushing himself harder, not just for his own recovery, but to walk down the aisle with Julia. Eleanor embraced her new role as the mother of the groom, supporting Michael while helping Julia with wedding arrangements. The three of them, united by their experiences and shared love, found happiness in the little moments: laughter over floral choices, shared meals, and discussions about the future. As the wedding day approached, Michael experienced a setback. During a particularly strenuous session, he felt a sharp pain in his legs and had to be assisted back to his chair. Fear gripped him. What if he couldn't make it to the wedding on his own 2 feet? Julia and Eleanor quickly rallied around him, offering comfort and encouragement. "We're here for you, no matter what," Julia whispered, holding his hand. "You've already achieved so much. Don't let this moment break your spirit." Eleanor echoed her sentiments, reinforcing her unwavering belief in him. Determined to overcome, Michael redoubled his efforts, adjusting his exercises with Julia's guidance and slowly regaining his strength. His dream of walking to Julia at the altar became his sole focus, fueling his determination. The day of the wedding arrived, bathed in sunlight and filled with anticipation. Friends and family gathered in a beautiful garden, their hearts full of hope and joy. Michael, dressed in a classic suit, stood at the entrance, holding onto a cane for support. His hands trembled slightly, but his face was calm and focused. With Eleanor by his side, Michael took a deep breath and began his journey down the aisle. Each step was measured, deliberate, and full of meaning. The crowd watched in silence, their eyes moist with emotion as Michael, step by step, walked toward Julia, who waited with tears in her eyes. When he finally reached her, he whispered, "I made it." Julia, smiling through her tears, replied, "You always do." The ceremony proceeded with heartfelt vows, a celebration of love, resilience, and the incredible journey they had shared. Married life brought new beginnings and adjustments for Michael and Julia. Their days were filled with small joys, like cooking dinner together and taking leisurely strolls. They balanced their new life with their work. Julia continued her job as a physiotherapist, and Michael started mentoring others who had faced similar struggles. Eleanor, now at peace, saw her son flourish in ways she had once only dreamed of. She remained a constant presence, a pillar of love and wisdom, enjoying this new chapter in their lives. Michael continued to attend therapy, not only for himself but to inspire others with his story. He became a beacon of hope at the clinic, showing what determination, love, and support could achieve. Julia and Michael often spoke at community events, sharing their journey, encouraging others never to give up. Months passed, and life settled into a happy routine. One sunny morning, while enjoying breakfast, Julia seemed unusually quiet, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Michael noticed and gently asked, "Is there something on your mind?" Julia reached for his hand, her eyes bright with excitement. "Michael, I have news. I'm pregnant." Michael's face lit up with a mixture of shock and joy. "We're going to have a baby," he asked, his voice catching in his throat. Julia nodded, and Michael pulled her into a tight embrace, his heart swelling with happiness. Eleanor, upon hearing the news, couldn't contain her excitement. "A grandchild. This is more than I ever hoped for," she exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. The family began planning for the new arrival, their home filled with joy and anticipation. The months that followed were filled with excitement as Michael and Julia prepared for the arrival of their baby. They decorated the nursery together, choosing soft pastels and arranging tiny clothes with care. Each ultrasound brought new joy and a deepening connection to the life growing inside Julia. Eleanor became the doting grandmother even before the baby arrived, knitting blankets and dreaming of the moments to come. Julia continued her work, but the pregnancy brought new challenges. Michael remained her steadfast partner, offering support and love at every step. They faced the usual ups and downs of impending parenthood, but their love grew stronger with each passing day. One quiet early morning, Julia felt the first contractions. Michael quickly gathered their things, his hands trembling with a mix of fear and excitement, and drove to the hospital. Eleanor waited at home, pacing with anticipation, praying for a smooth delivery. Hours later, Michael called Eleanor with a voice choked with emotion. "Mom, he's here. Noah has arrived, and he's perfect." Eleanor burst into tears of joy, rushing to the hospital to meet her grandson. As she entered the room, she saw Julia cradling a tiny bundle in her arms, and Michael by her side, beaming with pride and love. Eleanor held Noah close, tears streaming down her face as she whispered, "Welcome to the world, little one. You are so very loved." The arrival of baby Noah brought a new rhythm to their lives. The house was filled with the soft sounds of a newborn, laughter, and the gentle chaos of early parenthood. Sleepless nights and countless diaper changes became their new normal, but every moment with Noah felt like a precious gift. Michael and Julia navigated their roles as new parents, supporting each other through the ups and downs. Eleanor embraced her role as a grandmother, offering help and wisdom whenever she could. She delighted in Noah's first smiles and the little coos he made, feeling immense pride in the family she had helped build. For her, this was a time of healing, watching her son and daughter-in-law flourish and feeling the presence of a new generation. As Noah grew, it became clear that their cozy home was starting to feel a bit cramped. Michael and Julia decided it was time to find a larger space, one where Noah could play freely and where they could continue building their family memories. After weeks of searching, they found a house with a big garden, perfect for family picnics and Noah's future adventures. The move was an exciting yet challenging experience. Eleanor, Michael, and Julia worked together to make the new house feel like home, filling it with love, laughter, and reminders of their journey. The spacious home gave them room to breathe and dream bigger. With the move, Eleanor became even more integrated into their daily lives. Michael and Julia insisted she have her own room in their new home, beautifully decorated with love and care. She cherished every moment with her grandson, telling him stories, playing and watching him grow. Eleanor's presence in their home was a constant reminder of strength and resilience, and Michael often found himself telling Noah about the incredible journey his grandmother had endured. As the days passed, Eleanor began to receive special care from Michael and Julia, feeling the love she had given all those years return in beautiful, daily gestures. Life settled into a comfortable routine filled with family picnics in the garden, weekend adventures, and long conversations about the future. Michael and Julia dreamed of traveling with Noah, teaching him about the world, and sharing the values of love, strength, and resilience that had brought them this far. Eleanor, now older but still vibrant, enjoyed these moments with her family. She watched with pride as Noah grew, showing every day the teachings and values that his parents and grandmother instilled with so much love. For her, this was the culmination of a life well lived, surrounded by those she loved most. Years passed, and their home continued to be filled with love, laughter, and the sounds of a growing child. Noah blossomed, learning from the examples set by his parents and grandmother. Michael and Julia found new purposes, dedicating themselves to helping others, sharing their story of perseverance, love, and recovery. Eleanor, feeling the weight of age, took comfort in knowing she had created a legacy that would endure through Noah and the future generations. She felt grateful for every shared moment, every challenge overcome, and every victory celebrated together as a family. One quiet morning, Eleanor passed away peacefully in her sleep, surrounded by the love of her family. Her departure left a profound void, but also a legacy of strength and unconditional love that would continue to guide Michael, Julia, and Noah for years to come. Michael, holding his mother's hand for the last time, whispered, "Thank you, Mom, for everything. We will carry your love with us always." They held a small, heartfelt ceremony in the garden she loved so much, celebrating her life and the impact she had made on them all. Eleanor's memory remained a guiding light, reminding them of the power of love, resilience, and never giving up, no matter the odds. Michael, Julia, and Noah moved forward with their lives, carrying Eleanor's spirit with them. They continued to build on the foundation she had created, facing life's challenges with courage and love. As they looked to the future, they knew that they were bound by a story that had shaped them. A story of a mother's love, a son's resilience, and a family's journey through hardship to joy. And so, the legacy lived on a testament to the power of hope, the strength of family, and the unbreakable bond that ties us all.
In the summer of 2022, Miami's vibrant streets concealed a web of secrets, lies, and deadly jealousy. What started as a seemingly innocent friendship between neighbors spiraled into one of the most perplexing and shocking true crime cases the city had ever seen. Two couples living side by side whose intertwined lives led to an unspeakable tragedy. Meet Thomas Clark and Ray Danford. Thomas, a successful bank manager, had always been a man of structure, following the rules to a T until Ray moved in next door. Ray, the charismatic insurance agent with a magnetic smile and a wild side, seemed to live life without any boundaries. What started as casual conversations across the picket fence soon turned into something much deeper, much more dangerous. Then there were the wives, Tamara Kraus, Thomas's partner for nearly a decade, and Christina Steen, Ray's stunning wife, who worked as a flight attendant. The four of them seemed like the perfect picture of suburban bliss. But beneath the surface, hidden desires and unspoken tensions began to brew. One steamy Miami evening, after too many drinks at a neighborhood barbecue, everything changed. What had once been innocent flirting turned into something far more intimate, an invitation that would forever alter their lives. Thomas and Ray had been growing closer in secret for months, their once casual friendship turning into a clandestine romance. But that night, something shifted. It wasn't just about them anymore. Tamara and Christina, oblivious to the affair between their husbands, were drawn into a new dynamic, a swinger arrangement that no one had predicted. At first it seemed exciting, a thrilling escape from the mundane routine of their marriages. But it didn't take long for jealousy to creep in. Thomas began noticing the way Tamara looked at Ray, her eyes lingering just a little too long. And Ray? Well, he wasn't just interested in Thomas anymore. His attention was shifting, now focused on Christina, his own wife. But Thomas, he wanted all of Ray. The jealousy festered, and what had once been an open and exciting relationship quickly became toxic. Secrets already thick in the air multiplied. Who was loyal to whom? And more importantly, who would snap first? But the real twist came when one of them turned up dead. One hot summer night, Tamara Kraus was found dead in her bedroom. The police were called to the scene, and what they uncovered shocked the entire neighborhood. Her body was discovered with clear signs of a struggle, and the immediate suspect was her husband, Thomas. But things didn't add up. Thomas seemed genuinely distraught, and there was no clear motive. Why would he kill his wife when their relationship was seemingly perfect? Or was it? That's when the police discovered the tangled mess of relationships between the four. As they dug deeper into the lives of these neighbors, they began to uncover the truth about the swinger arrangement and the intense jealousy that had been festering behind closed doors. Was it Thomas, consumed with jealousy over Ray's growing interest in Tamara? Or could it have been Ray, frustrated with how complicated things had become? And where did Christina fit into all of this? The deeper investigators looked, the more twisted the story became. They soon discovered that Tamara had been keeping secrets of her own, private messages between her and Ray, where she hinted at wanting to leave both Thomas and Christina behind. She wanted a new life with Ray. As the police pieced together the events leading up to Tamara's death, a new suspect emerged, Christina Steen. Had she discovered her husband's affair with Tamara? Had jealousy driven her to commit the unthinkable? Or was there something even more sinister at play? What started as a steamy affair had spiraled into a deadly game of manipulation and betrayal. And the closer investigators got to the truth, the more dangerous the situation became. Someone was lying, and someone was about to pay the ultimate price. As the investigation into Tamara's death deepened, the cracks in the seemingly perfect relationships grew wider. What the police found next sent shockwaves through the neighborhood. Hidden in Tamara's phone were messages, explicit, intimate messages between her and Ray. The discovery rocked Thomas to his core. He had suspected something was happening, but now he had undeniable proof that his wife had been unfaithful. Thomas had always been a man of control, someone who prided himself on keeping his emotions in check. But in those moments, sitting in the police station, reading those texts, something in him snapped. He had loved Ray, trusted him. The affair with Ray had been their secret, something they both cherished, despite its dangerous nature. But this betrayal with Tamara, it was too much to bear. Detective Collins, the lead investigator, began to sense that Thomas was holding something back. His reactions were too calculated, too controlled. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but she knew he wasn't telling her the full story. And then there was Ray, who had gone completely silent after Tamara's death, refusing to cooperate with the investigation. Why wasn't he defending himself? Why wasn't he doing everything to clear his name? Christina, meanwhile, became a wild card in the investigation. She seemed devastated by the death of her neighbor and friend, but the detectives noticed something strange in her demeanor, an eerie calm that didn't quite fit the situation. They started digging into her background and discovered that Christina had been suspicious of Ray for months. She had even hired a private investigator to follow him, suspecting that he was cheating on her. But what the PI had uncovered was much more than just an affair. It was the tangled, sordid web of relationships that had led to Tamara's death. The investigators found notes from Christina's PI detailing the secret relationship between Thomas and Ray, but there was something even darker lurking in the shadows. A financial motive began to surface. Christina had been working with Ray to secretly siphon money from both Thomas and Tamara, using their emotions to manipulate them into vulnerable positions. Could this have been the real motive for the murder? As Detective Collins dug deeper, she began to suspect that Christina wasn't just a scorned wife, she was much more dangerous. The investigation shifted focus. Collins started to believe that Christina, not Thomas, may have been behind the murder. And the closer she got to the truth, the more unsettling the details became. Collins uncovered that, in the days leading up to Tamara's death, Christina had taken out a life insurance policy on her husband Ray without his knowledge. The policy was worth millions, and with Ray increasingly entangled in this messy web of deceit, Christina stood to gain a fortune if something happened to him. Was the plan to frame Ray for Tamara's murder, collect the insurance, and walk away with everything? It certainly looked that way. But Christina wasn't the only one with secrets. Ray, once a confident and manipulative man, began to spiral. He had always been in control, always been the one pulling the strings. But with the walls closing in on him, he realized that Christina had been playing him from the start. He had thought he was using her to get to Thomas and Tamara, but in reality, she had been using him all along. The dynamic between the four had shifted so dramatically that no one was quite sure who was telling the truth anymore. Ray, afraid for his life, reached out to Detective Collins with a chilling confession. He admitted to having an affair with both Thomas and Tamara, but what he revealed next changed everything. "I didn't kill her," Ray said, his voice shaky, "but I know who did." Collins leaned in, her pulse quickening. "Who?" Ray's eyes darted around the room. He was clearly terrified. "Christina, she's been planning this for months. She set me up." At first, Collins wasn't sure whether to believe him. Ray was a liar, a manipulator, but something about his fear seemed genuine. As Ray explained the twisted web of lies, Collins started to piece together a horrifying picture. Christina had orchestrated everything from the affairs to the financial deception. And now, with Tamara dead and Thomas a suspect, She was preparing to disappear with all the money. But Christina wasn't done. She had one final move to make, and it was more sinister than anyone had imagined. That night, as Collins raced to find Christina before she could flee the country, a fire broke out at Thomas's house. The flames consumed everything in minutes, and by the time firefighters arrived, it was too late. Inside the burning home, they found a body. The fire at Thomas's house was a turning point, an explosion of chaos in an already twisted case. As investigators sifted through the charred remains, they discovered that the body inside wasn't Thomas, but Ray. The man who had been at the center of the tangled web of lies and betrayal was now dead, leaving more questions than answers. Had Ray been lured to the house? Had he been trying to confront Thomas or perhaps flee with Christina? The more the investigators dug, the more it became clear Ray's death was no accident. Detective Collins stood at the crime scene, staring at the remnants of the house that had once been a symbol of success for Thomas and Tamara. Now it was nothing but ashes and secrets. The discovery of Ray's body only deepened the mystery. If Christina had orchestrated Tamara's death, could she have also been behind Ray's? Or was there something even darker at play? Collins couldn't shake the feeling that everything had been a setup from the start. The autopsy revealed that Ray hadn't died in the fire. He had been killed beforehand, his throat slit in a brutal attack. This was no accident, no desperate attempt to cover up a crime. This was cold-blooded murder. Collins' mind raced as she pieced together the timeline. Ray had been working with Christina, but at some point the alliance had broken. Could it be that Christina had eliminated Ray because he had become a liability? Or had Thomas, in a fit of rage and betrayal, turned on his former lover? Christina, meanwhile, had gone completely off the grid. She had withdrawn all the money from the joint account she shared with Ray and disappeared without a trace. It was as if she had vanished into thin air, leaving behind nothing but suspicion and devastation. Collins knew she had to find Christina before anyone else ended up dead, but every lead seemed to hit a dead end. Christina had covered her tracks well, but Collins wasn't giving up. As the investigation intensified, a disturbing new theory emerged. Collins began to suspect that Tamara's death had never been about love or revenge, it had been about money. The life insurance policies, the secret bank accounts, the offshore transfers, it all pointed to one thing: a calculated plan to eliminate those who stood in the way of a massive financial windfall. And the mastermind behind it all? Christina. But just when Collins thought she had figured it all out, a new player entered the game. Lily Danford, Ray's estranged sister, flew into town after hearing of her brother's death. Lily was different from the others, calm, composed, and far more perceptive than she let on. She had always known that Ray was living a dangerous life, but she had stayed out of it, keeping her distance. However, with Ray dead, Lily had one goal in mind: justice. Collins and Lily met in the quiet confines of a local diner, the dim lighting casting shadows over their conversation. Lily, her eyes sharp and focused, laid out her suspicions. "You're looking at this all wrong," Lily said, her voice steady. "Christina wasn't working alone. She had help, someone with connections, someone with influence. That's why you haven't been able to find her." Collins raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Who?" Lily leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "Thomas. He's been pulling the strings this entire time." Collins felt a chill run down her spine. Thomas? But how could that be? He had been a victim just like the others, or so she had thought. But as Lily laid out her theory, the pieces began to fall into place. Thomas had always been the quiet one, the one who seemed too perfect, too composed. But behind the facade of a grieving husband and a betrayed lover, there was something far more sinister lurking. Lily believed that Thomas had orchestrated everything from the start. He had used Ray and Christina as pawns in his game, manipulating them into killing Tamara so he could collect the insurance money and disappear with his wealth intact. "He's not as innocent as he looks," Lily said, her voice filled with certainty. "He's been planning this for years." Collins' mind raced as she considered the possibility. Could Thomas really have been the mastermind behind it all? It would explain so much: the way he had seemed oddly calm after Tamara's death, his strange behavior during the investigation, and now, the fire. Had he staged Ray's death to cover his tracks? But Collins wasn't convinced. There was still one piece of the puzzle missing, one thing that didn't quite add up. As she left the diner that night, her thoughts swirling, Collins received a call that sent her heart racing. It was Thomas. He had been found, alive. But his story was far more disturbing than anyone had anticipated. Thomas had been found at a remote cabin deep in the woods outside of Miami. He was disheveled, bruised, and barely coherent when the authorities brought him in. The cabin had been raided after a tip-off from an anonymous source. As Detective Collins arrived to interview him, her mind was already spinning with the possibilities. Thomas, the man Lily had implicated, was now in custody, but what was his version of events? Sitting in the dimly lit interrogation room, Thomas looked broken, his once carefully groomed appearance now ragged and wild. His eyes darted around the room as if he was still expecting someone to come after him. Collins sat down across from him, laying out her notes but keeping her expression neutral. She had to play this carefully. "You've been hard to find, Thomas," Collins began, her voice calm but laced with suspicion. "Care to tell me what you've been up to?" Thomas leaned forward, his hands trembling slightly. "You have no idea," he whispered, his voice shaky. "I've been running for my life. They're after me." Collins narrowed her eyes. "Who's they? Who are you running from?" Thomas swallowed hard and looked around the room as if expecting someone to burst through the door at any moment. "Ray and Christina," he said, barely audible. "They wanted everything. Tamara's money, the house, everything. It was all a game to them, but it got out of control. I thought I could stop it, but I was wrong." Collins couldn't believe what she was hearing. Ray was dead. How could he be chasing Thomas? Was this some kind of ploy? She pressed harder. "Ray's dead, Thomas. We found him in the fire at your house. So what are you really trying to tell me here?" Thomas's face turned pale. "You don't understand. That wasn't Ray. I mean, it was, but he wasn't acting alone. Christina's still out there. She's the real danger. She's been manipulating everyone from the beginning. Ray thought he was in control, but he was just another pawn in her game." Collins listened carefully, but something about his story felt off. She had always suspected that Christina was involved, but was Thomas really as innocent as he claimed? She had seen too many cases like this before, cases where the mastermind plays the victim until the very last moment. And yet, something about the fear in Thomas's eyes seemed genuine. Why would Christina go through all this trouble? Why set everything on fire, kill Ray, and leave you out here to rot? Collins leaned forward, her voice sharp. Thomas wiped a hand across his face, his fingers trembling. "Because she's ruthless. She saw a way to get everything she ever wanted, and she used Ray to make it happen. I thought I could trust her, but when Tamara got suspicious, things spiraled out of control. I didn't kill my wife. I loved her. But they framed me. Ray and Christina made it look like I had something to do with it. And now they're coming for me." "Then why didn't you go to the police? Why run?" Thomas's voice grew more desperate. "Because I knew no one would believe me. They'd think I was part of it, and I thought if I could just get away, I could figure out how to expose Christina. But she's always one step ahead. She's got contacts everywhere. She's dangerous, Detective." Collins studied him for a long moment, watching every twitch, every flicker in his eyes. Was this the truth, or was it just another lie woven into the mess of this case? Before she could decide, her phone buzzed with a new message. It was from her colleague, Agent Ryan, an update that sent a chill down her spine. Christina had been spotted at the Miami International Airport boarding a private plane bound for a location somewhere in the Caribbean. Collins felt her pulse quicken. Was Christina making her escape, or was this part of some larger plan? She had to act fast. Leaving Thomas in the custody of the station, she grabbed her jacket and headed for the airport, her mind racing. As she arrived at the airport, she was met with chaos. Agents and officers swarmed the terminal, but there was no sign of Christina. The plane had taken off minutes before Collins had arrived. She cursed under her breath. It felt like the case was slipping through her fingers. How had Christina known to escape at that exact moment? And then, as if on cue, her phone buzzed again. This time it was a text message from an unknown number. "You'll never catch me." C double quote. Colin's heart pounded. This wasn't over, not by a long shot. Back at the station, Thomas sat in his cell, his mind racing with fear. He had told Collins everything he could, but he knew that as long as Christina was out there, he wasn't safe. No one was. Suddenly, the door to his holding area creaked open, and a shadowy figure stepped inside. Thomas squinted through the dim light, and his blood ran cold. It was Marcus. Marcus Greer, Christina's right-hand man, stood in the doorway, a cold smile on his face. He had slipped past the guards, as he always did, using his charm and connections to get wherever he wanted. And now, here he was, standing in front of Thomas, the man who had thought he could escape. Well, Marcus said, his voice dripping with malice. "You didn't think you could run from us, did you?" Thomas's mouth went dry. He backed away, his heart pounding in his chest. "Please," he begged. "I didn't mean to cross you. It was all Christina's idea." Marcus took a step forward, his hand slipping into his coat pocket. "You see, Thomas, that's where you made your mistake. You underestimated just how far we're willing to go to clean up loose ends." And before Thomas could scream for help, the sound of a silenced gunshot echoed through the room. Christina watched from the balcony of her secluded villa in the Caribbean, a glass of wine in her hand, her lips curled into a satisfied smile. The ocean waves crashed against the rocks below, a soothing soundtrack to the chaos she had orchestrated. Everything had gone exactly as planned. Ray was dead, Thomas was out of the way, and the authorities were chasing shadows while she had slipped away untouchable. She swirled the wine in her glass, thinking back to how it had all begun. Ray had been an easy target, a weak man, desperate for excitement in his mundane life, a puppet waiting to be strung along. She had seen it the moment they met at that charity event. He was drawn to her like a moth to a flame, and she had played the role of the perfect, seductive partner. She had made him feel powerful, like he was in control, but in reality, every move had been hers. It wasn't just about the money or the power for Christina, it was the thrill of manipulation, of controlling everyone around her like chess pieces on a board. She had played them all. Thomas, Ray, even poor Tamara. And now, with them out of the picture, there was no one left to challenge her. Or so she thought. As Christina turned back toward the villa, her phone buzzed on the table. She frowned. No one had this number except a very select few, and most of them were either dead or loyal to her beyond question. She picked up the phone and glanced at the message. It was from an unknown number, but the words chilled her to the bone. "It's over. We know everything." C double quote. Her blood froze. C? That could only mean one person. Detective Collins. How had Collins found her? How had she managed to trace her steps? Christina's mind raced, trying to piece together how her perfect plan could have unraveled. She had been so careful, so meticulous in covering her tracks. There was no way Collins could have known about the offshore accounts, the false identities, the network of corrupt officials she had on her payroll. Or could she? Suddenly, Christina's world didn't feel as secure as it had just moments ago. She poured herself another glass of wine, trying to steady her shaking hand. There was no way Collins could have reached this far unless there was a traitor. Someone within her inner circle had to have turned on her. But who? Before she could finish the thought, the sound of footsteps echoed from the hallway. She grabbed a knife from the table, her pulse quickening. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, like someone who knew exactly where they were going. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice steady but cold. She wasn't afraid of confrontation. After all, she had orchestrated much worse. But this was different. This felt too personal. The door creaked open, and to her shock, Detective Collins stepped into the room, her gun drawn, her expression calm but intense. Behind her, another figure emerged from the shadows. Marcus. Christina's heart skipped a beat. "Marcus, what are you doing here?" she stammered, her confidence wavering for the first time. Marcus gave her a sly smile, the kind that didn't reach his eyes. "Did you really think you could get away with all of it? Ray, Thomas, Tamara? You crossed too many lines, Christina. You made too many enemies." Christina took a step back, the knife still in her hand. You were with me, Marcus. You helped me with everything. You're just as involved as I am. Marcus chuckled darkly. No, Christina, I was playing a different game all along. You weren't the only one pulling strings. Before Christina could respond, Collins stepped forward, her gun now trained directly on her. It's over, Christina. We have everything we need. The accounts, the murders, the cover-ups. There's nowhere left for you to run. Christina's mind raced, searching for a way out, but the walls were closing in fast. She glanced at Marcus, her eyes pleading. Marcus, please, we can fix this. We can disappear, start over somewhere else. But Marcus's smile faded, replaced by cold indifference. This was never about starting over, Christina. This was about control. You thought you could manipulate me like you did Ray, but I've always been a step ahead. Collins moved closer, her voice firm. Drop the knife, Christina. You're done. For a moment, Christina considered lunging at Collins, considered going out in a blaze of glory rather than facing the humiliation of being captured. But something in Collins' eyes told her it would be futile. There was no escape. Slowly, Christina let the knife slip from her hand, clattering to the floor. She raised her hands in surrender, the weight of her defeat settling over her like a dark cloud. As Collins stepped forward to cuff her, Christina shot one last glance at Marcus. You'll regret this, she hissed. I built you. I made you powerful. Marcus leaned in close, his voice low and dangerous. You built nothing. You were just a pawn like everyone else. And now you're going to rot for it. Christina's eyes burned with rage as Collins led her out of the villa, the Caribbean sunset casting long shadows across the floor. Everything she had built, everything she had orchestrated, had come crashing down in the blink of an eye. As the car sped away, taking Christina to her inevitable fate, Marcus remained in the villa, standing by the window, watching the waves crash against the shore. He had won. He had outplayed them all, even Christina. The empire was his now. Everything she had worked for, everything she had schemed to achieve, was now under his control. And no one would ever know how deeply Marcus had been pulling the strings all along. In the days that followed, the news of Christina's arrest spread like wildfire. The trial was a spectacle, with every sordid detail of her manipulations laid bare for the world to see. Ray, Thomas, Tamara, all pawns in her twisted game of power and control. But in the end, it wasn't enough. The mastermind had been brought down, her empire crumbled. Detective Collins, though relieved to have solved the case, couldn't shake the feeling that something was still off. Marcus had walked away from the whole ordeal unscathed, and while she couldn't prove it, she knew he had played a much larger role than anyone realized. But for now, the case was closed. Christina would spend the rest of her life behind bars, her reign of terror finally over. Or so they thought. As Collins walked away from the courthouse, she received one final message on her phone. No name, no number, just a single chilling line. It's never really over.
As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft golden glow over the lush gardens of a historic Savannah estate, everything seemed perfect. The warm southern air was filled with the scent of blooming magnolias, the laughter of wedding guests, and the soft notes of a string quartet playing in the background. It was the kind of evening that seemed too good to be true, one where love, happiness, and joy were at their peak. But as we all know, appearances can be deceiving. Susan, radiant in her elegant white gown, stood at the edge of the garden, her heart pounding with a mix of excitement and nervousness. This was her day. The day she had waited for her whole life, the day she would marry Emmanuel, the man who had swept her off her feet and promised her forever. Yet, as she prepared to walk down the aisle, something gnawed at her deep inside, a feeling she couldn't quite shake. It wasn't the usual pre-wedding jitters. No, this was something darker, something far more sinister. Emmanuel, standing tall at the altar, looked every bit the perfect groom. His smile was wide, his charm undeniable, and the guests were captivated by his presence. But if you looked closely, really closely, you might notice something in his eyes. A flicker of doubt? A hint of guilt? Whatever it was there, hiding behind that bright smile. Emmanuel loved Susan, or at least he told himself that. But as the wedding day arrived, his mind couldn't help but wander to someone else. Someone standing just a few feet away from his bride. Victoria, Susan's best friend, stood in her bridesmaid's dress, smiling softly as she watched her closest friend about to walk down the aisle. But behind that smile, there was something else, a hidden emotion. Envy? Regret? Maybe even desire. Susan and Victoria had been inseparable since childhood, like sisters. They had shared everything, dreams, secrets, and now, it seemed, even the love of the same man. The guests sat in their chairs, blissfully unaware of the emotional storm brewing just beneath the surface. To them, this was a fairy tale wedding, perfect in every way. But as the ceremony began, with vows exchanged and rings placed on fingers, an unspoken tension thickened in the air. A fleeting glance between Emmanuel and Victoria, a glance Susan almost missed, hinted at something far darker than anyone could have imagined. For a split second, Susan hesitated as she stood at the altar, her hand resting in Emmanuel's. A brief look of confusion crossed her face, as if she had caught something out of place. But she pushed the thought aside, telling herself it was just her nerves. This was her wedding day, after all. Everything had to be perfect. But sometimes it's those fleeting moments, those barely noticeable signs, that are the most dangerous. As the night fell and the reception began, the celebration seemed to grow louder and brighter, but beneath the surface, secrets were beginning to bubble up. Emmanuel and Victoria shared more than just polite smiles. Their stolen glances across the dance floor, the quick, hidden touches, all spoke of something far deeper and far more dangerous. And though Susan was caught up in the excitement of her wedding day, those small moments were starting to add up in her mind. A growing sense of unease began to creep into her thoughts. What Susan didn't know, what no one knew, was that Emmanuel and Victoria had been involved for months. What began as innocent flirtation had quickly spiraled into a full-blown affair. And now, on the night that was supposed to be about the union of Emmanuel and Susan, the truth was lurking in the shadows, waiting to be exposed. Victoria had always wanted more than just friendship from Emmanuel, and as the affair deepened, she had become more and more desperate to claim him as her own. And Emmanuel? He was torn between the woman he had promised to marry and the one who stirred something deep inside him, a craving for excitement and danger. Susan, for all her grace and strength, was no fool. She could feel something shifting in Emmanuel, even if she couldn't quite place it. His sudden need for privacy, the way he quickly pulled his hand away from hers during the wedding vows, the fact that he had been acting distant for weeks leading up to the wedding, it all started to weigh on her. The feeling of unease that had begun earlier in the evening was now turning into full-fledged suspicion. And as the night wore on, Susan found herself watching Emmanuel more closely than she had ever done before. Every laugh he shared with Victoria, every moment they were too close, too comfortable, it all started to form a picture she didn't want to see. But the truth has a way of revealing itself, no matter how hard we try to ignore it. The celebration continued late into the night. Guests danced, drank, and laughed, blissfully unaware of the storm that was brewing just beneath the surface. But in the quiet corners of that beautiful garden, something far more dangerous was happening. But Susan was smarter than that. She had caught him before he could make his move, and now she held all the cards. With Jessica's help, she began quietly transferring the money out of the accounts, siphoning it away before Emmanuel even realized what was happening. The day of reckoning was fast approaching, and Susan could feel the weight of it pressing down on her. Emmanuel and Victoria had no idea what was coming. The night before Susan planned to confront them, she stood in front of the mirror, staring at her reflection. She looked calm, composed, but inside she was a storm of emotions. She had spent weeks preparing for this moment, but now that it was almost here, she felt a flicker of doubt. Could she really go through with it? Could she really destroy the man she had once loved? But then she thought about the betrayal, the lies, the humiliation. And just like that, the doubt disappeared, replaced by a cold, steely resolve. Tomorrow, everything would change. Emmanuel and Victoria thought they had won, but they were wrong. Tomorrow, they would lose everything. The morning of the confrontation, Susan felt a strange sense of calm wash over her. She had spent so long preparing for this moment, but now that it was here, it felt almost surreal. Emmanuel and Victoria were still completely unaware of what was coming, and that gave her a twisted sense of satisfaction. They had underestimated her, both of them, thinking she would fall apart once she discovered the affair. They expected her to break down, to be consumed by grief and anger. But they didn't know her as well as they thought. Susan was no victim. She had arranged to meet Emmanuel at the house, pretending that they needed to have a serious discussion about their future. He had agreed, albeit hesitantly, sensing that something wasn't quite right. Susan could see the suspicion in his eyes when he left that morning, but he hadn't questioned her. He thought he was in control. That was his mistake. As she dressed for the meeting, Susan chose a simple black dress, one that gave her an air of quiet authority. She wanted to look strong, composed, someone who couldn't be broken. She applied her makeup carefully, her expression cold and determined as she studied her reflection in the mirror. By the time she arrived at the house, Emmanuel was already there, pacing nervously in the living room. He looked up when she entered, a faint smile playing on his lips, but it didn't reach his eyes. Then came the moment that would change everything. Susan had stepped away to catch her breath, overwhelmed by the day's events. But when she returned to the reception, she saw something that stopped her in her tracks, a sight that shattered the perfect image of her wedding day. Emmanuel and Victoria, standing too close, their bodies almost touching. And then, the kiss. It was quick, barely noticeable, but it was there. The kiss that confirmed everything Susan had been dreading. Her heart raced, her breath quickened, and for a moment time seemed to stand still. The music, the laughter, the lights, everything faded into the background. All that existed in that moment was the betrayal unfolding before her eyes. Susan's world began to crumble as the image of that kiss burned itself into her mind. Her hands trembled, her heart pounded louder than the music, and the edges of her vision blurred with shock and betrayal. This couldn't be real on her wedding day, no less. She had fought for everything in her life, worked her way up, survived heartbreaks, disappointments, and setbacks, only to have it all unravel in a single moment. She didn't know how long she stood there, frozen, watching Emmanuel and Victoria in their stolen moment. But what came next was a surge of anger so intense, it nearly knocked her off her feet. The betrayal from her best friend, her husband, was enough to ignite something in Susan that had been buried for years, a rage that she had kept hidden behind her calm and composed exterior. Her mind raced. Confront them now? Expose the affair in front of the entire wedding party? No, Susan knew better. She had spent her whole life playing things smart, keeping her emotions in check. No one would ever see her fall apart. Not here, not tonight. Instead, she turned on her heel and walked away from the reception, her face a perfect mask of calm. She needed time to think, to plot her next move. The betrayal cut deep, but it wasn't going to break her. Not yet. In the distance, the music played on, oblivious to the turmoil swirling just beyond the dance floor. The guests, still lost in the celebration, clinked their glasses, toasted the newlyweds, and danced under the stars, unaware of the storm that was gathering. Meanwhile, Emmanuel and Victoria, now fully aware that they had been caught, exchanged a panicked look. Victoria's breath hitched, her heart racing. She had wanted Emmanuel, yes, but not like this, not with the fear of being exposed hanging over their heads. Emmanuel, on the other hand, seemed lost in his thoughts, torn between the thrill of his affair with Victoria and the crushing reality of what he had done to his wife. As the night wore on, the tension between the three of them became unbearable. Susan, now back at the reception but keeping her distance, watched Emmanuel's every move. She saw how he fidgeted, how his eyes darted nervously from her to Victoria, and back again. The weight of the secret was crushing him, and it was only a matter of time before everything came crashing down. But Susan wasn't ready to explode, at least, not yet. She had something far more calculated in mind. She wasn't going to lose Emmanuel to Victoria. No, if anyone was going to end this marriage, it was going to be her. But not before making sure both of them paid for what they had done. She needed time to figure out how to confront them, how to expose their lies without destroying herself in the process. Then, almost like fate, a plan began to form in her mind. Emmanuel had been hiding more than just his affair with Victoria. In the weeks leading up to the wedding, Susan had noticed strange behavior, missed meetings, long phone calls he quickly ended when she walked into the room, a sudden increase in the amount of cash he was withdrawing from their joint account. It didn't take much for her to figure out that he was hiding something. But now, In light of his affair, it all made sense. Emmanuel wasn't just cheating on her with Victoria, he was involved in something much darker. Susan needed proof. Proof that would not only expose the affair but bring down Emmanuel in a way that would ensure he could never hurt her again. And as for Victoria, well, she had plans for her too. That night, as the wedding reception wound down and the guests began to leave, Susan slipped away. She needed space, and more importantly, she needed to think. She would confront Emmanuel in the morning after she had everything she needed to bring him and Victoria to their knees. Susan didn't sleep that night. She lay awake in their hotel suite, the glow of the city lights outside casting a faint reflection on the ceiling. Emmanuel, lying next to her, was fast asleep, oblivious to the storm that was brewing inside her. His chest rose and fell steadily, his face peaceful, as though he hadn't just destroyed everything they had built together. Susan stared at him in the darkness, her mind churning. How long had this affair been going on? How many lies had he told her? She clenched her fists under the sheets, fighting the urge to shake him awake and confront him right then and there. But no, that would be too easy, too predictable. Emmanuel expected her to fall apart, to be the heartbroken wife who would cry and scream. But Susan was determined to be smarter than that. She was going to make him pay. Her thoughts turned to Victoria, the woman who had stood by her side as a bridesmaid, smiling and laughing as if everything was perfect. The betrayal stung even more because of how close they had been. Victoria had been her confidante, her best friend. But now she was just another enemy in Susan's mind, and enemies, Susan knew, had to be dealt with carefully. The next morning, Susan watched as Emmanuel stirred beside her, slowly waking up. His eyes fluttered open, and for a brief moment he smiled at her, completely unaware of the war raging in her mind. It took everything in her not to slap that smile off his face. "Morning," he mumbled, stretching lazily. "Morning," Susan replied, forcing a smile that felt like it might crack her face in two. She needed to keep up the facade a little longer. She needed time. As Emmanuel got up and headed for the shower, Susan's mind raced. She had to act fast, but she couldn't afford any mistakes. She reached for her phone and quickly texted her lawyer, setting up a meeting for later that afternoon. If Emmanuel was hiding something, money, assets, whatever it was, she would find out. And when she did, she'd use it to destroy him. Once Emmanuel was in the shower, Susan quietly slipped out of bed and grabbed his phone from the nightstand. She had never been one to invade his privacy before, but things were different now. She knew there had to be something on his phone: texts, emails, anything that would prove what he and Victoria had been doing behind her back. Her fingers trembled as she scrolled through his messages. And then, there it was, a string of texts between Emmanuel and Victoria, detailing their affair in explicit detail. Her stomach churned as she read them, her hands shaking with fury. They had been meeting for months, sneaking around behind her back while she had been planning their wedding. The betrayal cut deeper than she had imagined. Susan felt a wave of nausea hit her as she saw how cavalier they had been about it, joking about how easy it had been to keep the affair hidden from her. The texts were filled with promises of a future together, of how they could finally be free after the wedding. Susan's breath quickened, her vision blurring with rage. They had planned to humiliate her, to make her the fool. But now, armed with the truth, she would make sure they paid for it. By the time Emmanuel stepped out of the shower, Susan had already composed herself, slipping his phone back where it belonged. She smiled at him, her expression unreadable, while her mind worked at lightning speed. Later that afternoon, Susan sat across from her lawyer in a sleek downtown office. The air was thick with tension as she laid everything out: the affair, the financial discrepancies, and her plan to expose Emmanuel and Victoria. Her lawyer, a sharp, no-nonsense woman named Jessica, nodded as she listened, taking notes and offering advice. "We can absolutely investigate his finances," Jessica said, her tone calm but focused. "But we need to be careful. If he's hiding something, he's probably already taken steps to cover his tracks. It's not going to be easy." "I don't care how hard it is," Susan replied, her voice steady. "I want him to pay for what he's done. And I want Victoria to suffer too. She's just as guilty as he is." Jessica leaned back in her chair, studying Susan carefully. "You're sure about this? Once we start digging, there's no going back. This could get ugly." Susan's eyes hardened. I've never been more sure of anything in my life." Over the next few days, Susan carefully put her plan into motion. She played the part of the perfect wife, all smiles and sweetness, while behind the scenes, she gathered every piece of evidence she could find. Emmanuel had no idea what was coming. The tension between him and Victoria grew with each passing day. They were both on edge, constantly looking over their shoulders, fearing that their secret would be exposed. But Susan remained calm, biding her time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. She watched as Emmanuel became more distracted, more nervous. He was hiding something bigger than just the affair. And Susan was determined to find out what it was. Her suspicions were confirmed when Jessica uncovered a series of offshore accounts in Emmanuel's name. He had been funneling money into these accounts for months, preparing to run off with Victoria and leave Susan with nothing. Victoria's hands trembled as she opened the folder, her eyes scanning the contents in disbelief. "Susan, please," she whispered, her voice cracking. "You can't do this." "Oh, I can," Susan said, standing up and grabbing her bag. "And I will." As Susan walked out of the cafe, leaving Victoria in stunned silence, she felt a sense of finality settle over her. The revenge was complete. She had taken everything from both of them. Emmanuel was ruined, and now Victoria would face the consequences of her betrayal. But as she got into her car and drove away, the same hollow feeling returned. She had won, but the victory felt empty. The life she had once known was gone, and no amount of revenge could bring it back. "What's this about, Susan?" he asked, trying to sound casual, but his voice was tight with tension. Susan didn't answer right away. Instead, she calmly set her bag down on the coffee table and sat across from him, crossing her legs and folding her hands in her lap. "We need to talk," she said finally, her tone measured. "There are some things I've discovered recently, things I think you should know about." Emmanuel's eyes narrowed, and for the first time, Susan saw a flicker of real fear cross his face. "What are you talking about?" he asked, his voice now tinged with a hint of panic. "I know about the affair, Emmanuel," she said bluntly, watching as the blood drained from his face. "I know about you and Victoria." Emmanuel froze, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to find the right words. But before he could say anything, Susan continued, her voice sharp and cold. "I also know about the offshore accounts," she said, leaning forward slightly. "I know you've been funneling money away, planning to run off with her and leave me with nothing." Emmanuel's face twisted in shock and disbelief. "What? Susan, I don't know what you're—" "Don't lie to me," Susan snapped, her voice rising. "I have all the evidence, Emmanuel. Every transaction, every message. Do you really think I'm that stupid?" He fell silent, his hands trembling as he realized the full extent of what she knew. He was trapped, and there was no way out. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The room was thick with tension, the weight of the betrayal hanging between them like a storm cloud. Finally, Emmanuel let out a long breath, his shoulders slumping in defeat. "Susan, I never meant for it to get this far," he said quietly, his voice filled with regret. "I was going to tell you, I swear, but I didn't know how." Susan laughed bitterly, shaking her head. "You didn't know how. You were planning to leave me for my best friend and steal everything we built together. Don't pretend this was some kind of mistake." Emmanuel lowered his head, unable to meet her eyes. He had no defense left, no excuses to offer. He had been caught, and there was no way to undo what he had done. But Susan wasn't finished yet. "I've already taken the money out of your accounts," she said calmly, watching as his head snapped up in shock. "Every penny you hid, I've moved it. You have nothing, Emmanuel, nothing." He stared at her, his eyes wide with disbelief. You can't do that," he stammered. That's illegal." Susan smiled, a cold, calculating smile that sent a shiver down Emmanuel's spine. "It's already done," she said simply, "and there's nothing you can do about it." Emmanuel was speechless, his world crumbling around him. Everything he had worked for, everything he had planned, it was all gone. Susan stood up, grabbing her bag and turning toward the door. But before she left, she turned back to him, her eyes flashing with anger and satisfaction. "You deserve everything that's coming to you," she said quietly. "I hope you enjoy your new life, Emmanuel, because it's all downhill from here." With that, she walked out of the house, leaving Emmanuel standing there, stunned and broken. Susan didn't stop to catch her breath until she was safely in her car. The door slammed shut behind her. Her hands were shaking, her heart racing, but she felt a strange sense of exhilaration. She had won. She had taken control, and she had destroyed him. But the victory felt hollow. As she drove away, the weight of what she had done began to settle on her shoulders. She had spent so much time planning her revenge, so much time focused on making Emmanuel and Victoria pay, that she hadn't stopped to think about what came next. What was left for her now? The thought nagged at her as she drove, the adrenaline from the confrontation slowly fading. She had won the battle, but at what cost? And then there was Victoria. Susan hadn't dealt with her yet, but that was a problem for another day. Susan's thoughts turned dark as she drove. The anger that had fueled her confrontation with Emmanuel was still burning, but now it was laced with something else, a deeper, colder rage directed at Victoria. The betrayal cut even deeper, because Victoria hadn't just been her best friend, she had been like a sister. They had shared everything. Every secret, every dream, every struggle. And now Victoria had taken the one thing that mattered most. As the wheels of her car sped down the empty highway, Susan made a decision. She wasn't done yet. Emmanuel had suffered, but Victoria needed to face the consequences too. She wasn't going to walk away from this without feeling the pain of her actions. Susan's mind raced, formulating a plan, a way to confront Victoria that would leave no doubt as to who had the upper hand. Susan spent the next few days meticulously laying the groundwork for her next move. She gathered every piece of dirt she could find on Victoria. In this digital age, secrets were hard to keep, and Victoria had plenty. From the affair with Emmanuel to hidden financial dealings that could ruin her professionally, Susan uncovered it all. The more she dug, the more it became clear that Victoria had been living a double life, just like Emmanuel. But Susan didn't just want to expose her. She wanted to hurt her, to make her feel the full weight of the betrayal. It wasn't enough to reveal the affair. Susan wanted to strip Victoria of everything, to take away the life she had stolen from her. The opportunity came sooner than Susan expected. Victoria, oblivious to the storm brewing around her, had reached out to Susan. She wanted to meet, to talk, no doubt feeling guilty about what had happened, but not enough to confess the truth. Susan agreed. She needed to face Victoria head-on. It was the only way to truly make her suffer. They met at a small cafe on the edge of town. It was quiet, tucked away from the usual hustle and bustle. Victoria arrived first, sitting nervously at a table in the corner. Her eyes darted around the room, as if she expected to be recognized, exposed. Susan watched her from outside for a moment, observing the tension in her posture, the way she fidgeted with her phone. When she finally walked in, Victoria looked up, her face a mix of relief and guilt. "Susan," she said softly, standing to greet her. "I wasn't sure you'd come." Susan forced a smile, her stomach churning with disgust. "Of course," she replied, keeping her voice even. "We need to talk." They sat across from each other, the tension between them palpable. Susan let Victoria squirm for a few moments, enjoying the discomfort on her face. "I wanted to apologize," Victoria began, her voice shaking slightly. "I know things have been complicated, but I want to fix this. I don't want to lose you." Susan raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "Fix this? What exactly do you want to fix, Victoria?" Victoria hesitated, her hands trembling as she reached for her coffee. I know things between you and Emmanuel have been hard lately, and I hate that I've been caught in the middle. I want to be there for you, to help you both through this." Susan's eyes narrowed. The audacity of her words made her blood boil. But she remained calm, her voice cold as ice. "Caught in the middle," she repeated, leaning forward slightly. "Is that what you think this is?" Victoria's eyes flickered with confusion. "Susan, I know about the affair," Susan interrupted, her voice sharp. "I know about everything. You and Emmanuel, the lies, the deceit." Victoria's face went pale. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. "I've seen the messages," Susan continued, her voice rising. "I know about the hotel meetings, the trips you took together. I know you've been plotting behind my back for months, so don't sit there and pretend you're innocent." Victoria's hands flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. "Susan, I I never meant for this to happen." "But it did," Susan snapped, her voice filled with venom. "You betrayed me, Victoria. You betrayed our friendship, our sisterhood, for what? A fling with my husband. Was it worth it?" Tears welled up in Victoria's eyes as she shook her head, her voice barely a whisper. "I didn't want to hurt you." Susan laughed bitterly, shaking her head. "You didn't want to hurt me? Well, guess what? You did, and now it's your turn to feel the pain." With that, Susan slid a folder across the table. Inside were all the details she had uncovered evidence of the affair, of Victoria's shady financial dealings, everything that could destroy her both personally and professionally. The cafe's dim lights faded in the distance as Susan drove away, but the weight of her actions pressed heavily on her chest. The rush of adrenaline from confronting Victoria was quickly dissolving, leaving her with an unsettling hollowness. She had destroyed the lives of the two people who had hurt her most, but the victory felt like ashes in her mouth. In that moment, Susan understood the true cost of betrayal. It wasn't just the pain of being wronged by those she trusted. It was the destruction of everything she had ever believed in, everything she had fought for. And now, as she sat alone in the quiet, she realized that revenge, while satisfying in the moment, had ultimately left her more broken than before. Her thoughts spiraled as the road stretched out ahead. What had she really won? Emmanuel was gone, their marriage in ruins, and Victoria, once her closest friend, was shattered. The betrayal had run so deep that no amount of revenge could heal the wounds they had left behind. A cold chill ran through her as she realized the full extent of the damage. She was truly alone now. Her marriage had crumbled, her friendship lay in tatters, and her heart, once full of love and trust, was consumed by darkness. As she pulled up to her home, the once comforting warmth of the place now felt like a tomb. The silence was deafening. She stepped inside, the sound of her footsteps echoing through the empty house. Every picture on the wall, every piece of furniture, reminded her of the life she had lost. She sank onto the couch, staring at her phone. Emmanuel's number stared back at her from the screen, a final reminder of the man she had once loved. A part of her wanted to call him, to hear his voice one last time, but she knew it was over. There was no going back. Susan's eyes filled with tears, the emotional weight of everything finally breaking through. Her chest tightened as the sobs came, her body shaking with the force of her grief. She had sought revenge, and she had gotten it. But in the process, she had lost herself. The finality of it all hit her like a tidal wave. There was no more fight, no more plans to make. Everything was done. Emmanuel, Victoria, the life she had envisioned, it was all gone. She was left with nothing but the wreckage of what had once been her world. As the tears subsided and the silence once again filled the room, Susan realized that she didn't know what came next. The revenge had consumed her, and now that it was over, there was nothing left. No future, no hope, just a void. The quiet of the night settled around her as she lay back, exhausted, defeated. The storm had passed, but the wreckage remained. And in the stillness, Susan finally accepted that she would have to rebuild from the ruins if that was even possible.
It started with a knock on the door late at night. Vanessa had no idea that answering it would lead to murder, betrayal, and the most dangerous secret she had ever kept. But by the end of this story, you'll be asking the same question the detectives are. Who really pulled the trigger? It was supposed to be a simple arrangement. Malik Johnson, a smooth-talking, dangerously handsome man with a flair for luxury, knew how to play the game. A high-end escort for the wealthy and lonely, Malik had mastered the art of seduction, especially with married women looking for something different. His latest client, Vanessa Caldwell, wasn't just any bored housewife. She was wealthy, connected, and bored out of her mind. Her husband, Charles, a powerful businessman, had grown distant over the years, absorbed by his work and neglecting Vanessa's emotional and physical needs. Malik was the answer to her unspoken desires. It started innocently enough, an exchange of glances at a charity event, a few flirtatious texts, and then, before long, they were meeting in secret. Vanessa was captivated by Malik's charm, his body, his way of making her feel alive again. But what she didn't know was that Malik had a different agenda. He wasn't just after the thrill, he was after her money. And more than that, Malik had a habit of helping himself to a little more than his clients were willing to give. At first, Vanessa didn't notice. She was too wrapped up in the excitement in the way Malik made her feel desirable again. But slowly, Charles began to notice things missing. His expensive watch, a pair of gold cufflinks, even a necklace that had once been a gift to Vanessa. He didn't think much of it at first, assuming they had been misplaced, but suspicion began to creep in when the items didn't turn up. Meanwhile, Malik was becoming more reckless. His greed growing, he started taking more risks, pocketing anything valuable he could find in Vanessa's home during their meetings. He figured she wouldn't notice, or if she did, she'd be too scared to confront him. After all, she had just as much to lose as he did, but Vanessa wasn't as naive as Malik thought. As weeks passed, Vanessa's guilt began to weigh heavily on her. She wasn't just betraying her husband, she was putting everything at risk. Yet Malik had a way of pulling her back in every time she tried to distance herself. He'd whisper sweet nothings, promise her the world, and remind her that life with Charles was nothing compared to what he could offer. What Vanessa didn't know was that Malik was playing the same game with other women, including one of her closest friends, Jasmine Rivera. Jasmine had always admired Vanessa's lifestyle, her elegance, her marriage to a wealthy man. But deep down, she resented her, and when she discovered Malik, she saw an opportunity. She approached Malik with her own proposition, offering him even more money if he would leave Vanessa and be with her instead. Malik, ever the opportunist, agreed, but keeping up the act with both women was becoming more difficult. As the tension between Malik and Vanessa grew, Charles's suspicions intensified. He began questioning Vanessa more often, and though she tried to lie, he could see through her facade. Charles hired a private investigator, and soon enough the truth came crashing down. Malik, meanwhile, was beginning to panic. The pressure from Jasmine, Vanessa's growing paranoia, and Charles's looming presence were starting to close in on him. He confided in his mentor, Tony Briggs, a ruthless man who had built his empire by exploiting people like Malik. Tony warned him to be careful, to lay low for a while, but Malik couldn't resist. The money, the power, the thrill, it was all too much for him to walk away from. Then came the day everything changed. Vanessa, in a moment of vulnerability, confessed everything to Malik. She told him about Charles's suspicions, about the investigator, about how she feared her life was about to fall apart. Malik, sensing an opportunity, played the role of the protective lover. He promised to take care of everything, to handle Charles. What Vanessa didn't know was that Malik had no